6, finding bliss when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. 7, 8, feeling brave, but you never really play this game. 9, 10, feels like heaven, you're crying cause you wanna stay. Quick fix, finding bliss when you feel the heartbeat inside. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? When you're drunk, 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 when you're drunk. Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a lovable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, and I'm getting high. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Onto the things you do in your room when you're all alone. In your room when you're all alone. 3, 4, you want more. More of what if cure it was. More of what if cure it was. 5, 6, finding bliss when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. When you're drunk, 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 when you're doing drugs. Do you don't believe in magic? Ibland känner jag magin, men jag lyckas ändå fucka upp. Me too, I'm just like you, and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a lovable bar. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
It used to be luck. You used to be funny. We used to have time. Time without money. We used to feel bad. We used to look sad. We used to have luck. And time without money.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We're getting ready for it. It's going to be an all-timer tonight. And we've got people headed here from all over, and I can't wait. It's going to be great. Good evening, Mikey Balls. Good to see you, sir. I do need to turn on the air conditioning because it's fucking hot in here. But other than that, we're good to go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. It's me. Just me. That's all. Let me fix all my shit here from last night where I fucked it up. All right, man. We are live 5x5, and I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna see who's here. I see that Abe Dinkus was first in the chat tonight. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Chairman of the board, the mighty Anson Knowles was next, and of course, my man Chuck from Tennessee threw in $2 and said, peace and blessings to you, sir. Good on you. Good evening. Let's keep those donos going. We're going to need all of them we can get. Ducks Y is back. I'm not really sure what the build that something, folks. I don't know what that particular thing is. Cleaner 409 is up in the house along with Admiral Gibbs, Mikey Balls, and EOD 696. EOD, I hope you got some sleep. I actually looked, and you were still showing as being active on Discord earlier. So I disapprove, young man. You should have gotten some sleep because you got a long day ahead of you for sure. So hopefully you got something going on there. And for now, guys, we're going to I'm going to just do a little bit of ranting and raving and whatever else I want to do. And in the meantime, we're going to throw out some links. We're going to get people ready to go. My mic is messed up. What's up with my mic? Mic check. All right. We'll stand by. Check. Check it out. Check that mic. Check. It's a bit quiet. Yeah, I had it turned down earlier. Better? All right. Yeah, I had to turn my mic down. I was getting feedback and I didn't like that. So let me just double check. I didn't change something else while I was at it. Check. Aroo. Check it out. Check it out. All right. Oh, I know the other thing. Check it out. Here we go. Away we go, I think. We got one more level to check it out. Check it out. There we go. Is that good? Sound is good. All right. Way to go. All right. Let's make some we're going to make some stuff happen, guys. It's good now? Good. Yeah. I knew you could hear me. It's just I changed my I was getting feedback when I came in, and so I had to jack around with it a little bit. And it's one of those things where you don't know. I can't hear what you guys hear, so it is what it is. We're going to get into this earlier tonight than normal. I do know that some people are going to be joining us late, so we may just do a couple of practice rounds because it seems like we're going to have some new folks. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Normally, you have to go to the waiting room over in the Discord and get the link tonight. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is click the link. The mods will be posting the link, occasionally throughout the evening. What's up, Ghost Eagle Guardian? I'm guessing that is Ghost 1978 in new clothes, but we'll see. That's okay. And we've got we got a lot of stuff going on tonight. It's going to be a great time tonight. We've got a lot of good stuff to debate. I'm certain that it's going to just, and I can't wait to get into it. I'm going to start. I'll have people start coming up. Basically, not any time, but pretty close. And matter of fact, people can start coming up now, and you can just kind of chill out and hang out with us. And it looks like Sarah's doing a battle of the moderators tonight. That's going to be funny. I can't wait to watch that on the replay, because I honestly believe that Wick's going to get his ass handed to him, and that'll be great. Just great. And so let's make it happen, Captain. Let's get some people going. Let's get it. Admiral Gibbs is already he clocked in and then he left.
I'm here. I've got up 1 second, but I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now. There we go.
Yeah, it's been fun. I handed out a whooping today, boys.
You handed out a whooping?
Oh, it was. Listen, I don't know if there was a woodshed, but somebody took a whooping. Let me tell you.
Woodshed. So, a woodshed. Take them to the shed.
Oh, bro, it was like when my daddy used to tell me, son, you go out there and pick that switch, and then he pull it in and start peeling it. Yeah, that's what we did today.
On Discord, do you normally reverse your screen? Because now your screen looks more normal.
Good. I love you, but we're going to have to work on you.
And I got to ask, man, why do you have a picture, a painting of I Killed Earl on your wall there?
This one? Oh, this is a local artist. Her name's Zoe Parsons. She's outstanding. If you like artwork, I have a bunch of her artwork throughout my house. She's a good friend of mine. And this is one of her portraits. She's doing she was doing a GTA theme series for it. And she's got making one of me. And I'm going to be like kind of a similar style, but like GTA styled up. It's kind of fun. It's fun stuff. I have zero artistic skill.
Yeah.
And I like people like, Goobs, don't be hard on yourself. Like, listen, I can learn and be decent. I started doing the Warhammer minis, the painting them, right? And I'm sure I could be technically decent, right? If I just practice, but I don't have it's not something that naturally I'm skilled at, but I really enjoy art. So I it's fun to, I like to have art around and I can appreciate it, knowing it's a skill area I don't have. Like I know there's skill areas I do have, and this is not one of them, but it's fun to enjoy art.
Well, that picture literally looks like this content creator called I Killed Earl, who is a interesting individual. She's rage quit. I think she rage quit once on my show, and I think maybe twice on Anson's show. And she quietly rage quit on my show, though. So. Chairman of the board says the only art Gibbs likes is Garfunkel. That's pretty funny. That's actually pretty funny. So, Gibbs, I had fun on the panel last night with the disagreeing with conservatives, and what's interesting is it didn't. A lot of times when you get a bunch of leftists together, they will find the weak one and they just destroy that person, right? And it's like sharks feeding on baby sharks. And then,
I think it's interesting that, for example, I like Rob and I are diametrically opposed on how we want foreign policy to work with our weaponry, right?
Right.
Whatever. However, he knows I'm a right winger. I know he's a right winger, and we were pretty much identically sided on the immigration debate, right? Like we could come to a talk and be like, okay, how can we work together on certain ones? And which ones can I take a loss on? I'd be okay with being isolationist if I fucking got my bigger priority immigration done. He'd probably be okay with us not being isolationist if 4 or 5 other things were fixed for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure. I mean, we work together. We live in the real world.
Yeah. I mean, so like I don't agree with Fabian Liberty just a ton, right? Like, we agree a lot, but we're not on like the same page all the time. You know what I mean? And he says some like really out there shit sometimes that when I think about it is probably like a really good thing. But at the same time, it's like, what the fuck, And I don't know. But I always have a good time talking to Scott. And I think Scott's like, okay. For the most part, Scott's usually really good faith. And, if he disagrees with you, he'll just say, well, I disagree and all that.
Scott's he definitely, I will give Fabian credit. He definitely only speaks from his position, his principle, right? Like, which can be frustrating sometimes because it's like I said, excuse me. I said this last night, kind of jokingly, like we don't live in Libertaria. I mean, it's not where we live. We live in the United States. And sometimes we need to get lost in the degree. Now, from Scott's position, he's wanting to get us towards that. He's like an incrementalist. I think that him and Lackland are both like that. And, so they have positions they can advocate for. And I think when he's willing to do that instead of push it through his extreme libertarian lens, I enjoy it more. But I mean, yeah, he's a smart guy. I don't have any problem. He's also down to do some content to scream at you a little bit, and he's not going to be offended if you you talk and are cool.
Yeah, Scott and I've gone at it pretty hardcore a couple of times.
Yeah, so with him.
Yeah, we've come out of it. We're still friends. I still respect the hell out of him, and I think he's a good guy. So my son got me because it's Father's Day tomorrow. He got me Dad's root beer. Isn't that funny? Isn't that hilarious?
Good, yeah, I like it. Because you don't drink.
Yeah, I don't drink at all. So, I never had. I never have. So I never started. So I never had to quit. But but he thinks it's hilarious to get me Dad's root beer on Father's Day. I think that's also funny.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh. Do you like root beer? Are you a big root beer guy?
I'm sorry?
Are you a big root beer guy?
I am not, but my son is. My son's like a root beer connoisseur.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's freaking hilarious.
What's his favorite one?
It's some weird thing that he gets at all these little old stores, and he'll find it at Cracker Barrel sometimes, and
IBC
he'll find it in these little stores. Huh?
Is the IBC with the special bottle?
He likes IBC for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he absolutely loves it. I mean,
I'm a really big soda guy, but have you ever had Dublin Dr. Pepper? They make it from the Dublin, Texas, where they had it, and it's made with real sugar cane. It's kind of like Mexican Cokes, where they make it with the actual stuff, and it's just way better. I highly recommend it. I'm not, but then again, I also haven't drank a soda in about 20 years. So
yeah. I didn't realize that you'd been married before that and divorced. Yeah. That's I didn't know that.
Yeah, I tried the marriage thing. I was loyal. It didn't work out. So be it. But yeah, it's not like I'm opposed to marriage or anything like that. I'm also just now at this point, I'm established. You got to bring something to the table. I'm not I go out and I have fun. It's casual. Whatever. But if I was to find somebody, I wouldn't be opposed either. However, I'm not gonna just settle for just some blatant gold digger. You need to bring something to the table now. I'm not. It's not just gonna be. All shits up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm also not like one of these red pill guys. Yeah, let's go get a real young one and have the trophy wife. Yeah, I mean, whatever. That's not really what I want either. I want an actual connection kind of thing. And I just I feel like I'm pretty happy. I'm not depressed. I've never actually been depressed before until I got divorced, and then I went through depression. And
really,
my ex-wife was always depressed, and I'll tell you what, it made me understand it a lot more. And when I got done, I realized that this relationship was actually always doomed to fail, because after I had actually dealt with depression and understood kind of what she was going through, I realized how she was going through stuff was just very toxic and not going to be good mental health wise, and what she was doing, her reactions and how she was doing. And I was I would have never been with this person if I had experienced this sort of depression at some point in my life. So it was a very learning moment. And now I'm much more now that I mean, obviously I went crazy for a while there, right? But after I calmed down, I came to, and I've kind of healed. It's very much I'm in a state where I'm pretty happy. And it's why would I settle for something? I want something that's good kind of thing. Like that's a quality, and there's no reason to rush kind of thing. And that's kind of my opinion. I think a lot of people rush into stuff, and I think there's a lot of people my
Yeah, for
age
sure.
that relate to that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I didn't rush into marriage. And I have this whole theory about marriage for young people, and like I think that if you like grow up with someone and you have that like high school relationship, and then you get married after high school, and you feel like you're meant to be together, and then you go to college and you're together, and I feel like if you do that and you build stuff together, you have a better chance than if you you get out of college and you're working, and there's some reasons behind that. But I actually had so I almost got married twice in college. And after the second one, I was like, there's something going on here. I don't know if it's me or what, but obviously, I'm not meant to get married right now. And plus I was getting to the point where I was having to go work, like actual work. And it's hard to, if you're working 8-10 hours a day plus doing stuff after work and it's hard to have any kind of relationship with someone. And so I tried it a couple of times, and it just failed miserably. And then I realized that I needed to go out and make my own way, right? Like I needed to build. I was at that point, I decided that I'm going to eventually own my own shop, and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And I'm just going to go out and just kill it, And I didn't feel like I could do that dating someone seriously or trying to get married, and all that. I just didn't see that as something that was a high likelihood of success. So I didn't even think about getting married until I was in my 30s after that. I was 30, 33, 34 before I even thought about it again.
How old are you now?
I'm 55.
Oh, you look great.
I've been married 20 years.
You're aging better than I am. I think it's probably from all the sports injuries, though. Might have something to do with that. You're aging like wine. I'm aging like milk.
It's all that clean living, man. It's all that clean living.
Yeah, the clean living. Fuck all that.
If we could all look like Anson, though,
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to be endowed from birth in order to pull that off. Y'all just ain't got that. It ain't y'all's fault. Nobody can be me.
Maybe endowed from birth.
It's if only we could be. If we only we could age like Anson. That's
yeah. Yeah, I started going bald when I was 20. So I mean, that's all the inherent masculine. There's nothing more masculine than losing all your hair.
So I started and then I stopped for some reason.
Yeah,
it just
your estrogen went up. That's what that was. I didn't have that problem.
Yeah, I don't have the estrogen level either. I don't really know. I don't really know what happened, but it just I got one and it was the end of it.
This shit is fucking thick, bro, and glorious. I think I would have started if it was going to. I've been at the same 10 head since high school.
Yeah, you'd probably be pretty good looking if you weren't so fat.
Yeah, thank you. I was pretty good looking for a while, but now I'm on metal, so I'm like basically a cyborg. Don't play college sports, and don't otherwise you're gonna get fucked up. That'll get you.
Hey, that's something I argue with people about all the time. My son doesn't compete in any ball sports in school.
Oh, well, I disagree with you already if you're saying
and
that.
The reason for that,
I said don't compete.
my reasoning behind that is that I continuously see young men get just fucked up with like life-altering injuries playing football for a high school. Like, what the fuck, man?
I mean, I got dents in my head. I don't know if you can see it with this lighting. I just moved them to hide the dent. I think I even said it last week, but I got dents in my head. One's from a 12-9, 12-6 elbow, and this one was from like a football injury. But I like when you say this, I absolutely would not. Like, I was joking when I said don't play college. I would absolutely go back 100%. play the sport, do all the stuff, like even at the risk of injury. It's such a good character building. It teaches men how to lose, and and also it teaches men how to survive through strife. And I think this is something that we're losing in society quite a bit with this competition mentality being, like eliminated. I think that's something you just can't teach. And
Yeah,
it
but I don't
recreates
think
a
you need to
battlefield
be,
to
I don't think
exist.
you need to football.
It's really good for getting laid too, because it gives women a signal of who's competent and worthy of sex. And if you don't have that, ball team dynamic, the women are just going out sleeping with all these betas. So
Exactly, you got to pick winners and losers, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, do you like the participation trophy mentality? Because it sounds like you're arguing like a lip cuck right now, talking about you want.
No, I don't like that. I believe that you either win or lose. My big and actually that's another thing. I never really got into this idea that everybody wins. There's a soccer club here locally for like little kids, and like everybody fucking wins. Everybody goes out for ice cream and pizza afterwards. I'm like, what the fuck? You fucking lost, you losers.
Yeah.
like what the fuck?
That's actually real interesting, that little bit that you brought up, Greg, because part of the MK Ultra behavioral adaptation and behavioral modification trials actually had to do with making an entire group of children feel like they were special and monitor them over the next 10 years to see how they performed, right? And so these 10 kids that they had in their first group, the 10 in the second group, they said one of them was special whenever they won something. In the other group, everyone was special no matter what. Well, the 10 kids that were all special were all extreme socialites. They all wanted attention all the time, constantly, because they were all special. And the other group, they gave attention to whoever won. And not everybody always won the games that they were playing, because they had a rotation of games. Some more intellectual, some sports, different things like that. And it was real cool, the report that they had in that.
Yeah.
So I think that's an interesting concept that you just brought up there. This whole philosophy that they pushed on us, where everyone is special, it's kind of created a bunch of attention whores.
Well,
absolutely, man.
Let me share something with Twitch, right? Okay. I've started this ranked debate league, right, where there's like records kept, right, and I've noticed the trend of like some people take losses way worse than others, and it seems to be people that have like never had any competitive background, like ever, and it's not just right or lefties in this regard. It's people that don't compete. They'll come on, and if they lose, whether they're right or left, they tend to not want to come back because they're like, I don't like to lose. And even though they're in this space, and they're like, oh, I'm a top tier debater, because they can the brand. Nobody wants a loss on your record for a brand, but who cares? You can always spin it as biased judge or something, and I'm okay with that. But like at the same time, people have this like record now attached, and people don't know how to live with it. Versus, I think people that have come from a competitive background are much more accepting of, oh, I lost, so now I've used that to improve, or oh, I won. It's something I take pride in, right? Like, and I think that it's interesting that it's almost been like a case study on Twitch poll and YouTube poll a little bit for me, and I found it very enlightening. I think because it matches up with a lot of the predictions I've said on many of these things, where I think this participation trophy mentality and the lack of people pushing more for sports and stuff is a real issue.
I mean, I think I agree with what Anson was talking about competency, but like I think that you can show that through things other than sports ball. You can young men can show that in leadership. They can show that in being outdoors type men. And all and that kind of thing. My biggest problem, honestly, really.
Do you think like it's not like so? Say like I've been pretty injured. I'm all metal now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like it's taught me how to persevere through strife. Like sometimes getting injured can teach you a lot. Like yes, I get it if it's like completely debilitating, but like maybe you break an arm. Maybe I shattered both ankles in the game, right? Like and then I had to teach me how to come back. I had to overcome adversity because I had to, right? Do you not think that sometimes this could be like a good teaching lesson?
Well, so I guess I don't agree with that. So my point of view is that I think you learn more from doing actual like things where you can measure your win and loss without it being a team and a lot of it being individual or just toughing something out. Like my son's about to go to Philmont. It's this massive hike with the scouts. It's like, I don't know, 12 or 13 days, something like that, 14 days, whatever the fuck it is. He's gone for over 2 weeks. And, you know, it's massive elevation changes, you know, 11, 12 miles a day hiking. And it's, you know, the idea is to survive. And when he will gain a lot of confidence from that. And you can't fake confidence. And that's one of my problems with sports team bullshit is it gives people fake confidence and fake bravado because they feel like that they can go out and handle the ball okay. But that has nothing to do with actually handling life.
Okay, well,
and
what about not a sports team then? Like that doesn't really apply to individual sports then. Like I did wrestling. That's not a team sport unless you like count the overall score, right? Like I don't know. I mean, you're just. I feel like competition is needed. You can't get the same like competition environment that men need from just like going and like I don't know, doing like a tough mutter or something like where there's no records kept. Like
the thing you're talking about, Gibbs, is getting the whiny little bitch beat out of you while you're playing,
that's
right?
Exactly what I'm talking
But you can get the whiny little bitch beat out of you in a whole bunch of different ways than just team sports. We used to do it effectively bullying people, right? But they got rid of bullying too. So
no, but there's also the camaraderie aspect. I think bullying can be good. I think part of the
I agree. I think people absolutely should be bullied. One of the things I'm so glad that I went to a military school because you didn't just get bullied, you got fucking hazed. Like, and not just by the students, by the fucking staff. I remember, and I've told the story before, but if you haven't heard it, this is a good one. So we had this. So I'd been there probably about a year at this point, and I knew the score, and I knew how things went down. And one of the things that you had to do every week is you had field day. Sunday was field day, and it started off. You had to get up, shower, clean the shower room, then clean your personal area, and then you would go to breakfast, and then you had to clean the dining hall. And this was and every single time you cleaned up, the staff had to come behind and check it off, and they would say sat or unsat, and a lot of times you'd have to figure out what was wrong, and it really builds character when you have to clean a shower room like 12 fucking times, whether you want to or not. And we had this kid, and he just ignored a lot of the rules, and he was kind of newer, but I felt like by this point, we all felt like by this point he should have settled his ass down. And one of the things is we had a Foot Locker, and there's a very specific way that the Foot Locker has to be put together. Clothes have to be rolled a certain way called Navy rolling. You know, there's your underwear have to be here, your pants have to be here, your shirts have to be here, your book, Bible, notes from home, letters from home, all have to be in a very specific order. And if you're out of fucking order, they will fuck you up. And so there was really only one hard and fast rule about the team room, and that is no food ever. Because, these are old ass fucking buildings, and, rodents, rats, roaches, all that kind of shit. So he had snuck some kind of piece of, I know it was a cake or something like that, and he had it in his Foot Locker kind of buried. And this is going to TTS. You guys can't hear it.
Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics donated $10.02. Super chat. Happy Father's Day to all. Happy 250th birthday to the U.S. Army tomorrow. Posting a video in the morning with bonus content you'll enjoy. A step up.
Step up from racing, race cars driving in circles. Yeah, we don't drive in circles. But that's cool, man. Awesome, Mr. Boulay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the donation. So at any rate,
driving circles. What do y'all drive it? Like straight lines? Or
no, we drive road racing. Turn left and right. Okay. So anyway, at the end of the day, the staff member comes up, checks it out. He doesn't say what's wrong. He just says unsat, walks out. The next time he comes up, he actually points this fucking cake, donut, whatever the fuck it was. I don't remember what it was now. I always say it's a donut, but I don't think it was I think I'm just misremembering. Whatever the fuck it was, he points to that thing. He says, "You gotta get rid of it." And the kid like tried to hide it again, and the third time he came up, he doesn't say anything. He looks around. He sees what's unsaid. He goes all back and forth. He stops, and the staff member literally just picks up a footlocker, carries it over to the stairwell, and throws it down the stairwell 3 flights. He comes back. He gets another one. Same thing. All of our footlockers went flying over the fucking banister, down 3 flights of stairs, a big pile of shit, and you had to go down and clean it up. And that builds fucking character. And by the way, that dude got his ass beat like hardcore. He got his ass beat because you failed, motherfucker. You fucked us all, right? Like we were gonna have this like really cool Sunday afternoon. We're gonna get to just kind of fuck off, but not now. Now we got to fucking completely rebuild our damn footlockers and shit. And so I think things like that build character. I think bullying, I think hazing, I think all of that. It sucks and it can go too far for sure. But now we've gone so far the other direction where, nobody gets hazed. So everybody's a giant fucking pussy.
It's a TOS violation to do it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. It'd be a TOS violation for sure. Yeah. You can't do that. You can't be mean.
Well, also, on a little side note, a little off topic here, I would officially like to throw my name in the ring to be a judge if you need one, because I'm always either a mod or a competitor, so it'd be nice to be something different if you need one. If not, I don't care.
Yeah. Okay.
Just want to throw that out there. Throw out my little bait and lure. See what's biting.
Yeah.
Unless you want to get something pretty organized.
We gotta start throwing out some webs, man. We gotta get some people in here. Where's all the people? The one guy said that he's sitting at a dealership getting his tire fixed, and then
Kel will be a little bit late. She's probably
Kel. Yeah, Kel. That was what I was trying to think of. And then Liberal Cluck said he wanted blood last night, and I'm like, well, let's go tonight. The blood will flow. Trust me. So
Beth said she wants to judge, Grid. Did you see that?
Did she say she wants to judge?
Of course, a woman would.
She's got the.
Hold on. First of all, she doesn't have a voice. Second, she's a female.
Yeah, well, I mean, she could just judge like Glenn does with one word.
No, Glenn said 5 words last time.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Tyler?
What's going on? I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready. We need debaters, man. Where's all the debaters?
I asked the Discord, man, and everyone that's been on here just gave me a bunch of excuses.
Good game.
I got a bunch of excuses
until game day.
Yeah, I think what's like. I don't like the criteria. All right.
I think we have a handful of people that are still watching Andrew's thing going on.
Oh no, that's over and done with.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah, it's over and done.
Oh, okay. I know when I refreshed to see if Grid was live, I saw the Crucible was up.
Yeah. Well, I've annoyed Jake Var. I've annoyed Abe. I thought Abe was going to be here. Where's Abe? Abe, where are you at? Honest Abe, let's go.
Did you share the link around for the?
I didn't. I've been.
I'll put it in my Discord.
Yeah, throw it everywhere.
Yeah,
put it everywhere you can. I'll go ahead and throw it in mine too.
Yeah, I'll put it out there. I got like 20 places I can stick it.
I bet you do.
Yeah, I'm good at it too.
Well, that's what Earl was saying.
Hey! No, that ain't happened. Now, back off. It was totally platonic.
So platonic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You can tell that we all believe you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Believe you face.
Yeah. That's Gibbs. I don't give a fuck face.
It's a face. That's
Yeah.
generally what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
How's everybody doing today? What's exciting? Have y'all we had anything exciting happen to any of us today?
Yeah, I had something real exciting. So on the way home from work, I couldn't help but notice that like all the tire stores where they normally have like 200 or 300 tires out in front of their parking lot and all that, like they got like 10, 15, 20. And apparently like ICE is here in Houston and they're about to have protests this weekend for immigration. And I'm like, hell yeah, I hope they do the same exact thing they did over in California because we're locked and loaded here, bro.
Abbott is not dicking around, bro. Abbott's already like deployed like what several thousand troops already. Like
Yup.
he is not dicking around. Like he made that very clear.
Yeah. Well, did you hear
Abbott's aiming for a presidency office?
Did you hear the Florida guy talking about if you impede someone's
you'll be shot dead
in front of their car, they may run over you.
Oh, that was one. But there was a sheriff that was like, if you would do anything with the cops, we're going to put you in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's like they're not fucking around in the South. Like all you coastal motherfuckers get to do this shit, but once you get into the South, the South does not. We're not going to do that.
No,
some good old boys going to put two in somebody's forehead.
I think Abbott is definitely angling for a presidency run, because he's like definitely trying to take the lead.
You say that all the time.
It feels like it to me. I mean,
you know what? He's a good dude. If he goes for it, I'd give him a vote. Yeah, he's done pretty good for the state.
Well, what's crazy for me is imagine the Dems. They think Trump is right leaning. Wait till Abbott gets in there, and they find out what right leaning really looks like.
There, all of a sudden, there's going to be like fully automatic everything. You can own bazookas, grenades. Who gives a shit? Just go buy it.
No more property tax, like nationwide.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, let's go. Like I can only get so erect, thinking about this shit.
Yeah.
Dude, no property tax would be dead fucking sexy for everybody in America.
Oh,
well, I wish I'd get that done in Texas so that they'd have a viewpoint of it. Now we don't pay a ton of tax.
It's starting.
Property taxes here
next year.
Yeah, we don't pay a ton of property taxes here, but we're we pay a little bit. It's nothing like California. Like in California, what I pay a year is basically what I paid a month in California. So,
yeah, it hadn't been real bad. Granted, though, like I've got veteran exemption and I've got homestead exemption, so I didn't have a lot of taxes to pay on my main property. But it was still like. I mean, you have 3 taxes here in Texas, depending on what county you're in. You've got your water tax for utility, you've got your school tax, and then you've got your actual property. Now, the property has been reduced this next year, if not completely done away with. The school has been reduced a little bit, and the water is supposed to be reduced as well to only what the differential is between what they've spent and what they've taken in so they can balance their budget, and that's it.
Grid, I think you put the link to the YouTube stream instead of the StreamYard in the last one.
Yeah, that's because I sent it somewhere else. Give me one sec. I'll put it in there. And I've got Abe Dinkus in the house. What's up, man?
He's a Dinkus.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
We can. How are you, sir?
I'm wonderful.
You're an I.
I am an I. Hold on a sec here.
He's a dingus.
Funny guy.
Was that that was earlier, huh?
Yeah, it was last time, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you got to remember to change your name back when you come back on grids. At the end of the night, you may have a weird name.
Yeah, looks like it.
That's true. I forget about that too all the time. Yeah, our governor is here. Our governor here in Tennessee is like half the time I root for him, and half the time I would be perfectly happy if he went away forever. I mean, well, so like a year ago, 2 years ago, he turned down all federal funding for schools because of the strings that they came attached to, and he's like, "Hey, we have a surplus. we don't need this federal money, and we don't need any of the garbage that comes along with that, being part of that. And and so he was like totally like, no, we don't want it. And so the obviously the Democrats here sued because they wanted that money. Like, and the argument was like, why are we taking this money that comes with strings and we don't need it? We don't need to spend it. It's like, it doesn't help anybody for us to take this money and spend it in our system. And I don't know if the Democrats won and we eventually ended up having to accept the money, but I do know that whatever strings were attached, if it was accepted, the strings that were attached were cut. And I think that's, one of the things that's really important to me is as a resident here. I want less ties to the federal government in Tennessee.
Yeah.
And we don't need to increase our property taxes. We don't need to increase anything. And as a matter of fact, if you want to commit political suicide in the state of Tennessee, campaign on a state income tax. Just go ahead. I double dog dare you, because literally your political career is over when you do that. 100%.
Yeah.
And they just don't like it here, and they never have. It took forever to get mandatory insurance for automobiles. It literally, like, they did that right as I graduated high school. They finally got that pushed through. So.
Oh, that was something else that happened today. So apparently, all companies, I don't know if this is just in Texas. I haven't looked this up yet to see whether it was on the federal level or whether it was just for Texas. But all companies are now required to verify that their personnel are actually citizens of the United States.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. That just came down the pipeline today.
That's
bro. I don't want to hold my breath, bro, but like, I'll believe that, goddamn it, when I see it, bro. I've lived in Texas my whole life, right? And
yeah, me too.
Been done business a lot of places in and outside the state, and just this is gonna result in almost zero. I mean, like, I guess it's a good symbolic thing, but unless they actually start like going in there and arresting people wholesale from like the orchards and the farms and the ranches, these like corporate ones, then we're not going to get any actual change, and that's a real fucking problem.
Well, I think that we will see some change. I think we'll see change in the national companies and in the international companies that are here in Texas, right? I don't think that the mom and pop shop type things and the farms necessarily will have much of a change, but
no, we're not going to change at all. We're not the ones doing this shit. It's the fucking big ones that can afford the fine and just like call it a clerical error because they got the bad paperwork that these guys bought. That's who's gonna. That's the only. That's why it's such a problem, because like mom and pops like me, I can't pay 20 immigrants the same price I pay one guy. Like that's just not, like, they can do that. I can't. It's like outrageously unfair. But,
yeah. Well, and I mean, we've seen something close to this in the past. I don't think it was mandated, but it was when the whole new ID thing came into pass. They tried doing this once before, and that didn't really work out too much. We ended up getting that Democrat pushback that just let them flood the fucking gates.
Well, as they actively fought us on building the wall.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about these? About the way that these states are treating the protesters? In so much as like they're like protesting them being arrested, they're protesting them doing all of basically it's like the law. If you just disagree, you can call it civil disobedience and just do whatever the fuck you want, apparently, and you just fuck shit up. What do you guys think about that? I mean, I've heard a bunch of viewpoints this week, and actually had a long, well, not a long discussion, but a very circular discussion with Duck the other night about it, where he just could not get his head around that the fact, just because he doesn't like it, it doesn't make it wrong. And just because he does agree with something, like he agrees with these people on some level for some stupid ass reason, it doesn't make those people right. And he would, and just saying that they're peaceful protesters when it's literally so obvious that they're not peaceful at all. Like why? What is?
Let me build a bridge here. I just debated this for like 2 hours, like this exact topic, right, on Wix, and like this is the kind of my take on this, right? Like, let's say it is mostly peaceful. It's 95% peaceful, 95%. All right, that's a high amount of peacefulness. If that group of people is 50,000 people and 5% is like 2,500 people, I don't fucking know. I'm just making the numbers up. I'm guessing, but if that's that's a large number of people, right? We're gonna, like, that's out there. Even if it's only 5% are malcontents, 2,500 people running around and going, causing property damage is a fucking problem, even if it's mostly peaceful. So, like, sure, I think there's almost nothing you can do that's more patriotic than protesting if you're upset about something in a lawful way. You get the permit, or you go in an area where there's a designated area where you can do this at any time. They have these college campuses. They have these like outside federal areas that you can do at any time. They have like desert. You can get permits for outside those areas. Do it that way, and then maybe try to sell police to keep out the bad dissidents, right? But like if you have 2,500 people running rampant and looting and causing vandalism and all sorts of other shit, that's a problem, even if it is only 5%. And something's got to be done, because it is large numbers of people doing it. When we're having an arrest in the numbers of hundreds and like for violent shit, it's crazy.
It's good to see you too, Beth. What I'll say to you, Admiral Gibbs, is that we had this conversation recently on I believe it was the Fine Abe Dinkus' channel, where we were talking about whether or not the Marines should or should not be called in, and there was a question over whether or not what is it, posse comitatus should be violated, right? Are you familiar with this, Admiral Gibbs? He's not even
muted,
talking
Gibbs.
anymore. He's not even talking.
I don't know about y'all's conversation, but I'm aware of posse comitatus.
Okay, cool. That's cool. So, posse comitatus. That means you can't deploy the active military on American soil unless it's a very dire situation.
You can now.
Yeah.
Actually, you actually can now. So a lot of people don't know, but Biden changed the law, and you actually can deploy the military on American soil now to handle citizens.
There's a reasonable argument for it, but why did posse comitatus exist in the first place? Like, that was part of what we were talking about on Abe Dinkus' channel the other day. It's like, isn't there a particular threshold that should be met before we actually deploy American troops on American soil against American citizens?
Sure.
There should absolutely be a concern. Like, I think it is a concerning legal precedent that's been established, because if like a lefty gains power, they're going to use it, nefariously, in my opinion. It's something we should absolutely be concerned about. I mean, as a Texan, I'm sure my fellow Texans can tell you, we don't exactly trust the big government, regardless of who's in power. I definitely think it's a concern, right? But like, at this point, something's got to be done. Maybe this is like escalation to the point where people I don't want to fuck with the Marines. This is going to end this problem now, kind of thing.
Something is being done. The LAPD is responding. The curfew is being enforced. The National Guard is withholding, or rather upholding federal institutions within LA. We saw Marine Corps marching and rather doing PT in the streets of New York City the other day. So it's being done. Things are being done in order to stalwart against the fucking storm,
So I was kind of looking into this a bit. There's a few things that I kind of wanted to bring up. First is the polling on this. Trump has lost about 2 points in approval rating since the riots have started.
Two points since the riots have started. How many did he gain prior to the riots? It was a lot. He's still up. He's still up overall. Yeah.
I would say he's down from, once his numbers stabilized, he was sitting here at 48, 49%. Right now he's sitting at 46. Now, the narrative I want to say here is the truth. usually, or a lie gets around the world before the truth finishes masturbating in the shower. This
It's true.
right now, it's going to probably dip for another week or so. I'm predicting by the end of June, it reverts to the mean, as the polling usually generally always does. A lot of this is being broadcast as peaceful protests being interrupted by Trump and blah, blah, blah.
You just said I have a poll that says Trump is wrong, and then polls mean nothing.
Well, no. I said that they're going to revert to the mean, and it's usually going to be once the public gets to see the whole story. Because keep in mind, even though the Republican side has half of Twitter and one or two of the top 10 media apparatuses, the rest of them skew hard to the other side. So they're going to control the narrative for the first couple of weeks, and once the full story gets out there, I expect, just like Grego Garcia, that polling is going to shoot right back up. So I think it's just misinformation being peddled out, who's first to get the story out, and the people that are going to do that are the ones with the instantiated institution in order to propel it out the fastest, is what we're seeing. So polling wise, I wouldn't worry too much about it. What I think that the Biden law or the DOD directive that was changed was more just about intelligence. But you could always circumvent the posse whatever the fuck that Latin word is.
Comitatus.
The Insurrection Act was always a way to get around that. There's different versions of laws you can use to get around that, and one of them, Trump has the right to at least take the National Guard. Thing is, Trump is on stage posturing that the National Guard is there to fight the rioters, and actually they've just been protecting ICE agents in federal buildings. And I feel like if he said that and came down off of the high horse with what they're actually doing, it'd be more popular for him with the American people. That's something we're probably going to see in 2 weeks. Actually, this is what the National Guard was doing, and they were lying. So
there's an action. This is interesting to me because, from my point of view, it seems like Trump is he's like riding the edge of doing the right thing, but also at the same time he's like teasing doing the wrong thing. Like, there's no problem with him sending in the National Guard really to back up the police, which is what he originally, I think, said he was going to do. And then, of course, there's been the big stink, and they've had it's been in court now 3 times as far as whether he could do that or not.
Wait a minute.
So he's like, well,
Tyler, your keyboard is very loud, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it is.
So I just got to get used to muting on and off again. I only use this program for that.
He knows his keyboard is loud. And then Trump sending in the Marines to protect the federal buildings, that's within his authority. And so far, that seems like that's all they're doing. So if what's actually happening, and it's hard to tell if it really is, but if what's happening is the National Guard is basically escorting these ICE agents around and providing backup for them and keeping them from being, getting their asses beat, then I think he's within his right to do that, because he's not using the National Guard against the, at that point, he's not using the National Guard against someone or against the public, right? He's actually using it kind of the way he's supposed to. And if he's using the Marines, if the actual truth is they're just guarding federal buildings, that's within his right to do that as well. And if that's all they're doing, then I don't see any problem with it. The question is what's actually happening versus what is within the realm of ability.
Well, and I think what you were talking about earlier of how he is kind of pushing the edge to a degree, right? Like, sure. He's what I see him doing, and I understand that a lot of people are getting real pissy about this, but what I see him doing is this, okay? He sees that in this state, they're allowing people to steal without the police going in and doing anything about it. They're allowing people to get away with doing a lot of really shitty things to other people, and there's a few arrests that are being made in amongst that, but for a good long part of the beginning of it, the police weren't allowed to engage at all. They were told to just stand there and hold the line and watch these guys destroy their city, right? And so Trump said, all right, look,
cars, including emergency vehicles, including
they knocked down a couple of city lights One of them was a stoplight on a corner. There was another one that was a street light. They did it by hand. They pulled it down by hand,
Right.
which is
What
fucking crazy. But
they're
anyhow,
doing worse than
so
that.
yeah, they are. They're doing worse than that at this point. And so the thing is, though, what I see him doing is saying, okay, I'm seeing all this shit going on. I want to make sure that when it happens and the police have to engage, they have the arm of force there backing them up. So no matter what the fuck happens, they have what they need, and they have the backup from the president himself saying, I've got your back, guys. Do what you got to do. You know, and so
well,
he's meeting
traditionally,
force with force.
I'd
Well,
like to believe that. I'd like
presidents
to
would have
believe that
waited
that's
for
what
the
it is. But
governors.
in reality, I think what's actually going on is that the mayors and the governors of these cities and these states are finding themselves in a frightening position where maybe Trump is going to come in and save the day, and they don't want to fucking let that happen. They do not want that to happen, and
Too
under
bad.
any circumstance. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
what
that's
they're
not it,
doing,
'cause
what
there's
they're
even,
doing
like,
is they're
military
allowing
experts saying that this is
the police to actually enforce the curfew and all the laws that are on the books. That's what's going on. They're actually
no,
letting
they're
the
not
police
just
do their
afraid of
jobs.
optics.
Yeah,
they're not just
but
afraid
the
of
guard are
optics.
just
There's
there to
also
make sure that if it goes
military
out of
experts.
hand,
Hi, can I say
that they
one thing
have the
to you?
support they need.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi.
That's how I
Coming
see it,
through?
at least.
Low.
All right.
Is there like
You're quiet, Melanie.
was
You're
this
very
talking
quiet
quicker?
by comparison.
Okay, well I don't have
Oh,
control
is
over the
Melanie
volumes
talking?
on my end.
Let's get some baiting done, y'all. I'm ready to start baiting.
Yeah, if you all just want to agree, if you all just want to circle jerk and agree with each other, I can take a back seat.
Yeah, let's start baiting.
Melanie,
now. That
can you
sounds
turn your
good.
mic up like maybe 10%?
No, I think that's up to close or something because again, I don't have direct control over that.
Oh, it's
From
kind
what
of
I can see.
roboting.
Oh, is that what you look
got her
like?
turned up as fast as I can. I mean, as loud as I can.
Okay.
Check one, two, one last time.
Way better.
That's better. That's better. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's the distance. Sorry, it's a new configuration. So yeah, it traditionally presidents wait for like the governors to ask for help. They don't just like go in there on their own agenda. So it's not really like an optics thing. It's a state sovereignty issue. What military experts, not just like the governor of California and stuff like that, are taking issue with is the fact that this Trump hasn't made any sort of order that would be specific to California, which kind of signals. Which again breaks tradition and kind of signals that this could be applied to other states as well. So my argument for what you just said would specifically be it doesn't matter what people do. That's usually a law enforcement issue. If governors feel like they cannot handle it, then I'm pretty sure they'll keep order in their own state by asking.
There's two things at play here. The first is that yes, you're correct. Typically, if a governor is having a situation's out of control, he then calls on the National Guard to be sent out. However, in this case, the National Guard is not quelling the civil unrest. They're not going into the riots and shooting in tear gas and beating people with sticks and arresting people and doing that. That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is protecting the buildings and the federal agents. That's all they're doing as far as I know. Now, I'm not saying that there's not, I'm not up. I don't have a minute by minute. I'm not getting briefed by the president or anything like that. So this is just what I have observed through and by the way, I think it's amazing. Can we all find it absolutely amazing the level of actual live footage from various streamers and the real time true viewpoint into what's actually going on versus the narrative that you would get and are getting from the traditional press. It's so diametrically opposed. It's insane.
Well, they're getting all their shit from the various sources that you're talking about, the very independent sources like BG on the scene and yada yada on down the line. The people who are actually out there and in the thick of it that are getting the footage, they're getting all that shit fucking secondhand 2-3 days later.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's something we wouldn't have seen like even 10 years ago on this level. It would have been too hard for most people to actually have like a constant stream like that. But
No,
thank God,
that's not true at all.
technology is
In
getting better.
2020 was very similar.
10 years ago.
Actually, in 2020,
No, I said 10 years ago. I said 10 years, and I'm talking about a continuous stream, like unbroken. Before, it would have been hard to walk across a block and not have a broken.
In 2020, we saw the same exact shit happen. There
I didn't
was a
say
huge-
2020. I said I was referring to 2014.
You were referring to 10 years ago. I know. So you're saying that 10 years ago,
2014.
the technology was very different. What I'm saying is that in 2020...
No, I didn't say it was very different. I just said it would have been much harder.
For fuck's sake,
way
Mel.
better implemented
Really?
now.
Really? You're gonna sit here and argue
Yeah,
this
I
and
watched
it's over
streams back
harder
then, dude.
and better.
I just
Really.
want to say.
Yeah, I used to watch Unicorn
that's
Riot
what
try
we're
to stream. They had
arguing
like some of the
about.
best equipment. Yeah,
I feel-
Unicorn Riot would have some of the best equipment, and they still had difficulty maintaining a constant stream.
I think it's amazing that this is the first stream where Mel has actually revealed their camera. That was amazing to me.
I want to go on record. Something else amazing has happened, and that is Gibbs is vindicated again as a prophet. The Dems are now using the same arguments as 1861 pro-slavery Democrats for state sovereignty and keeping the prices down in agriculture. Big fan. We've got them all the way back to 1861. Didn't see that one coming on the video card, but I'm excited that we're back.
Yeah, I think
Gibbs is
even
right again.
Democrats support the Federalist Gibbs.
No, they don't. They don't, Mel. They don't. They're
Yeah,
fucking
actually
commies.
they do.
They're
Yeah,
fucking
actually they do
commies.
support the Federalist
They're
Papers.
fucking
Find me
commies,
one
Mel.
Democrat. Find me one Democrat that's
All
rejected
the
the
commies
Federalist
are
Papers.
all the commies are.
Find me
fucking-
one
okay.
Democrat, not
Fine.
communist. I didn't say communist. I didn't say
Jasmine
communist. Stop moving the
Crockett. Jasmine
goalposts.
Crockett. Okay,
Stop
there
moving
you
the
go.
goalposts.
AOC.
Stop
There you
moving
go.
the goalposts, you dishonest fuck.
You asked for
Stop
one
moving
Democrat.
the
I
goalposts,
gave
you
you
dishonest
two.
fuck. I said
You asked for
Democrat.
two-
I said
one-
Democrat.
I
I
gave
said
you two.
Democrat. I said
Jasmine Crockett.
Democrat. So
and
find me
AOC.
one Democrat.
We're ready to go. I can
One
tell you
Democrat who
what.
said we should get rid of
Just everybody calm down a minute. I want to welcome Vince Wilson of the Vince Wilson Show. How
What's
are
up,
you,
buddy?
sir?
Let's go, Vince.
Hanging in there.
Vince.
For anybody who may be like, this guy looks familiar, former name was the Doghouse Show, FYI.
Doghouse, what's up, bro? It's good to see you. It's been a
I
long
haven't
fucking
seen you-
time since I
say,
ain't talked to
dude,
you,
I
man.
haven't probably seen you in probably years,
Fuck,
literally.
yeah, it's been a few.
I'm on the other side of the aisle now, so forgive me for my behavior, but you know.
Well, it's okay. You know what? You are a lot more tolerable than this fucking cosmic cat that claims to be a fox.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'd hate me
But-
too if I were a fucking idiot.
I haven't seen I feel like I haven't seen Cosmic Fox. I remember you running around in circles that I was in, although I think we were on the opposite sides of the aisle at that time. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we never talked
So,
about it.
Vince, what do you do
I
on
like
your
your camera,
what do
it
you do
looks
on
good.
your show, Vince?
What's
your show about?
One of the things
yeah,
that I always admire about you.
Yeah,
was
because
the
we have a guest,
research,
guys.
man.
Be polite.
It
I want to know
was
what Vince does.
massive.
He gets a chance to pitch
Yeah.
himself, I think.
There was a
So-
ton of fucking.
He gets the
I mean,
credit.
he just hopped onto a political panel.
it's all good. It's all good. No, so I've inadvertently become more of a TikTok streamer than I've become a YouTube, Twitch, or whatever. I have done that. I've just been traveling for the past
Yeah.
month and a half, so
Cool.
it's made doing streaming almost impossible. So I
Yeah.
find TikTok is a lot of an easier avenue to be able to post videos in 30 minutes and things like that.
Cool.
So,
Yeah, awesome.
Aside from the fact that
Vince,
you literally
it's
have
great
no
to have
freedom
you
of
here.
speech.
It's great to have you here, buddy.
no,
Doug.
and Cosmic Fox is 100% right. Streaming on TikTok and even doing videos on
Yeah.
TikTok is
Of course.
nearly impossible. Given
Oh,
like
yeah.
you have to, if you hear me say any TikTok language, please forgive me. There's certain words you can't use. Like you have to say pew pew, you have to say d-rug, and you have to say all sorts of different things like that are coded. So forgive me. I'm a little bit TikTok brained lately.
Hey, whatever it takes, baby. That's the secret.
All right. So for the new people, and I'll have to repeat this at least one more time if you've not done this before, the format here is very interesting. Basically, the chat has a lot of control here, and I also have all the control. So we have 3 judges. I have a lot of my typical judges in tonight, so I know that Gibbs wants to judge tonight, and I'm all for that. Anson, I think, wants to judge, and Tyler, do you want to debate?
I'll judge if Tyler will debate. I'll tell you that.
I would rather judge, but I can do either. I just figured looking at the crowd here that there's 4 left wingers and only 1, 2, 3 right wingers. I figured.
Yeah, we're down on some right wingers tonight. They, I don't know where they're at. Do
you guys know what that means? You guys know if it's all lefties, it means we got to talk dildos, bro.
Hey,
There's
Grid.
There's only one way, and it's up.
Grid. I'll debate if you let Beth judge.
But Beth's a girl.
I know, and she's really good at judging. Look at that.
I'll go either way, man.
She can judge. She's very judgmental.
She does.
Very female. See, you can see the scorn.
Well, we have a policy. See?
Oh, okay. No females.
Well, we did it once. It worked out kind of okay, but yeah, I don't know. Let me dwell on it. Let me just get through the introduction, and
She's already got judge in her name.
Yeah,
that can be changed quickly.
That's what happens is they jump the gun. It's like that. See,
Anson put me up to it. Anson put me up to it.
Anson puts people up to everything, and I know that Anson wants to debate tonight, so we could put Cleaner in, and Anson can debate tonight, and Beth can debate. What's up, Grumpelstiltskin? I see you slipping in the back door, side door. Do we have a back door around here? I don't know.
I'll find it.
You'll find it.
Oh,
this feels like old times.
Really?
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, y'all are terrible. I swear.
I know,
the
they're terrible
degeneracy
people.
is
Terrible
awful.
people. Terrible. So the way it works is the chat will either the chat or myself prompt the 1v1 debates. Once you're selected for a 1v1 debate, we will pick a topic, a prompt. You have 1 minute per. Each person gets 1 minute to make their position, and then you have 5 minutes of timed debate that can be extended. The menu is constantly being posted. Who dropped?
That one person that was above me.
Beth.
That was Beth.
Beth.
Oh, well,
be-
it's probably internet. Yeah.
She's probably changing her name.
Probably.
Anyway, so once the debate can be extended, there are various chat moves that can happen. You can be, they can pay to make you take the affirmative position or the negative position, depending on what you would normally take. So, just for example, if you're normally pro abortion, then you might, be given that Uno reverse card, and you would have to then be defending. You would then have to be arguing from the pro-life point of view, and that goes for both people. You don't have enough debate voice to debate. Okay, well, be an audience member. There's nothing wrong with sitting on the sidelines, Beth. It's okay. It's okay. What's up, Cassell? Good to see you. Don't know you, but that's okay. A couple other things. I have a zero tolerance policy for getting even close to TOS. I will boot you. We try really hard not to do that stuff.
Inward. I'm just kidding.
I know. We try really hard not to boot people, but we will do it. And other than that, be cool. I'm the moderator. If I tell you to stop talking over each other, stop talking over each other. Other than that, I generally do not do anything but run the timer during the debates, and then the judges judge. And so that is that's the basis of it. Does anyone have any questions of how the game is played?
Nope.
Oh, that's awesome. That's amazing.
I just answer for everybody. Just nope.
So I get to debate tonight. Is what you're saying?
Let's see. So Gibbs.
Wait, did you say questions?
Do you have questions?
Did you say questions or complaints? Because I don't have any questions, but I have a lot of complaints.
Go fuck yourself.
You've had a lot of complaints. However, my complaint department has not arrived, so unfortunately the person that you would complain to is not here. Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here. Gibbs, Tyler, do you want to debate or do you want to duke it out or do you want to judge?
Either or, if I had my choice, I'd judge, but I can do whatever you need.
Judge. And then Cleaner, same choice. Would you rather duke it out or would you like to judge?
I'd rather debate, but if you need a judge, I'll be more than happy to.
Well, I'll judge, Grid. That's no problem. I just, I figured I'd throw it out there in case somebody didn't.
Well, I figured it. Anson, you've judged a lot, and maybe you might want to duke it out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a better judge than I am a debater. So,
well, that's true.
That's fair. You gave me a lot of shit the time that I won the whole fucking tournament except for Beth. You gave me a lot of shit, Anson. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you deserved it. So.
All right. What's the other rules? I mean, we'll get into. Tell your crowd to come over and donate often because this show runs on the donations, and the winner gets 10% of the night's take, and the runner-up gets 5% of the night's take because. Why not? You earned it, right? You're going to have to sit through all of this nonsense. It can be kind of boring because once we get the debaters, then everybody goes to the back except for the debaters and the moderator. So, all right. So now that we all understand that, and it's going to be cool. I know it's going to be cool. Cassell, I'm not familiar with you. Are you? What side of the aisle are you on? Are you? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Cool. Sorry, I joined and my camera didn't work, so I might have like two different screens on here if it's confusing. I'm trying to figure that out. But
I can get rid of
that. Yeah, Tyler told me about it.
You don't have to do. Rude. Wanted to get both.
I
didn't mean to do that, Cassell. I didn't mean to do it. Tyler, get him back. I'm sorry about that. That's all right. That was me. I did that. I'm bad. That was my bad. He did have two screens up though. So I didn't mean to do that.
Thank God I'm not going to be the only person to fumble tonight.
I was being helpful, but not really, I guess.
Thank goodness for Boomer Tech, Melanie.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, no, wait. He's back. Here we go. All right. So, Tyler, tell
Cassell's permanently gone.
There he is. He's back.
86th,
folks.
Back.
He's bad.
There he is.
Bad.
Now we can
All right. I see how it is, guys. You don't want me here. It's fine.
Let's go.
I'm laughing.
Are you using? So this is one of your first panels, and you're already using OBS, bro. That's pretty cool. I saw you had the little just streamer things. I saw you had
up, Doug. Let the man run the fucking panel.
I saw he had the OBS icon up already.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Right?
I have some of this stuff set up. I've been doing some YouTube stuff this year, not as much, and then on Twitch. But that's how I met Tyler. We did one debate with Wick once, and we've been following each other ever since and ribbing each other on Twitter and X. So he told me about this, and I had a free time tonight. And so I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Meet some new people. I don't really debate too often, so it'll be great to get some debate chops in to see if I'm any good at that. But definitely happy to be here. Nice to meet you guys.
Format.
Cheers. Let's go.
So,
let's go, baby.
Which castle are you?
As in what? Not so. My name doesn't refer to the basketball player, if you're wondering.
No, because I've seen 3 guys in the chat at different times that have different first names, but Cassell for their last name. So I was just wondering if you were one of those.
I'm not in the chat.
Okay.
I was thinking
cool.
Orthanc or Barad-dûr. That's what I was thinking. Which castle are you?
The name is it goes back to my alma mater. It's one of the stadiums that we play in, so it's actually not related to any castles or anything like that. Not my actual last name.
Darn. Well, there goes my hopes and dreams. Thank you.
That's okay. Yeah, it's so good. So good. Kissy
So
cat.
Grid, do we have a theme or anything for the night other than welcoming Jason and getting to see well,
We
I
never
guess
have a
Anson's
game.
not debating.
This is all about you. Come on, you know how this game is played. So.
All right.
Frank Castle would be a better one.
Oh, that would be.
Duck, the theme is that Beth is a secret judge and Grid isn't going to pull her out until the last minute.
I'm gonna be scared then. I've seen Beth judge. I've seen her judge. I've seen her mod.
Y'all are fucked now.
watch my
Grumpelstiltskin is in the room. The sexiest man on the planet Earth has just entered the room, and you are all in trouble. I'm telling you right now.
I feel like I've been
You're proud of me,
teleported back
sir.
in
That's,
time right now.
a
Like there are so many old faces that I've seen here, and I mean that like figuratively and literally. But I'm just saying, like,
Oh, Vince.
I hear you, Doug.
Vince in his doghouse. Hey.
Beth, I need the
yeah.
pair, please. Beth, Kissy Cat said that you were picking the first pair. I need the first pair. I need you to do your job. This is why.
Goodness.
Did Kissy Cat pick the first pair of judges? Is that who she,
This is why we don't put women in positions of leadership.
Loading. Who's got the loading meme?
Let's go, Beth. Show us a nice pair.
Windows circle.
Oh my goodness sakes! I don't want to see a pair. I
Pre-flop
don't want to.
chips.
Castle. That's a little like friendly fire.
No balls, please.
Same
No
top.
balls. No balls.
Huh?
I said no balls.
No balls?
No balls. No pairs, please. No pairs. No, I don't want to see no pairs of balls. Oh, I'm sorry.
EOD's been awake too long.
I have
so
been awake way too long, dude.
Same. Same.
He needs help. All right, Castle, you just got here and you're already going to be thrown in the fire there. All right.
Well, what happened to Gumpo?
I'm putting everybody in the back.
Oh, okay.
I'm changing my judging method
I'm
for
I'm
tonight.
going in the.
I'm judging strictly based on emotions.
That's what he said.
Lucia Lays donated $10
And by the way,
super
if anybody
chat
hasn't already
to
heard, I am on the left
EOD
now.
and Grumpless Tiltskin 07 gentlemen.
All right, gentlemen.
Oh shit.
Nice clean fight. No hitting below the belt. No TOS. No chatting out, okay? Just keep your inner chud within. What shall we debate tonight, Duck? What would you like to debate Mr. Cassell on?
Preferenceless. I'll say that right now.
Yeah, I can't think of anything in particular other than what's maybe going on right now. I don't know if you prefer geopolitics or what's going on with Iran, Israel, or with U.S. Keep it domestic, but I'm really down for whatever.
Where are you at on patriarchy versus matriarchy?
I've done that one up here. So my opinion is that if you define patriarchy in any such way, you also have to admit that every society has essential matriarchal characteristics.
Well,
you do not have a society
asking
without
what your
patriarchy.
position is, but okay. All right. Sex on the first date, slut or not, says Beth. Well, gentlemen.
I would say no.
You'd say no, Duck.
Yeah, I'm on
Speaker.
Cassell's side.
You guys
as
are
well.
on the same page there. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, this is going to be interesting because you guys are kind of on the same team there. Yeah, left versus left. This is going to take a while. Got some.
Yeah, let me ask. Like, what are your? And sorry, what if I missed your name? But what should I?
You can just call me Grid 1 or Grid or whatever. It doesn't matter.
And then same for you. What does he go by? Sorry, I don't want to.
Oh, like Duck.
Duck.
Yeah,
okay.
Duck. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Like, what's your? We should start there, like, just so I have a sense of where I think we could go. But like, what's your background, or like, where do you usually sit on the political spectrum?
Yeah, I'm on the left typically. I'm
like far left or middle or.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a college degree in political science and stuff, so usually I'm pretty moderate in these blood sport debates. I'm willing to play sort of either side and defend like a conservative position if one exists. But yeah, I tend to be a little more progressive, but I'm not opposed to like I can defend, basically anything Marxism. It's all fair game, baby.
Yeah, great. This is a bad matchup because we're pretty
just
similar.
redefine communism.
Sorry, was that for me? What was that?
Is socialism always end up being communism?
I mean, for me, I guess I would say no, just to start off, if that's something that you disagree with, Doug. But I would say no. I think that there's a difference, and we see it with different countries now, like who's communist or who has been communist in the past, and what's considered a socialist country today, and how those have kind of differentiated. I think a lot of people maybe in the U.S. see them very similarly because they do have similarities to them. But I still think there's like a bifurcation there on how they differ. I don't think it always leads to one or the other.
I still think like if you look like in Europe today, it's easy to say that Europe's gone too far left. People will say that, and yet you can live anywhere in Europe and it's still, you still have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. You still have to find a job as an individual. The fact there's a social safety net, perhaps more ethical prison systems, doesn't mean they're communist. It just, it's, I don't know how else to say that.
Okay. Let me go to my well of debate topics here, since we're not doing well on our own. Fortunately, I have hundreds of them. Pornography versus prostitution, are they the same thing?
No. Also, I can say yes, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like today with OnlyFans, I think people start to get a sense that could be in that starting to encroach a little bit there. I would still think that they're different, but I could argue the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say they're, in a debate setting, I'm comfortable saying that all adult sex work is the same thing. I think that's an important point too.
Okay, so hold on. So you're saying that all sex work is sex work, so prostitution and pornography would be the same thing. Cassell, is that your view as well?
Thinking about if prostitution or pornography is all considered.
Chairman of the board is paying to force a topic on you guys. So let me go
Chairman
get it.
of the board donated $40. Super chat. I get to force an affirmative position.
Oh. Cool.
So there we go. All right, Anson.
Oh, no, I'm not forcing a topic. They get to pick the topic. I just get to pick which one of them is affirmative.
Oh, okay. All right.
What about I feel like military industrial complex is something that for someone on my end, I usually hear a lot against that, but I'm pretty pro for that. I feel like Duck, you'd probably be against it. Maybe we could argue
I can talk about it either side. I'd be happy to talk about today. I'd be happy to talk about it. I think there's like real geopolitical context right now, and so it's one of those things.
Yeah, you're a
it's like a cup of coffee.
How about this? Trump is being criticized for doing the same thing that the left would have cheered Biden for doing if he had been in control on January 6th.
For which situation? Great.
For the situation in California right now.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to argue with Duck about that, but I feel like they're a bit different in terms of the size and scope. But I mean, listen, Joe Biden, I don't know if he would have been able to handle. I don't know if he would have been sending the National Guard there.
Any liberal that you pick.
Yeah. Agreed. I mean, I would. I know Anson gets to come in, but I would defend Trump if I had to, just because we're on the Grid One show.
Yeah.
Just because it's debate night, baby. Let's have some fun.
You got to know how to debate.
Let's have a little bit of fun here.
All
right, let's do it.
I think we can do it.
So all right, let me define the debate prompt so we narrow it down, right? So the things that Trump is doing right now in California, if a leftist, Bernie, Biden, Obama, any of them had done the exact same thing, the left would be cheering for it and not condemning it as they are currently. That's the topic. Which side do you want? Or actually, is Anson assigned to sides? I don't care who gets.
Yeah, I think that for this debate, that Duck is going to be the biggest pro-Trump cuck he can be.
Yep, I'll do it. And you guys know this is Duck being good faith, arguing the other side, because we're gonna have a lot of fun with this. I'm so excited.
think so.
I'm so ready. Cassell, we're friends, right?
I'm glad. I'm glad we're all going to part as friends because that's how we roll.
I disagree. Grid's going to have to kick me off now because I'm going to spurg until he does, and it's going to be hilarious.
Whatever.
I'm going to keep saying stuff. I'm judging based on which one of you makes me laugh the most.
Whatever.
I'll try my best.
I'm gonna come in with one-liners for my judgment.
I hope not. All right, 1 minute. Who has the affirmative? Duck. All right, you get 1 minute, and we'll start. Wait, I got to kick Hanson.
Yeah, you got to kick me, or else I'm going to say ridiculous stuff and continue.
And so now let's go. All right, Duck, you ready? You get 1 minute.
Yep.
Starting.
All right. The role of the chief executive, the president, is always to conduct tests to see what executive power is meaningful in that year. It would have been irresponsible for Donald Trump to not send the National Guard, as well as the Marines. Donald Trump has responsibility for all of the continental United States as well as the territories. That includes LA, and there's no exception in terms of events that could possibly be a risk to national security. Now, his job is not to protect individual rights. That is the job of LA. But it's reasonable, and more than that, people should believe that if there are thousands of people gathered and there's a threat of violence, Donald Trump has every authority to send in the most impactful resources. Now, even if the courts rule that he's not supposed to, it's still the case that Donald Trump, as president of the United States, has a right to make that decision in the first place to send in National Guard and to deploy troops. Donald Trump doesn't have a mandate to...
that's time.
Was that it? Okay.
That was a full minute. I gave you the whole thing. All right, you ready, Cassell?
Yes, sir. Just let me know when to start.
All right, start now.
Great. So like Doug said, I don't necessarily disagree with when Trump can send them in, but the fact remains that he did not coordinate with the state of California, and that action is deferred to the governor of the state of California to decide when to get the National Guard involved. I think in this case, too, with LA, it seems pretty obvious that it was pretty retained in a certain area of the city, did not require the amount of force that was sent in at the time. And when it did, it obviously, we saw that things escalated to an nth degree that I feel was unnecessary, and the city has been burdened more by it than because of it.
All right, you had 15 seconds left. That's really good. All right, we're going to put 5 minutes on the board. You guys get to duke it out and start now.
All right, so I have one question. So you mentioned that you think that the protests got worse and that Trump didn't coordinate with the state. So is your argument that that Trump had to do those things, like those are necessary?
No, my argument would be that Trump, because of Trump's actions, things escalated to a point that they didn't have to go to. So if Trump did nothing and instead was, let's say, just notified about the situation at hand and said the National Guard is ready when you need it, I think that would have been much more useful to the state of California than just sending in the National Guard without that communication.
So I can defend Trump and even agree with you, but that wasn't my point at all. And in fact, I think it's irresponsible. If we're talking about what executive authority over the National Guard, and the U.S. military actually means, I would think even Democrats like Kamala Harris would say it's an irresponsible position to not believe that Donald Trump had the authority to send folks in. And there's many reasons that he may have done this to protect the city. And so that was the main point I wanted to get at was, if you're a sitting president or any sitting president, why don't you have the ability to deploy troops anytime and anywhere?
So you don't. I think that it overstates a little bit about the situation, and having Donald Trump being able to make that decision that overrides the state's right to call in for help from the National Guard is kind of the point, right? I think with the situation at hand, you have someone like Donald Trump who's figuring that he can single-handedly solve a situation. In this case, that doesn't have really any. I don't know what his end goal was either. He was sending in the National Guard if things got worse, then what would happen from there? So I don't know exactly. Does he have the right to send in the National Guard without telling the governor of the state of California or without communicating with him? I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, and then this is I mentioned in my opening statement that Trump and any president's always open for legal challenges, and so specifically DJT, in this case, he may have had information. We can't tell without that court process about some broader national security story. LA is a very critical city. There's lots of critical cities in the United States. It could be the reason that people have the right to peaceable assembly, but there's some special interest in people not taking that too far, not rioting. And so from the perspective of Donald Trump's presidency, we'll have to wait to hear those court hearings. But at this point in time, there's not a justifiable reason to say that that Donald Trump wasn't justified to send in the National Guards. And one amazing example of this is that, yes, there's U.S. military surveillance equipment in Los Angeles. We've never had that test in the United States of something like a Predator drone, the best of our aerospace industry, monitoring to make sure that the people of LA are living safely.
I guess my response to that would be, can you tell me when it was appropriate for Donald Trump to send in the National Guard? At what point of the protests do you think it escalated to, even if the governor, like let's say the governor didn't want to do anything, at what point do you think in part of the protest it was appropriate to send Trump in?
Yeah, so being charitable towards the administration. After the first day, DHS said there's 1,000 violent protesters. And so, and so from the perspective of the administration, seeing federal buildings that are part of a federal policy, even having to set up perimeters around the clock and constantly go back and retreat into the building, whether or not that's actually justified to send the National Guard, as I'm arguing in this case, is a matter of both jurisprudence as well as the actual letter of the law. We can't know what the Trump administration saw or meant to mean, and what explanations were owed or would be owed without the court hearing. And so if we grant this, then it must be the case that Donald Trump was justified to deploy the U.S. military in its full force towards Los Angeles to keep the protesters safe themselves.
Yeah, I would just counter that and say that based on the response from the police department themselves, it seemed like they had all the cover they needed to, and until they gave that communication, I feel like anything that Trump had said in private or whatever he had been telling his cabinet just didn't matter until then.
I wanted to let you kind of finish the point, but yeah, that's time.
Real quick, Grid. I'm sorry to interrupt. Hey, Grid, do you mind real quick? Hey, Castle, if you don't know this, you have the finals on in the background, and that could be like a TOS violation, like all on YouTube and all the other ones. They're like really mad about that.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to move that, I just if you could I knew you didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to let you know so that we didn't get hit. Nobody got hit here. But okay, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you can't have anything in the background. Only conservatives can have things in the background. Okay.
I apologize.
The real
I,
ones
just
know.
thought it was sensitive. I wanted to get that out before anybody here got hit on bullshit. Sorry,
I just
Grid,
wanted to
apologize.
subtle shout out. If you know, the real ones will have a fire in the background. If you know, you know.
Oh, look out now.
True.
Shots fired.
I really want
remember
to.
that, but no.
I got to be honest. That was a very polite debate. That was. There's no blood sport in that, but it was good. It was good. And Duck, you made you made some very interesting.
He tried.
Points.
It was
You
bullshit,
really.
I thought my point, Grid. If you're a political science major, anyone's interested in political science, you look it up on YouTube after the Grid 1 show. I thought it was interesting, right? We were touching multiple areas of international policy, comparative government, and there's a lot more that we could probably touch on in a longer form.
Which school of political thought, Duck? Hey, Duck, which school of political thought says that presidents must test their limits?
Judging. I want to
Shut
judge.
the fuck up, Melanie. Nobody cares about
realism.
It's
Realism and neo-realism. Not
I really
constructivism.
like the banter, but let's do the judging and let's send somebody strolling until somebody buys them back in. It's a little early to be getting rid of good people. So, Anson Knowles, since you have absolutely been hate and discontent everywhere tonight, you go first.
Yeah, so Cassell, however the hell you say that, you said Donald Trump should defer to the state of California. So I don't know if you're aware or not, but that's kind of like, a toddler taking advice from a TikTok influencer, right? Like, even if you did it, it wouldn't fucking matter because it'd still be a dumpster fire. So from my perspective, you lost, but not for that reason, not for that stupid comment. It was because you got 6 points and Duck got 13. And I'm not going to give y'all any of the reasons why, because I don't like either one of your faces.
Wow. Comparing him now. Jeez, what a loser. I mean, what a great guy.
I'm not a ginger and I don't snort. Fuck you guys.
All right, Tyler. let's hear from a judge doing his job tonight.
Okay, so I stenographered this in chicken scratch, and I had 5 points coming out of Duck, 3 points coming out of Castle. The ones that I didn't hear addressed the most were Duck's point, which is it's pretty well accepted in Articles 1, 2, and 3 that all three, well, at least 1 and 2 articles are going to be vying for as much power as they can. The framers expected this from the 2 branches. So what you're saying, there is a valid political science point. The thing is, after your introduction, he never brought it up again, and you got kind of into his territory a bit. So when you got into his territory, I feel like during the body of the debate, he asked you a couple of questions and kept going back to them, and I didn't hear a good reason why. You just said 1,000 violent protesters. You also almost granted it a little bit. The only time you pushed back on the legality was with, well, we have to wait for what the judges see. He should have hit you with previous court cases. He might not have had him prepared for this, but he kept hitting you with there was no point at California's representatives asked for this help. And generally, even if it is legal, it's still bypassing their state's rights, and you never gave him the justification, which was the second question of why that's okay. So I feel like he kind of took the win during the body, even though your opener was strong, because you left your strongest point behind in the opener.
All right, Gibbs, let's hear it, man.
I'm gonna go Castle. I think Castle did a better job, getting this point across. I thought Duck did admirable. I thought it was very close overall, but I think, I don't know. I was a little more impressed with what Castle was doing. I thought he was a little more consistent. I didn't like the one train of thought at the beginning where that Duck went down trying to do the establish what I felt like he tried to establish a line of thought and didn't follow through in the mid. And I think that Castle was a little more consistent all the way through, in my opinion. But it was like razor thin.
Yeah, interesting. So, Castle, you came, you saw, you lost, but don't go away because somebody may buy you back in. Here's the thing: I actually thought that you were making pretty reasonable arguments. You just didn't match Duck's energy. I think Duck was having fun with it and saying things in like very strange ways. that I, as a judge, would have probably knocked him down for, had you had more energy and more, and had a more firm base. I don't know what everybody else feels like, but I felt like that you probably were making better points, but you just weren't bringing it. You weren't putting, you weren't challenging Duck's points. You were just kind of like, yeah, but okay. And that unfortunately loses you or causes you to lose. Anybody else can kick in what they think and how all this went down.
I think it's a hilarious fucking analogy that you put forth, which is it's just a flaccid dick. Just I got the thing, maybe I don't know. and then Duck was like, "Here is fascism!" It was great. It was great.
Yeah, no,
I love you, Doug.
Sometimes
That's a
simple though.
mischaracterization.
Sometimes simple though is good though. I think that I think that's probably what I think Castle did really well actually is that he put it in the simpler terms while Duck kind of took us down this meandering road. And
Right.
Listen, it's late. I don't know how many of y'all are this attentive at this late. But
I
mean, it's a
late.
struggle for sometimes. Whenever I feel like the audience maybe loses people sometimes when they get a little too convoluted. But I don't know. That was just my personal taste on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. You've been
All
hanging
right.
out with lefties all the time. You're on Twitch, man. Like,
So
what
if we're
can you
deferring
do?
to the audience, why
I'd
not
be
just
whooping
have a
them too.
poll?
I'd be whooping them too. That's what I do. I go and give them
I
whooping to
hope
the whole
so.
serve. You know?
I'd love to see it, man. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh,
I love
a wild
you.
beast
I do.
appears.
Yes, if
Good
you're
evening,
deferring to
sir.
the audience, why not just have a poll?
No, I don't defer to the audience ever.
I'm not. Well,
Well, Gibbs did. So
no,
I'm
the
asking
audience.
him why he just
The
hold a
audience
poll.
in this case would be the judges.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Lethy. I bet you and Gibbs get along a lot better than me and Gibbs do.
Oh, I get along with Gibbs great. Gibbs is great
Yeah.
people.
So just one interesting point in
Oxtaxo
case you guys
donated
want one more
$10 super
snooze
chat.
fest
How
before
much
we
to mute whoever
kind of pick
just
it up as the show
screamed?
goes on or whatever.
How much?
So one of the ways the Constitution actually regulates standing armies is through budget, is appropriations, right?
Yeah,
And
another
so
one
it's
is
interesting.
posse comitatus, right? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that's not what he's talking about at
Can't
all.
mute you
I
if
know.
you screamed. Who just screamed? Don't make me rewind tape.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I just thought that was fascinating. That you'd think that in a democracy, like my intuition would tell me that, like, yeah, if justice is this thing where the military is not coming after you for no reason, the U.S. military for no reason, that there would be something about the executive being limited in their use of that. But no, it's like a lot of it is budgetary, right? It's like, yeah, we should tell troops, we should tell enlisted men what to think and how you think about the Constitution and the population, and then it's budget. You don't have a job. There is no money for it. So it's just really odd. I thought that was fascinating.
Okay. Well, Cassell,
Yeah,
jump
it is really
up
odd how you got there.
and go hang out in the chat, and maybe somebody will bring you back, because I actually thought you did make salient points. So, but
Thanks. No, yeah, appreciate you guys, and yeah, having first time
was
debate.
it a little different?
It was different. I understand that, and I feel like if I didn't go first, I'd bring more of that energy. Just I can already tell you guys have some spats going on already between certain people. So, but yeah, no, all good points. But yeah, it was fun, and thanks, Duck, too.
You look and sound great, man. I thought you were great up there.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I appreciated your argumentation, both of y'all. It was y'all demonstrated why liberals were never able to dominate talk radio.
I know. It's definitely not a reflection of the. It's definitely not a reflection of the judges that a meandering idiot just won.
It was like the one time he didn't really
shots
surrender.
fired.
Yeah.
Melanie and Duck. Ooh, shots fired.
Hey,
Interesting.
all right, who's next? Who's the next victims? We got to keep this rolling. Who's the next guys? Who gets to pick? Beth, you're. I guess you're still.
I think Beth had two.
Yeah. Well, Kissy Cat Kissy Cat threw up a hundo. So, EOD versus Mel. Who didn't see that coming?
GG.
If you want, I mean,
before we send everybody to the back, Leth, how do you say? Is that Leth? How do you say that?
Give me 2
Leafy?
seconds.
What's good, He's Leafy Water Kai. It's totally not a river in Hades. It's just the tree.
All right, cool. Good to see you. The way the game, you're about to see the way the game is played. So after we come back, if you have questions, we'll entertain it. But right now, everyone has to go to the back except for the Fox and EOD, and hopefully EOD survives. We'll see. I don't know. You never know. Cassell was still here. I didn't. Vince Wilson. I can't wait for Vince Wilson, to be honest. I think that guy was gonna make some stuff happen. Abe. Admiral Gibbs, and then it's just me and two.
Chairman of the board donated $200. Super chat. Beth picks even more. Whatever she wants. This is Grid's punishment for not letting her judge.
I don't get punished. You think you're punishing me, and yet you are not. Okay, so Beth apparently gets to pick something. I'm not really sure. Gentlemen, what do you guys want to debate about? EOD?
Guns.
Guns? You want to debate guns? You up to
I'm anti-gun.
EOD, you're up for a Second Amendment debate? EOD? EOD? Is he having technical? Oh, I heard something. EOD?
He's already running.
I think. Are you having technical difficulties there, EOD?
I had to pee. I'm sorry. I'm back.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. He had to. Yeah, that's a call of nature.
That's right. How y'all doing? All right.
So
what are we doing?
You want to do a? Do you want to do a 2A argument there, EOD?
We can.
I'm specifically like the amendment is the amendment. I'm specifically I'm arguing that guns do not make the individual, the household, or the community safer.
That's a difficult argument to have. I'd rather argue about gender and the nature of sex, but all right. So 2A.
I'm sure you would. Buddy.
Let's go with that.
So
let's go with 2A.
We're going with. Define that again, Mel.
Guns do not make anybody safer.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm going to set the timer for a minute. You guys get ready. At some point, I'm going to put the timer up on the screen, but not yet. Not today. Not tomorrow either. Who has the affirmative?
Mel does.
Well.
Oh, wait. In the nick of time.
Oh.
The chairman of the
board donated $40. Super chat. I picked the affirmative.
All right.
Boy. Now we got something. All right, where'd he go? He's not backstage.
If he's gonna fucking reverse it, it could be, but
yeah. All right. What's up, Uno Reverso?
Yeah, I think I want EOD to argue about how he wants to be a gun grabber, and the Cosmic Fox needs to argue about how you're supposed to issue firearms upon birth. So yeah, reverse that stuff.
All right, the Uno Reverso card has been played, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I'll tell you this: I'm no good at arguing points that I don't actually believe in. So this is going to be bad.
It also saddens me we're probably not going to get a good debate tonight with people like Anson constantly doing crap like this.
People like Anson. I agree. People like me are a problem. It's good that you noticed that.
Yeah, he is a problem. Matter of fact, go away. All right.
All right. So I'm in the affirmative now. I'm in the affirmative. We have to grab the guns. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so do you now have the affirmative?
I mean, apparently I do, according to Anson.
All right. Well, let's see who survives this. And 1 minute is on the clock, and get ready to go now.
All right. Well, what I'll say is that guns kill people, and people don't kill people, and we should take the tools away from people in order to stop them from hurting each other. So there should be no kitchen knives. There should be no assault weapons. There should be no assault weapons of any kind, whether they're kitchen knives or AK-47s. Whatever. All that needs to be brought out from all of society, because somehow that's going to make everything a whole lot better. So there you go. That's my 1 minute fucking intro.
Well, you did that in basically 35 seconds. So okay, Mel, you ready? Mel?
Yep.
Okay, ready, set.
Okay, folks,
go.
welcome to the court. Okay, folks, welcome to the Court of Kangaroos, where today I unfortunately have to argue that guns will make people safer. This is because here we do not appreciate stronger arguments. We appreciate exercises that we did in high school to actually get better at debate. So, first of all, you want personal protection, right? You want to feel safe from criminals. You don't want to be a victim. Who the fuck wants to be a victim? Being a victim sucks. So don't be a victim and buy a gun. You know who loves you buying guns? The NRA. They'll make you feel really good about it. And you love feeling good about purchasing stuff. That's the American way. Shooting at eagles. Well, maybe not eagles, but shooting at stuff in the sky. That's the American way. Sorry, what?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I shouldn't interrupt you.
Oh,
I shouldn't interrupt you.
I'm not keeping track of time, but so come on, let's keep American freedoms. Let's keep shooting bullets in the air, because that's what makes us all a little bit hard.
All right. Well, that was pretty much exactly a minute. Good job, I guess. All right. I would take the debate seriously. You are being judged on it. So, at any rate, 5 minutes is on the board, and away you go.
Well, Melanie, what I'll say is that in that Christian school in Tennessee, there was in that Christian school in Tennessee there was a child who came in and fucking did some dastardly things. That's a terrible thing, and we have to take everybody's assault weapons away because of that.
Now imagine if those kids could have shot back, EOB. What if all those kids were armed? Would that not be better?
It might have been.
Yeah, and like I've watched enough American action films to know that it's badass when you can shoot back at a bad guy. It doesn't matter how old you are; it's just badass.
It totally is, dude. I totally agree.
Like you can go pew pew, America, pew pew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
America, fuck yeah! Oh wait a minute now. I'm supposed to be I'm supposed to be in the affirmative here. So we're taking the guns away. You can't have those guns. You can't have any of that shit. You can't go out and go plinking. You can't go out and go skeet shooting. None of that shit. You can't have no shotguns. You can't have none of that none of that mess. No, you hunt for your food with a bow and arrow. Fuck you. Because safety.
So what if I need to hunt for my food?
What if? Yeah,
can I not have a
use
gun?
A bow and arrow. Just use a bow and arrow, dude. What are you talking about?
But then the deer can win against me. I'm helpless with
how
a gun
does the
versus
deer win against a bow and arrow? They don't win against a bow and arrow.
It can charge at you. It can charge at you. Now it knows where you are.
Dude. No, you just fucking pull that bow and arrow back and blop right in the chest.
No, you do not want to be
there.
defenseless against a 6,000 pound deer. Okay.
Motherfucker, I heard about people done shooting down deer with a fucking bow and arrow. Not deer.
One
bears.
person?
Bears. One person shoot down a bear with one bow, one arrow. That
I
shit
guarantee you that wasn't close quarters. In close quarters, it would have been fucked.
I bet your balls it was close quarters.
Okay, come on. Post your proof. Let's see evidence.
Oh my goodness! I gotta have a fucking reach out to the chat on that one. But you know what? You can't even have that. You can't even have the bow and arrows, dude. Like you can't have no bow and arrows in elementary schools. That's just gonna hurt children and shit.
Well, or it could teach them to have better aim.
Well, it could,
And,
but
and there's consequence, right? We're always saying that we're giving kids too many participation prizes. Now, if they don't do it right, they're gonna figure it out real quick.
you know what, Melanie? If this is the thing you beat me on, I'll be okay with that. But what I will say is that teaching kids how to fucking wield a rifle is a really good idea. It's very helpful. But that's not okay because kids should not have rifles in their hands at all at any time ever. They all need to be extracted from society at all times for all reasons, and because safety. There's nothing more dangerous than a gun, and a gun kills people, and people do not kill people.
Yeah, so I personally want to see a world where children are safe. I can only imagine them being safe with a gun, being able to shoot things that make them feel unsafe, and like anything. I mean, the shadows dancing on their wall, they need to be able to shoot those. Because have you ever been in that position, EOD? Do you know how frightening it is to have that freaking shadow dancing on your wall?
My dog knows real bad.
It could be some fucking monster outside.
It could be.
And you don't know that shit. And
That's
like
true.
you don't want to check it because you don't have a gun when you go to the window.
Just shoot that motherfucker right the fuck up, but you can't do that.
But if I had a
because
gun,
that round might travel through that fence into somebody else's house, into somebody else's body, and actually harm them. So that nobody should actually have any guns at all. You can't have guns. It's just bad for society. There you go.
how much longer do we have? I'm bad at keeping track of time.
How much longer do we have for a while?
No, I'm not asking.
It's 5 minutes, Melanie.
Well, yeah, no. How much longer? I thought it was 5 minutes.
Well, here's what you're gonna find is that at the end of the day, that all guns create violence, and that all violence is created by guns, and therefore all guns should be removed from society. That is the end goal, right?
Would you be violent towards someone with a gun?
That's what the Marxist Manifesto tells us to do. So that we must march towards that goal in order to achieve the greater society
Marxists love
for
guns.
all people.
I'm actually. This is a genuine thing, by the
all
way.
Marxists should not have any guns.
EOD, genuinely, Marxists love guns, by the way.
All right, enough. You guys suck.
I know, dude.
I need a fucking gun.
You twisted this shit, and you're an asshole. Fuck you. But whatever.
A moment of silence for my loss of time and space.
If anyone
And
clips that and
energy.
tries to use it against me, I blame you, Grid, and you alone.
Don't worry, no one will make it through the fucking clip.
Yeah. So, all right. That sucked. You both suck.
Good.
You like
Good. No, that was my goal.
Anson, you have to go first on this one, you dick.
All right, so my favorite line was the deer can win against me, Mel. That was solid. You really connected with the audience there.
You were
And
such a retard.
I felt visceral fear that Bambi was going to come out and out debate you.
Now
But
I understand why you gave me so much shit.
But
I was
fortunately
convincing
for
myself
you,
with that one.
fortunately for you, you were debating EOD, and I'll bet his balls that he lost this debate.
Fair enough.
So I scored at 13 points for Mel and 6 points for EOD.
At least I made it for you.
I think you're making shit up.
That's rough.
Tyler.
We are all less intelligent after hearing that. Your openings were terrible. Your arguments were terrible. Granted, at the beginning, trying to take this as seriously as possible, EOD actually came out with a couple stronger points that never got fully addressed, and one of them was giving kids guns is dangerous, and all I got to hear back with that was a plea to emotions. But then, his whole tangent about bows and arrows, and then just suddenly saying, you know what? Bows and arrows are gone too. Completely undercut his own point, and then he kept saying how you're right over and over. So it goes to Mel.
I can't argue this from the opposite side. I can't do it.
All right, Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Cosmic Fox. I don't know much about Cosmic Fox, but from what I do know, I know that it probably physically pained them to make the arguments they were making. And since I'm somewhat of a sadist, that gave me some perverse pleasure to hear them just in so agony, arguing the things they were arguing. Yeah, I don't know. It was something overall, and that's what I'm going with because they felt like they were really trying to push it in.
Yes.
Plus, it was pretty funny to me.
Okay.
Oh, I want to say I gave EOD a negative 46, and I gave Mel a negative 44. So that's
Nice.
That's all I have to say.
I'm almost
Ollie.
mad that
Right.
EOD beat me in the negative score.
All right, EOD, drop down, man, and your shame.
My goodness sakes. All right, fine. Off I go.
All right, yeah, go. Please go. All
You know,
right.
Mel, I thought it was refreshing that you started taking that seriously and actually started making arguments. Although it was so outside of your wheelhouse that, like, I really actually enjoyed it. All jokes aside, I was satisfied.
Yeah, I realized like if I don't try to enjoy this, it's just going to sound bad. So
If anybody didn't realize, it was palpable how much physical pain it was causing Mel to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, both sides, but it felt like
That's kind of
more
what I
on.
was saying. Yeah,
I was taking a lot of physical pain during it too.
I feel
I
like
don't
we're
know. It
getting
made me want to
carried
go get a
away.
Ruger.
I feel like we're getting carried away with the idea that, like, if you're a good debater, you can argue the other side. Like, you can steel person the other side, but that's like an exercise you do. It literally is just an exercise you do in high school to get better at it. But, like, that assumes that, like, all arguments are equally strong, which is not the case.
No,
Mel,
everybody.
Mel, can I just because we normally agree, I want to say something that, like, I almost started believing in gun rights, and the only reason I'm saying this so harshly is because, like, like one example is like in Afghanistan and Iraq, like the U.S. military would go and confiscate guns, but you would also find like farmers who have guns, and so it's like well, there's some human nature about having these tools or pew-pews, these tools of destruction, but then you would have other cases where it's like, well, if you have a cache, that's not like, those are social weapons, right? Those are something completely different. And so, like, I was just sort of on the fence about it a little bit. Yeah. Even though I'm like super far left, I hate weapons. I hate them.
It is true that like Marxists tend to like guns. By the way, I've argued with a lot of Marxists about like we don't need to be armed. We can't even win against an armed state. So like.
So Lethy, did I say that right? Lethy. Thank you. What's your position? Where do you stand politically? How's that all work out for you?
I'm a capitalist Democrat. So you're a liberal.
Exactly. He's full MAGA.
Are you?
No, he's a commie. You didn't hear him?
Liberal? Do you consider yourself a classic liberal, or do you consider yourself like some form of libertarian? Where are you in?
Yeah, there ain't no libertarian in here.
No libertarian. Okay.
Probably a classic liberal.
Like what would be considered a Kennedy Democrat?
Something closer to that, or at least Clinton.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. That's cool. It's interesting because normally on all these panels, what I end up with, or what most shows end up with, is one token liberal and a bunch of literal, bunch of half-assed conservatives, and then it just becomes it doesn't really work out. Where I have the opposite problem, where my normal audience is like a ridiculous amount of right-leaning people, but yet on debate night, I go out of my way to have leftists on my debate panel, because otherwise, it's where are we gonna who do we debate against, and why would I not want you here? So I'm glad that you made it. And do you understand the
but do you know
format?
why? Do you know why? It's because leftists have far more attractive spouses than righties. They call them righties for a reason, buddy.
I don't think that holds water, but we'll table that for later. We'll table that discussion for later. Mainly, and I say that mainly because did somebody buy EOD back in? He's in the back. EOD, did you get bought back in? EOD, is that EOD?
Wait. Yeah, nobody brought me back. I expected you to keep me in the back.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. I mean, all right. Keep in the back. Anyway,
Test one.
yeah, I would say that Democrats have a much higher rate of divorce, but I don't know that for certain. I would like to see some. I'd love to see some numbers on that. So they may have more beautiful spouses because they just have more of them, right? Like they just go through more. I don't know though. I have no data for that. It's just a thing I
Beautiful is the eye of the beholder. You know how they are we gonna start to categorize
beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, you know, like they be calling some of these heifers beautiful. You know, it's okay.
Yeah, that's what that's what all losers say.
All spouses are less attractive than my fiance sitting over here.
Let me
as much as I hate to admit it, there's someone out there who finds Grumple attractive.
Grumple's a sexy beast, but the rest of them big backs, I don't know. Conservatives need to keep the fries out the bag.
Shots fired. Thanks, Mel. I mean, that was. They say I got a face for radio, but I mean, thanks for pointing it out.
Face for radio. That's hilarious.
Oh, you got a face for the newspaper, man.
Looks a little bit like Tucker.
I got a voice for print news. Yeah.
Damn, Ransom.
That's right. All right. So who's our next?
Be an audiobook reader.
And
I've been doing that a little bit.
Who's the next pair? Beth, do you want to pick again? I think Anson bought that you can pick for the next pair. So
it's a down payment on my continued troll of the evening.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to put it, trolling.
You know, there's somebody out there for you too, Mel.
Anson,
he's already mine.
Anson's a glutton for punishment. That's what it is.
Yeah, but he should learn to keep that to himself.
I'm going to suggest Abe versus I like Abe against Vince Wilson.
Oh,
I like that. Matchup. What do you think, Abe?
Sure, I'm open to whatever. Let's do it.
I know.
What's up,
Abe
Beth has spoken. Beth has spoken in chat. Grumple and Clover.
No, she said Abe versus Vince.
No, she did not.
She did.
Fire.
She just did.
I'm tired of friendly fire.
I'm good
with that.
Here to stand up for women's voices, which also gives me the authority to shoot them down.
How do we know you're standing?
What are Clover and I going to disagree on? That's silly.
Yeah, you get to stay. How are you so far up there?
Who?
Cleaner and Gibbs. They were like way up there. There we go. Oh, sweet. What's up, dudes?
What's going
Finally
on?
have a face-off. Opposites.
Why not? Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
play.
We have Honest Abe, the original Democrat, versus Vince, modern Democrat. All right,
There
great.
you go. Yeah.
This is good. This is good. All right, where do you guys want to debate? What do you dislike about each other? I mean,
Well, so my main thing that I've been talking about a lot has been like immigration. I know we've had a lot of this stuff going on with the protest.
Sure.
I'm a little bit weaker on foreign policy, so it just wouldn't be like a really fair fight on foreign policy. So that's where I would suggest on one of those two angles.
Abe, what do you got? What have you been debating?
I don't know. We had a pretty hardcore conversation the other night about breaching posse comitatus and how it's basically crossing a Rubicon that may start another civil war.
Okay.
So we might end up. This might be an even match because I would tend to agree. So I guess we could try it. but I have a feeling we might.
So, are you, Abe? Are you for or against the way the military and National Guard are being used currently?
I think that this is a hugely complicated topic. So I think that things need to be controlled and simmered, but I think that we've jumped too far too fast.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I think I'd probably take a similar-ish stance.
Sure.
I'll just tell you I'll tell you my stance and see if you kind of disagree with this. So I think the protests that are going on have to be handled in a very orderly manner. And what I mean by that is that it needs to be handled by the states. The states then have to, if they need help, they will request it. They will go to the federal government. The federal government will then step in and then should do that. Only if, and I mean if, it were to get completely out of hand. And now that is a subjective measure. Out of hand, in my opinion, is maybe say several cities that break out into full-blown riots and not just a few bad actors breaking into some stores or something like that, right? And then the governor is failing to do their action in that regard, then maybe the federal government step in and say, hey, we'll bring in our National Guard. The Marines, I don't believe, should be brought in unless it, again, is way absolute necessary, and even then it would be under extreme circumstances like we saw during, say, the Civil War, right? And even then, at that point, that's like I think Abe kind of said a little bit with the crossing the Rubicon, right? You bringing in the Marines, you're opening a whole can of worms that you're not ready to see.
I would really like to have a discussion with you about this and that would last longer than 5 minutes, because I think that I'm on the really not just the opposite side, but like I see where you're going with it, and I understand it, but I have a very, very different view of where the lines are drawn. So I personally would really like to have that conversation with you at some point, and we could do that maybe tomorrow night or some other time. But in the meantime, we got to have a debate, and it's got to be good. It's got to be something that you guys like to, something that you normally fight about. How about an actual 2A argument? Where are you at on the 2A?
So I think this might be a good point of contention. So I'm of the belief that there is, some people look at it as an shall not be infringed argument, which means to the fullest extent it should not be infringed, right? And then I look at it and saying it's a system of checks and balances, right? I think there has to be some reasonable takes on that. I'm not one for a full-on assault weapons ban. I know Kamala Harris tried to pass one of those. I was very vocal about that in 2019. And then they even, I think, tried to pass it in 2022. Not a huge fan of that. I also think it's wholly ineffective. So it's kind of as far as like the red flag laws and things like that can be effective if done correctly. So I hope that kind of puts where I'm at in terms of that scale of the 2A.
What about you, Abe?
I would say that I agree with the shall not be infringed to a point. I think that obviously there's going to be limiting factors like I don't know, felonious behavior and violent action.
I mean, if you're breaking the law, you're breaking the law, right?
Right.
So
I don't. So, well, I mean, and there's limiting factors once that has happened. You're not going to go down and purchase weapons after that fact. So I would say that would be a barring effect.
Should felons be able to own firearms and defend themselves?
I think that they should be. I would say that they would have to earn back that right in some way.
Okay.
We are way more alike than we are different. And this is funny how we get paired up.
Do you not think that the fact that they go to prison is paying their debt to society? The original law that made felons prevented them from owning firearms was aimed. It was racially motivated. It was aimed specifically at black people.
True, but what's the recidivism rate? I mean, like you still have to. There would have to be some, and I'm not saying that it would be impossible. I think that there should be some way to regain that right.
You guys are right at my wheelhouse right now. Because I have very interesting viewpoints on a lot of that stuff. Okay, all right. What about social issues? Where are you at on social issues?
Depends. That's a very broad blanket. I was gonna say because you could be. We could talk about like how far do we take this, right? Do we talk about Medicare for all? Do we talk about
How about
SNAP benefits? We could talk about this. How about this? What do you think about the fact that Donald Trump has been effectively making cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits through the work requirements and through, I believe it was lowering the dependence, if I'm not mistaken, age, or increase the age from or might have increased. I'll look at it again. But what do you think about those, like those cuts to Medicaid and SNAP?
What I don't know that that wasn't kind of the social issues I was looking at.
Okay, well, where are you going? Yeah, go ahead.
Like pornography, is pornography and prostitution the same thing?
Oh boy, I have not had this argument. This is actually pushing me a little bit. So, do I think they are the same thing? Man,
they're the same thing.
I would argue yes. I would argue.
I mean, they're both in the adult industry, right? So, like, I feel like they would be the same thing on kind of two different areas. I think there is an element when it comes to prostitution in which there is a potential. Well, there's still a potential for human trafficking because we could look at the fact of Andrew Tate and that whole issue that blew up there with the idea of pornography. So, yeah, they could be the same. I want to feel like there's more of an element of force on the prostitution side, personally.
Okay. How about the more patriarchal a society is, the more successful it is?
Oh God, you keep getting deeper and deeper on this one. The more
I would agree with
patriarchal.
that.
This is getting outside of my wheelhouse. So I'm not too yeah. This is where I'm kind of like I'm not someone who gets really deep into these niche areas. I'm more of someone somewhat of a populist, I guess, if you will, right? Someone who kind of gets into like the more.
What about modern men take advantage of feminism? If feminism doesn't actually help women, it helps men.
I would absolutely agree with that.
I know you
The
would.
feminism helps men.
Yeah.
More.
Feminism harms women and helps men.
Oh man, I hate this topic. Yeah. So, oh man, this is such an interesting one. So, feminism helping men more than women. I think there's elements there, right? So there's different waves of feminism from what I remember, and I think that there was a time in which it did help women. I think it can go to a certain extent where it may not help women, and it would, in turn, would have an kind of an opposite effect. So I think there has to be a balance there.
Yeah,
I'm not a feminist by any stretch of the means,
okay.
but I would say that I guess we'd have to dig into this a little bit to kind of find and kind of
okay.
figure out those differences.
All right. What about? I'm just hopping along. I'm trying
I
to
got you.
move quickly. So, several circuit court judges are abusing their power by constantly interfering in the executive orders issued by Trump, and in doing so, are ignoring their actual duties to try cases in their jurisdiction, and therefore they should not do that. Agree, disagree.
You talking about those injunctions? Yeah, those injunctions.
All of
I think,
like literally every executive order he puts out, everything he tries to do, some nowhere judge in Nowheresville, fucking Indiana, puts an injunction against it.
So I don't know enough about this topic at all. I literally don't.
I was like, I kind of know more about this one than the other one.
I think our wheelhouses are like.
All right. What about is DEI affirmative action? Is there any value to it, or is it in and of itself a form of racism?
I could argue that it is in its nature racist.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. I can see where you're coming from, but more than I see that DEI is actually an opportunity.
Okay, good.
To
we can have our expand. Good,
yes.
good. You guys are on opposite spectrums. Abe's going to take the affirmative. He is that DEI is in fact a racist practice, and we'll get 1 minute on my clock here. I really got to get the thing set up, but all right, great. This is awesome. Abe, you get to start, and you just let me know when you're ready.
Great. Let's do this. All right. So I would say that from my vantage, it seems to be racist because if you empower any racial group based on its racial group, you have in effect created.
Oh, he's roboting.
As soon as we get something.
All right. Hold on. We got to start over. Abe, you roboted right out.
Oh man.
I promise I'm not a robot.
Yeah. No,
Dear
you were
Lord.
just like free. You were just. All right. Are you ready? Start again. Ready?
All right.
Go.
Let's do it. Okay. I would say that any policy that's set forward that either empowers or disempowers anyone based on their race, or it could go even further than that, but race specifically, by its very nature, would have to classify as a racist policy. If you're empowering one group over another because of their race, you are in effect doing racism by objective metrics of the past, and I think still to this day. So that would be my claim.
Wow, 30 seconds. Great. All right, you ready?
Let's do it.
All right, man. Go.
So DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so nowhere in that is it necessarily inherently race-based. It is a set of ideas coming around from all sorts of backgrounds. It has no particular set. And in fact, if you look at numerous companies, there's already labor laws put in place that prevent you from hiring somebody purely based on their race. If someone were being hired solely on the basis of their skin color, or any other immutable characteristic, then I would go in and suggest that yes, that is something that should not be allowed. However, what we're seeing is that it expands well beyond that. Inclusion, for example, can just be including people who may be disabled, and maybe you provide a workplace that enables that person to be included into any other activities that non-disabled people will be able to do. Equity, that could just be simply trying, for example, with men and women, right, that you try to have, say, salary rates that are about the same for each sex, and you try to ensure that that's the same thing.
That's time. I know minute goes really fast.
You're good. You're good. I think I summed it up.
Okay. All right. And 5 minutes starting now. Come out swinging.
Okay, so I would ask, like DEI as its very principle seeks to employ what you've spoken of. My question would be: we already have the civil rights movement. We already have women's rights movements. We already have all of these things set in place already, and the law was already set out to create equity in those fields. So why would we stack on an entire new thing, DEI, in order to create an even more fair situation for whether it be race, sex, or income?
Right. So I think that DEI initiatives in general look to try to keep that playing field fair, rather than make it more fair. I think when we look at DEI initiatives, again, it goes back to you got to look at the core tenets, right? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. So, for example, I believe we have seen where women, for example, have been making less money than men in certain fields. So, having equity, trying to make sure that the woman is being paid the same as a man would in that same role at a company. Inclusion, it could be just the fact that, hey, there's already laws in the book to try to accommodate disabled people. But again, there could be certain activities in a workplace that don't allow for a handicapped individual to be able to participate in certain events. Maybe they go to a work event, for example, out at a restaurant that doesn't have a wheelchair ramp. Well,
sure,
there's nothing preventing them from that. Yeah.
But what about, okay, so why are we using the word equity instead of equality? That would be a question I would ask. Because what's the difference between equity and equality?
So I believe it's the equity is kind of just making they're kind of, I guess, synonymous. And whether we,
generally, I believe that equity is seeking to create equal outcomes and not equal chance. And so I would say you are making it more fair if you're playing a game of equity rather than a game of equality for a people. And that would offset everything.
Yeah, and again, I think we've already kind of crossed that Rubicon about equality. I mean, you even stated as such that we have had a field for several years now through different legislation, right? The Civil Rights Act. We could talk about the Americans with Disabilities Act. There's several different acts out there that have sought to try to get to equality, right? But there's still that equity portion, which is trying to make sure that we have kind of that same playing field, essentially, right, for everybody. And it doesn't even just have to necessarily be via a law. I mentioned earlier, like I said, the wheelchair ramp or the female and versus male pay rate gap. We've seen some women-owned businesses, for example.
Right, but I think that all goes into equality, because equity would seek to change the outcome, not the equal playing field, right? If you're trying to make everybody end up in the same place or the same bracket, you're no longer just creating equality, because equality would be the chance or the opportunity. The equity would be you want them all to end in the same place as well. So you would have to say, okay, all of these people have equality already, but because the equality isn't putting certain people ahead or up to snuff with everyone else, we're going to actually change it even more to make sure they do get to that place, even if it's going to take 1,000 times more per person that needs that equity. Do you see that there's a difference between equity and equality in that way?
Yeah. I mean, I see that there's a difference between equity and equality. I just think that, again, I think the difference is minimal at best. I think, I get what you're saying is there's a difference between outcome and the chance to outcome. And again, I think that where we're at, we're not talking about hiring somebody purely based on the color of their skin at this point, right? I think what we're looking at when it comes, and so what I think we're looking at here is again, providing a chance. I don't see the big deal with providing a salary for, and I go back to this as just an example I'm running around with, is I don't see the big deal about giving equity to say, and we can look at, let's late at night. Equity to this particular women to allow them to have the same salary rate. I don't see how that's a bad thing per se. I mean, we're quibbling over the wording, but I think the overall thing is that we would,
So I think that the word is the most important part, because if we're seeking to chop the legs off one to give them to someone else.
But who are we chopping those legs off for?
Say it's somebody who's already successful. Say you have a group of people that's successful. Say it's, I don't even care who over there. And then these people here are not. And you have to now make sure that you give that equity, which is the end result, not the equality, the end result to those other group of people. Do you see the difference in that?
I'll say this last thing is I think that, again, nobody's saying that with equity that we should get rid of the legs of an individual. What we're saying is that if there is a person that's being hired for, say, an engineering position that's also coming in under a woman or a man, that salary rate should be the same, and that it should be the same for the progression upwards and upwards and upwards, and it shouldn't be just because of the simple fact that they're a woman that they should be paid less. So that's what I'll bring up there.
Okay. All right. Okay. That was honestly, it was a little painful, but that's okay. Let me go to Gibbs. Gibbs, where did you judge this one at?
Well, fuck. Can you start with somebody else? I'm thinking. I don't know. I haven't got my thoughts totally. I'm debating right now who won in my head. Go ahead. If you don't mind.
All right,
Tyler.
Tyler has it.
Okay, so opening wise, Abe, you kind of understand the format a little better. You stayed real simple. I wish you would have maybe jumped on him a little bit. This is something Chairman points out when you have the extra time in your introduction. Jump on the other side. Vince, you kind of came out with 3 different beginnings and you held up on all of them. I will say, at one point, man, you conceded his prompt. You said, well, I guess there is a difference there, but it's minuscule because there's more to it. But then your argument for more to it is it's not just racist, but it could also be sexist too. And I know you didn't say that, but that's kind of what the argument effectually was saying, is it doesn't also have to be based around racial skin colors. We could also base it around sexes grouped up as an amalgamation as well. So you kind of conceded his point that you have to group everybody and make averages in order to adjust. And when you did that, I think it was about 3 minutes into the debate, you said he's kind of right. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. I feel like that was when you took it, because that was his only point, and you kind of gave it to him. And that's otherwise you were arguing pretty good, but that one statement there, man, I was like, oh fuck, why'd you do that?
Yeah, no. So clearly saying that women and men should be paid the same based on their merits, that's not really being sexist.
It's taking the prompt of what is racist and how he framed it, and then switching it from race to gender, where you're saying, well, if we look at women on average and we look at men on average, we can see women are earning less on average. And that's what he was saying. When you actually do that grouping to find the averages between groups, that grouping itself, that was his opening, was that grouping itself is inherently bigoted, even with the best of intentions. He was kind of making the reverse racism argument without saying those words.
Okay.
Okay. Anson.
Yeah, so saying the civil rights movement, is enough, Abe, and DEI isn't necessary. That's outdated, man. Get with the modern times, bro. We're using Wi-Fi now, not dial-up, man. Come on now, what are you doing? All right, now, aside from your outdated logic here, you gave up a huge chunk of that debate in your opening, man. And Tyler was right. These are small debates. It's a 5-minute debate. Why give up all that time that your opponent's going to use to make position? You could have at least said, "Hey, dude, look, I can tell you got hair plugs. If you're going to get hair plugs, obviously you can't put a thought together, right? Something stupid." But you scored 7 points, Abe. From my perspective, it was almost all in the body of the debate. And Vince, I have you at 6 points, and it would have been tied if you hadn't conceded some of the points that Abe was making. So I actually gave this to Abe.
None of my points were conceded, but I respect your opinion.
All right.
Tyler, who did you say you picked there?
We both picked Abe. You watch it back, man. There's a point there where you do concede it. It was like, I
want you to tell me, how is it when I sit here and say that men and women should be paid the same amount based on the merits, based on their qualifications? How is that me being sexist? How is that a sexist policy? It's based on the merit.
I don't know that
They didn't say that. He said
I don't know that you did explain that.
He's conceding the point, saying that somehow that men and women being paid the same based on their qualifications, not based on the color of their skin or based on their gender or sex. Is somehow conceding his point. He was the one making the point that DEI is somehow racist. I'm the one saying it's not based on, because you should be hiring people based on their qualifications. How is that
simplified the argument? And then I explained it also.
No, you didn't.
I know the last judge I know I'm Mr. Irrelevant as the judge here, but I actually, like, now that I've listened to what you said, like Tyler, and what Anson said, I'm actually going to go the opposite here. I think that because I started thinking back now, and I got to be honest, I gave a whole spiel last week about how you don't need to use the whole time and be direct to the point. But Abe, that was bad as an opener. That was really, really, really bad. Like, it was maybe the worst opener I've ever seen in one of these shows. And, like, you did gain a lot of points back in the body. And I think, like, you did really, really good there. Like, it was a very good comeback. Very good comeback. I don't know if it was enough. Some of the times when Vince Wilson here conceded, I don't think he's doing what y'all are describing, the other judges were saying he was concession. I think he was more like conceding to move to, like, a different point in the framework and trying to move the combo along. I don't think they were fundamental concessions that were bad to his overall debate. So I disagree with the other judges there on that one. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go give it to the Wilson. Like, it was an epic comeback, in my opinion, by A. But that opener was like -30 to like 10 touchdowns. You were just working back up, in my opinion. But I'm irrelevant. It looks like the other two voted for you, so good job, I guess.
Interesting. It was an interesting take on both sides. I thought, Abe, you could have been a little more. A better point would have been to make that when you have a company like United Airlines literally go out and say they're going to go from 5% of black pilots to 50%. By just in saying that, the implication is that they're gonna have to change standards to fill that, or they already would have done so, because obviously they don't really care what people look like in the cockpit. So I think
it's a standard quotas debate.
Sorry,
it's a standard quotas dilemma.
Yeah. When we're starting to have quotas as part of these DI initiatives, that's where it starts falling apart. I feel like you should have made that argument. The arguments you made were fine. I'm not saying that they were bad. It's just I think that there were more effective arguments that would have put a little more pressure on Vince. Vince did very well, I thought, kind of trying to keep it focused on the idea that it's not about color, that it's about position, but yet we see that if anything, currently, it's far easier for a woman of any color or whatever gender. I mean, not gender, obviously, but any woman to get a job in most industries than men, and they're very hard to fire once they're in those jobs, just because of the way the laws are. And I think that but I do think that was a smart tactic on Vince's part. Vince, what'd you think of the format, man? It's tough. Huh?
To be honest with you, yeah, it is a little tough to, especially on a topic like DEI. That is one topic that is very difficult to squeeze in. Further, it's one of my least favorite, but ones that I'm at least halfway knowledgeable, somewhat knowledgeable on. So that, all things considered, I've argued about it before. It's certainly not one of my most favorite things to argue about, and so that was why I was able to kind of hold my own a little bit. So yeah, and that's why it's one of those ones I'm able to kind of hold my own a little bit on. But I will say, I know that there are holes in my ship that can be sank if the right things are said. I'm not going to sit there and lie. I'm going to be very honest with you. You just got to find those holes. As far as the formatting goes, I think 5 minutes. Yeah, I blew it on that because I didn't realize how short of a time we were. I wasn't paying attention to the formatting on that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was going to say initially on my intro that DEI is not racist. That was going to be my initial thing I was going to say. Right. That was the first thing I was going to say. But then I was like, well, let me get into diversity, equity, inclusion and kind of expel it. So if there's any critique, self-critique, it's that I would have just done it a little more catchy.
Yeah, it's a tough format, and the first time you do it, it's really tough because you don't really realize how fast 5 minutes is, and you've got somebody that's across from you that is, and he's done this before, and he's making the effective points, and you're just really not. It's hard. It's a tough format, and which is why we like it so much. And it forces you to be able to think on your feet, and because not everybody's going to use a canned argument that you've practiced against. So that's really cool. It was great having you. If you hang out in the chat, maybe somebody will bring you back. We've still got plenty of time left tonight, so. But yeah, just hang out, and we'll see if somebody buys you back in, man. I hope somebody does, because I think that you can make some very effective arguments now that you're a little bit more familiar with the program and how it works.
Not a problem. I just want to say one thing. I've got bigger cannons than Lethe. Okay, I'm just saying. All right, Lethe. Look at those 22s. Come on, Lethe.
Look at that. That's what's up. All right.
Like 20 millimeter.
That's
All right, guys. Y'all take care.
That's not exactly hetero, but it's
a sexy doghouse.
Hey! It's Vince Wilson. You gotta call me by my proper pronouns, Grumple.
Vince Wilson.
I'm dead naming you. I'm dead naming you. That's where we're at right now. It's a hate crime, you see. I just did a hate crime.
Reach out to me. I want to get you on the show and have a discussion with you a couple of times.
That sounds great. Appreciate it, Grid. All right, take care later.
All right, cool. All right, well, this is turning out to be an interesting night. Who's our next pair? Who wants to go next? You can volunteer. You can throw your compatriots under the bus. The one guy I would not debate tonight is Cleaner 409. I'm just going to be honest with you. He's going to lay waste. I promise you. So just avoid that guy, and you'll be fine.
I will point out. Sorry, I don't have a lot of chance to say much, but Oxcat, Oxcat paid a bunch, but then deferred to Beth, and Beth said Grumple versus Clover. So is that still standing?
No.
I don't think that was versus.
She did that with a question.
Yeah, that was a question, and she said.
But then she said, do it.
Mel. I'm not really Beth. I'm trying to throw some influence here because I want to. Obviously, I have an interest in the show, like being cool. I don't know that Clover versus Mel is a great matchup, but I don't think it's a bad one. Clover, do you want that fight?
I don't care.
Whatever.
I know you don't care.
I'm
actually shocked. By the way, guys, I am shocked that Clover Tack is up here because he is not a debater.
Nope.
But he's going to do well.
It was being floated in chat of Clover and me as a 2v2 against.
I don't think I don't do 2v2s here. It's just not.
That was just an idea from chat. Just
I know. That's usually Beth. Beth likes 2v2 for some reason, which is
Tag team action.
Yeah.
Well, of course, she would like to.
Oh, hey, Grid. Beth wants people's position so she knows who to pit people against.
I want to see. I'd like to see Leith and Cleaner. To be honest, that would be a cool one. Or Grumple and Leith.
Yeah. So
either of those would be cool.
So let me run this down for you.
He's a friend of mine.
Abe,
But we can still throw in.
Abe is relatively conservative, probably not as conservative as me, but maybe I don't know. Maybe he's a little. I don't know his exact positions on everything, but he seems pretty based, and he argues very effectively. I'm not Patrick. Welcome to the show, by the way, Patrick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I've just had a lot going on. Patrick, where do you stand? What's your position?
Right wing politically, somewhat on the libertarian position, and I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Cool.
Perfect. All right. So we
Welcome, sir.
Grumple is conservative.
Well, I got a much wider, more girthy libertarian streak as I get older too.
Whatever. Lethe has already said that he is a conventional could almost be Kennedy Democrat. Clovertack is conservative. Melanie Cosmic Fox, well, we all know where Melanie stands because if you don't know, she's already told you 4 times. Cleaner 409 can take any position. He is a spy. He's a CIA plant. I promise you that he is. He will deny it, but he's a member of the agency. He's been to the farm. He's a farm boy.
He's a company man.
He's a company man. Duck is duck, and we all know what that means. Lower class. Welcome to the show. I'm sorry I didn't say hi when you came in. Where do you stand, sir?
I'm relatively moderate. I definitely lean towards the right. I'd say like my conservative ideals do outweigh more like liberal, kind of progressive, any kind of ideals. But I'm definitely more on the right wing for sure.
Perfect. And then we have Glenn Lawrence, who is just Glenn Lawrence, and he doesn't pick sides. The sides pick him.
Welcome in both lower class and Glenn, by the way.
You
Good
know,
to see both.
that's pretty right. You know, like I don't pick sides; they pick me, and everybody gets blown up equally.
That's right. That's right. Apparently, Duck is grilling burgers, so I'm sure there's soy burgers, which is wrong. But that's okay. We'll leave Duck alone for a couple of minutes. Tim Hale, you are welcome to come up here. Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he went to federal prison for January 6th, and he has been pardoned. He has been made whole. Come on up, Tim Hale. You deserve it, and I deserve it because I'm cool. All right, so that's now we know where everybody's at, and so let's Beth. I need 2 candidates. We got to keep the show moving. Things have to happen. Duck, how's your soy burger?
They were pea protein, and they were very good. Very good. Too good. Dangerously good.
Did you enjoy the pea flavor?
The pea burger was.
Beth has been picking.
It grilled and sautéed on both sides. It was crispy. It had melted
Cleaner
cashew
and
cheese.
Bell.
On it.
Is that pussy
So
burger?
good.
Is it P stands for pussy or plant based?
Or just pea?
100%. The goal was 100%.
Okay, we got to stop this
accomplished.
conversation. This is wrong.
Getting borderline.
This is wrong. This is so wrong.
I'm sorry.
Good luck, guys.
Okay, so I said like 8 times in chat, by the way. Like this is not a good time for me to debate in like maybe 10-15 I can, but I'm a little tied up at this exact moment. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't want to be a buzzkill, but
okay. Beth, I need somebody else. So
she says, then quit.
Well, let's pick another pair, and we'll get Cleaner and Mel here in a couple of minutes. Wait, did Mel drop off? What?
It looks that way.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be back in like whatever in the 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, all right. Let's move on.
Look
to
at
the
that. It turns out you may be right, Grid. I just used some form of brainwashing to get rid of Mel without even talking.
Mind control.
Yeah. Okay. I will pick. The fight I want to see right now is I want to see Grumple Stillskin. I kind of want to see Grumple Stillskin versus Duck.
Oof.
On firearms.
I would be so honored to take a two-way debate with Grumple. Is he awake?
How do you feel about that, Grumple?
Yesterday he crashed out for 12 hours on his own stream. Not joking.
Because he was so tired.
Yeah.
Grumple.
This is basically what the debate would be like too.
Grumple.
Folks.
No, he was there.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it, folks. Let's
there
go.
He is. He's back.
Duck. No, that didn't happen yesterday. I mean, you might have mentioned sometime other in the past, but in this past week, no, that hasn't happened.
I was singing liberal lullabies to your chat, by the way, while you were sleeping on stream.
Weird.
What day was that?
2 days ago, right. Wednesday, I think.
So
after the Brain Bender game show.
So you guys
it was when the show you crashed out on.
You guys?
No, I ended that one.
Get to pick the prompt for the 2A debate.
Okay, yeah, no, agreed.
Okay,
fired up.
All right, so the NFA is illegitimate and should cease to exist.
Yep.
What is the National
Firearms Act of 1934? That's what he's talking about.
Established ATF.
It establishes the ATF. I don't. The NFA.
Well, I mean,
so it was passed by Congress. It regulates the sawn-offs and suppressors. Yep, and sort of funnels some of those crimes to similar enforcement.
Like short, like barrel restrictions: 18 for shotguns, 16 for rifles on the inch length of barrels.
Yeah. So they don't pass their own laws, right? So we can't say that. We would say that the administration itself is.
Well, don't make the debate now. Is that something that you want to do? Is what Grid's asking? I think.
I don't know anything about it. If there's something less granular, I would prefer that without being too picky. But I'd take it. I would take that topic. Yeah, for sure.
Firearms should be unrestricted because everyone has a basic right to self-defense.
Yep, I'm on the affirmative.
Firearms should
he's ready.
Firearms should not be restricted
at all.
Oh,
at all. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, I would argue against that.
Okay, great. All right.
Got it. Got him, boys. Here we go.
Here we go. All right, and this is a argument near and dear to my heart. So don't fuck up. Because all right, Grumple, you have the affirmative, and you have 1 minute to make your position and start.
And scene. Okay, so the right to self-defense is a fundamental human right. If you believe anything other than your own body, something had to create this. If you believe in the Big Bang, maybe it's not an argument for you. But where did the Big Bang come from? Something had to make it happen, right? You have unalienable rights endowed by your creator that you can defend yourself, and that means both in a personal self-defense situation and against a tyrannical government. And a firearm is the tool that equalizes people that may or may not be on equal footing otherwise. This is not even debatable or assailable. Everything I've said is just facts so far. And you're welcome to try, but, I mean, good luck. So, if, just as the second part, I know I have about 15 seconds left. If only if pew pews are banned, then only criminals have pew pews.
Yep, there you go. All right.
So there's no defense anymore, and I
Duck.
see my rest of my negative time left.
Yeah. Hey, stop talking. All right, you ready, Duck?
Yep.
Is that good, Grid? You like that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Duck, you ready?
Yeah, I want all 60 seconds.
Okay, you ready?
I hope so.
Go.
All right. So we heard an argument from Grumple that we hear from dogmatic 2A amendment folks who don't want to hear history. Maybe they have a religious bend to them. And the fact of the matter is you don't need natural law to establish a society. In fact, people as rational decision makers enter into a social contract. So Grumple's point, because I went second and can already destroy this, and you should as well. Why are we talking about the Big Bang if you don't need it? That's the main point. The second point is that every place, including the United States, has a complex developmental history, including urban centers and other places where violent crimes and individual rights take special priority. There's a reason we regulate firearms today, and that reason will carry on into the future. That's my core argument, and I'm so confident I'll end my statement there.
Okay, that's good because he had 5 seconds left. All right, gentlemen, I want a nice, clean fight. No low blows. No eye gouging. Let's keep it nice. Ready? Go.
Wait, Grumple, do you want to hit?
Yep. Wait, no.
Kick us off.
Do you mean by a hit? Do you mean hit you, or
no? I just wanted to take a hit of my vape before we got started.
But... No, that's pretty gay, dude. Sorry.
All good.
You mentioned in urban centers. That's the place where people need the defense the most. Urban centers are the worst for violence, where people are defenseless because of egregious violations of their natural human rights to defend themselves, like Chicago, Baltimore, and anywhere in these major urban centers have very large violations of your human right to defend yourself by restricting tools that you might want to. Why do you hate single mothers, Duck, is the question.
I don't. I think girls with guns is great, but I think people in urban centers
a
single mom. Let me finish my point. A single mother who decides she wants to carry a 5 round, whatever it is, pew pew, and that's the level of training she wants to commit to, because they're compact. It's titanium. It's whatever it is. It doesn't really matter that much.
What?
More so than anything else. But that's the type of person that should think about that. We do have absolute restrictions on certain firearms, and it is because of the nature of what a firearm is, and it's because of the nature of what violence is. Those are things that, especially in places with high gun crime rates, which is what you don't want to admit exists, we should be taking on stronger arguments to
wait, hang on. Don't want to admit exists. Yeah, I stated that, and then you said something about titanium 5 round, like presumably revolvers. What was that point about? But I already said high crime areas, like high violence and crime areas, which is urban centers.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that if I was a rational decision maker, and even if I was thinking about my own self-defense and my own protection of my own physical body and my family's, I would be more worried about people that have this wild idea that you need high-capacity magazines, that you need silencers, that you can't have technology detecting firearms.
What is a high-capacity magazine? Can you define that real quick? What is that? Do you mean standard capacity magazines? Because you said high-capacity magazines. What do you mean by that?
I did say so. I mean, if I'm a normal person, I would think, well, it's not 5. It's not 5 rounds, right? Isn't it? What is it? 17?
Well, it depends on what you have. Like a Glock 19 is 15 rounds. A Glock 17 is 17 rounds. An FN57 is 20 rounds. As these are just semi-automatic pistols. That's the standard magazine capacity.
Yeah, but there's a reason that law enforcement officers, and there was a shooting a mile and a half away from my house, by the way, the other day. And so
this is
I
a
would
non
just
sequitur.
bring that up. No, this isn't
okay.
a non sequitur, because if you actually have sound detection systems in cities, and people that lawfully own weapons or guns or decide not to do so, are looking
if you have sound detection systems in cities, like more surveillance of the populace, that's what your argument is.
You're defending just to recall, you're defending the position that someone should be able to go off and shoot 40. There's not a law that stops someone from shooting 45 rounds into the air. Maybe they're not allowed to do that, but they're allowed to have the tools
Most
and
urban
the
centers,
ammunition to do that.
hang on,
They're
if you're
allowed
not
to carry
aware,
a silenced
most
pistol
cities have ordinances against discharging a firearm within city limits unless it's for defense purposes or like a justified reason.
Oh, and,
Thanks for the follow.
This is the storytelling again. First we have the Big Bang, secondly we have God, and thirdly we have all these magnificent self-defense scenarios, which people might not be able to manage until they're in that situation.
That's the
Wouldn't
only
you
exception.
Want to know what you're
if
walking
you
into?
discharge a firearm into the air, you're committing a crime in most cities. I was
That's not the
giving
point
you
at
that.
all. Yeah,
That's
but
the
you're
point
going
you
way
just made.
around
I was
and
agreeing
over.
with you. Except it sounded like you didn't know that that's crime. In most cities.
My position is that you shouldn't.
If
be
you
able
go
to
and
have,
shoot
like,
pop in the air, you are committing a crime in most urban areas.
Right, and you're committing, in some sense.
You said it sounded like you didn't know that. Okay.
So if you
Please
want,
continue.
okay,
What's your point now?
let's go to Grumple's. Let's go to Grumpleland. Let's go to Grumpleland. If we go to Grumpleland,
you're welcome.
And
I doubt you'd
I'm
like it,
talking
though.
about not just law, but moral law, in a universe that's ordered and designed by God or chemistry.
Okay.
And so there's some justification that you should have a weapon that's designed to commit mass casualty events. That's designed to commit fatal damage.
That's not what any
guns are
firearm is
for.
designed for, is to commit mass
They're not-
casualty
they're not-
events. They are designed to
killing
punch holes at
machines.
distance. No, they're designed to punch holes
That's
at
not
distance.
true. They're
It's to
designed to
put holes
punch
in
holes.
things at a
That's
distance.
not true.
Yes,
You think
it's a
police
wireless hole
officers-
puncher.
You think police officers have a wireless hole puncher and
Yes.
a taser, a human,
Yes.
an EDM
Yes.
or rave excitement device?
Okay.
That's BS.
A rave excitement device? Get off your molly, dude.
On the
No, you get off your molly, dude.
That was
Doesn't even know what molly.
painful, honestly. All right, Gibbs, you ready? Or you look confused?
I'm ready. Yeah, that Grumple stop. I was just hands down. That was a Wolven Grumple one.
Grumple one, okay. Anson Knowles.
Yeah, so Grumple, your opening was all word salad, man. I don't know what the heck was going on with that.
It was a little bit.
It made like a kale smoothie look like a Michelin star dish, man. It was awful. I'm gonna say, Duck, you had 8 points. You made a lot of really consistent, arguments, and you were really good at combating Grumple's bad faith arguments. I gave Grumple 3 points, so Duck, you definitely won that. You took it away. Grump, I'm very disappointed in you.
I felt bad about it.
All right. So Tyler.
All right, so openings. Grumple's right to self-defense argument, he did say it could be God, it could be the Big Bang, no matter how you came to this conclusion. And then Duck went into basically critiquing just the Big Bang, like he was focusing on that or focusing on God, where what Grumple was actually saying was the opposite. You don't have to focus on these things to accept this. And Duck said, well, actually, social contract law could also accept this, so that's irrelevant, but like that was included in his jack of all trades. So your introduction against his point kind of actually like proved it, but then your second argument was much stronger about civil protections. And I think that went pretty undefeated through most of this. It seemed like Grump, you went into talking about surveillance for some reason as a comeback. Like that might score points with the audience, but it left his point unaddressed.
No, he made a point. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I just the fact that you got lost in his point and not just hammered down on yours, it kind of like it let him take it into his realm on you, is what I'm saying. And Duck, you attacked him for using hypotheticals in a debate. I think that whole line of argument about the Big Bang, you should just shed that shit, because your other argument was so much stronger. You took the debate with your second argument. I think if you focused on that more, you would have bodied him, and it was a lot closer because you did it. But you still took. I think Duck took it.
Oh.
I feel bad. I have so much fun talking to Grumple, so it was a pleasure, sir.
It's been like all week we've been doing this.
So hold on. You gave it to Grumple, Tyler? Really?
No, I gave it to Duck. I say Grumple didn't counter his strongest point.
On your own panel grid, get bodied.
You know what's interesting is that I had that reversed, but that's okay. I felt like that Grumple, Duck, I didn't hear you address any of Grumple's points, honestly. You were rambling about magazine capacity and rambling about some other things. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe we were listening to different arguments, or maybe I just wasn't.
According to the judges, I didn't get it, Grid. I mean, you heard what I said. Which I honestly didn't do the best of my own.
I recuse myself from this, but I didn't actually hear Duck. I mean, and he seemed really confused about the Big Bang thing. Kyle, you said he addressed it, but what I heard was him like attacking the Big Bang thing, not really kind of addressing it.
You know, he actually complimented it. Yeah,
he didn't actually hear the what Grumple said was it doesn't matter. And
I agree.
It doesn't matter how you get there. This is an inalienable right, and Duck went off on some random tangent that had nothing to do with people being able.
That's what I said. If he said that argument, it would have gone much better. That was completely pointless and a waste of time. The thing is, when Grumple brought up urban centers,
if we could pause just a moment, and Melanie, you're hot mic in your mechanical keyboard right now.
Oh yeah. So Grumple said that in the beginning that like these are the people that are in most danger of
I
crime.
muted, and it wasn't me.
And then it was you. And then when Duck said back to it, yes, I agree these people need guns, but I'm making sure these regulations are in place so just them get guns and not everybody because of gun crime. I feel like that's how he addressed that argument right at the beginning. And then
So didn't he concede that to me at that point? I mean,
no, he said you're right about your example, but your example doesn't make the massive point. He was saying he granted you something in good faith and said that his regulations.
I totally bodied that point though. I think.
I think
thought
that
I bodied
point,
it.
yeah, I think you did
because,
well there.
Yeah,
you bodied the
because
point that I made.
Yeah, because I don't like calling out word salad. I hate saying word salad to people, but I got that opportunity tonight, and so I'd like to thank the audience. I'd like to thank the judges. I'd like to thank Grumple's expensive AV setup. Everyone involved to make this happen.
Duck, this is the first time I've ever voted positive for you. I think in 5 debates.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he felt bad for you. Anyway, Grumple, we'll see you.
Good time, everybody.
Back, man.
Maybe we come back, maybe not. Y'all have a great night.
He's just making progress. Every week he gets better at the format because he seems more long-winded, set for like a 1 to 2 hour debate. Like you're getting better as time goes on.
Yeah. All right. Well, and then there were fewer. All right. So we had a debate, Melanie versus Clover. And that was going to be, I'm assuming, was a gun debate.
Beth put in the chat she wants Glenn versus Mel, must be feminism or red pill topic. So that's two things that she played.
Down for that. Glenn, you good?
Let's do it.
All right. I'm down for that. All right, let's make it happen, guys. So let's get everybody in the back. By the way, guys, I know you spend a lot of time in the back, and I apologize. I don't have any like cool posters or music for you to listen to or anything. You're just gonna have to listen to the debates and be cool. And yeah, so here we go. It's animated Glenn versus Mel. And the topic has to be based in feminism or the red pill. So what do you got, Mel? What do you want to debate?
I could argue, it depends. I'll let Glenn decide if he wants to take the more affirmative side or the negative side. Either that red pill hurts men or feminism hurts men.
How about red pill and feminism have the same outcome?
Well, I disagree with that, so sure.
Okay. All right. Red pill and feminism have the same outcome. Glenn, you have the affirmative, and we're going to dial in a minute here, and we'll get this rolling. All right. You ready, Glenn?
Yeah.
All right. Starting.
So, red pill and feminism do have the same outcome when you have women not wanting to be in relationships. You have men avoiding marriages like it's the plague, and relationships. Both parties think the other one is their enemy. You have women that are opting out. They think they could do everything that a man could do. Then you got men thinking that women could do that men could do everything that women could do. You know, that's why we got Mel here. This is a perfect example of red pill and feminism leading into androgynous minds and people just not wanting to be in relationships because of the divide between these two. They both want to capitalize on promiscuity, but none of them are about repairing or restoring the nuclear family. What is needed is patriarchy. That's why both of these, red pill and feminism, are one of the same bird, two different wings.
Okay. All right. Good deal. All right, Mel, you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
go for it.
hello, folks. Today we are here. I am here with Glenn Lawrence, who I'm glad is here, and thank you, Greg, for having me to debate the idea that red pill and feminism have the same ideologies. I have to make this super quick, so we're just going to go through this rapid fire. Glenn said something about women not wanting to be in relationships because of feminism and men not wanting to get married. That's ridiculous on both sides. I think since red pill wants men to dominate women, which is kind of what you said, red pill is way more in favor with what you want, whereas women or feminism wants gender equality. Red pill does not want women to do what men can do, whereas in some ways feminism does. And you said what is needed is patriarchy. Well, again, I would say red pill seems to agree with that because red pill takes issue with the idea of feminism dominating. Sorry, time check?
7 seconds.
Okay, well, I'm done then.
Okay. All right. Well, that was good. All right. Ready, Glenn? Ready, Mel?
Yeah.
All right.
So
5 minutes now.
When you have red pill saying that marriage is not worth it anymore for men, the risk is not worth it. You also got women saying that if they were going to repeal the no fault divorce laws, that women should not be getting married anymore. So they're both saying the same thing. They're both saying that marriage is not worth the risk, just for different reasons.
Well, red pill has a lot of things wrong.
The outcome is still the same.
Well, red pill, first of all, has a lot of things wrong about marriage. So for one thing, red pill seems
feminism. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm going to address that.
I'm not arguing red pill. I'm saying they have the same outcome.
But your equivocation takes for granted what red pill's wrong about, which is like for something like, say, you go to divorce court and you have to decide over the child.
Have the same outcome at the end of the day. Both parties are not wanting to get married. They're both trying to capitalize on promiscuity.
Glenn, I need a chance to respond.
They're both destroying the nuclear family. So they're not.
Okay, I get it. You have made those points in your introduction. I do plan to address them. So when like, for example, red pill erroneously claims that when you go to the divorce court, that it'll side with the women. That's not what feminism wants, by the way. Feminism wants equality of the sexes. That way men and women have equal outcomes.
They don't want equality of the sexes.
And I don't think you understand what feminism is. And I don't think you're actually attacking feminism.
If feminism did want equality of the sexes, then why don't I see women marching and protesting for to be forced to have to sign up for the selective service, or to be forced to not get the odds of being considered the weak or the innocent victim when there's domestic violence, even though we have stats that show that women are more violent than men overall. So when you commit domestic violence. So
you're making multiple points, Glenn.
Why don't they argue for those points? Why don't they argue for the same punishment?
So first of all, I don't think it's part of men's rights to advocate that you should be part of the selective service. I think people are generally against that on par with American freedoms and liberties. I'm not going to lie, I lost you on this further points because you're kind of just rapid fire the gish galloping. But
I'm not doing anything. I'm just pointing out there's multiple things that women are not protesting against, that they are unequally take advantage of because they're not equal to men.
Yeah, they're still fighting for women's rights and equality for women's side of things. Men have way more power and control to fight for these things. You're the ones who need to actually have a coherent men's right movement that doesn't just get things wrong and then get mad about feminism.
Anyway, it's not even on the prompt. You're going down a rabbit hole. I'm saying that feminism and red pill, the way that it is right now, comes out to the same outcome.
So fundamentally speaking,
doesn't support nuclear family. Doesn't help build the families back together. Doesn't bring men and women back together again at all.
But fundamentally speaking, you're taking for granted that they're the same thing along the lines that, like, you think that feminism doesn't want equality of the sexes. Name one feminist who said that they don't want equality of the sexes as an end goal, as an ends. Because
They
I
said
can
they wanted to destroy the nuclear family. They
who
wanted to destroy
said
the
that?
church. Oh, I can tell you, Kate. Kate, I got her name right here. Hold on, I got her damn. It'll be a minute.
Okay, so one of the problems with the nuclear family, right? And you did say
There
that
was
before.
no
So
problem with the
my
nuclear family. There's no problem with the nuclear family.
well, that's not true. For one thing, it divides labor and
What is wrong with
along
mom
the
and
lines
dad
of
in the same
sexes.
household? And mom
Have you
and dad
never
in the same
met?
household with the kids? What's wrong with that? I think that's like typically the best for children.
Have you never met a strong woman before, man? Glenn, sorry.
Have I met a strong woman? As strong as in what? I mean, there's some strong
Physically,
women in the
just
gym.
physically strong. I've met plenty. Have you met weak men?
Yep, I've met weak men too.
Have you
But
met women?
Even the
Have you
weak
met?
men are still stronger than the strong women. So
I would disagree. I've met plenty of weak men who would not be stronger than the strong women who I've known.
I've dated and I've lifted with them. I'm pretty sure I have a better.
We got 1 minute. So as a closing statement, I think that division of labor within the nuclear family takes for granted that there are no such thing as women who are stronger than men and who would be better in a physical worker market. Physical labor workforce is what I meant to say. Sorry.
Well, I mean, we already know that women cannot physically do the same things that men can do at the same capacity that men.
I've known a female construction worker.
So just because you know one doesn't mean she's actually doing any construction. She most of the time, like those are the
That's
ones.
what
like,
she said
holding
she
the
did.
sign- holding the sign that says "Be cautious."
No, she said she operated the heavy machinery and stuff.
You know what? She probably also said that she didn't suck any dick either to get the job, but she probably.
I didn't ask her.
I'm just saying.
Well, then men probably do a lot of dick sucking too to get jobs.
When you have the outcome of it is where both parties are not bringing any men and women and family back together, then they're one of the same bird. They thrive off each other.
Well, equality of the sexes, both sides should be able to suck dick or eat pussy to get their job.
Okay. We've heard enough about sucking cock, so that's fine. Okay. Who's going first?
I could take it if need be.
Go ahead.
Okie dokie. So that started out interesting. The introductions were both good. You guys both kept on prompt, made good enough points. Glenn, you went a little overboard. I feel like you had a lot of things to defend. I'm kind of surprised you actually hit most of your points in your arguments here. Mel, you got baited a lot. You had a really, really good point toward the end where you were asking if men are strong about strong men and weak women. And I feel like if you would have went into individual situations about how a couple needs to come together, assess each other, and judge based off of their circumstances, you would have fucking hammered down that point. And that you did make the modernization of the household without seeking to destroy nuclear families. We're seeking to modernize it. But I think those are the only two examples I got of you actually addressing his prompt. And then you kind of went down a couple of hills. You also were making a point about courts. He cut you off. And instead of reiterating your point, you kind of attacked the red pill and then went into your point again, but it was it was just a quick mention and you went off on the red pill again. I think he was baiting you into things, maybe intentionally, maybe not, to get you off your game. And in a lot of places it worked. Like you had some strong arguments, you just never hammered home enough.
Well, I do appreciate your criticisms, Tyler.
Anson.
Yeah, so Mel, when Glenn cammed up, you missed a golden opportunity to point out that with them Dumbo ears, he couldn't hear the arguments you were making, but he was picking up these alien transmissions from somewhere that was giving him some sort of clairvoyance to make his arguments. Right? You missed because he's got them huge fucking flapping ears, right? Come on, man. Now you got to add some comedy into it. Now, in terms of scoring, Glenn obviously spanked you 14 points. You only had 9 points, Mel. If you would have made me laugh a little bit, I might have scored you better.
Oh, okay. And Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Glenn on that one. It was really close though. I had it like basically even at the end. I do think that getting baited was the one flaw. I think that cost you, Mel. But otherwise, yeah, that was close. That could have gone either way. I'm gonna go with Glenn.
Okay. So, anybody want to make comments, observations? For those of you who are new, by the way, at the end, feel free to say, hey, Mel, this was a bad argument to take because Glenn argues this literally almost every damn day. And he has all of these arguments down and just, he just clicks them right off. That's why he could go so rapid fire and come back to them.
I think Mel had the winning argument, though. I think that getting distracted was the problem. I think the arguments were better.
That statement.
So what's the difference between getting baited and making sure I actually address what he said?
I'll tell you what it was for me, and I think it's pretty easily fixable. I think when you walked in, you went in, you left your area and chose to engage on his, and then you didn't drive home your whole point in his area, right? If you gone in and drove your point in where he was at, that would have been a little bit different. But you went and engaged him on his turf, and it didn't come back to your thing, and he kind of left it. And then when you did come back, it was already he'd already kind of nailed 3 or 4 more points in because you walked into it. Even though you did well defending it, it took you out of your zone. Does that make sense? That was my one little thing I thought you didn't do. But you did really good on his turf. It was just I think that was the slight difference. And it was razor thin. If it was an MMA fight, that would have been a 30, or that'd be I don't know, 29-28. It was close.
Highest quality debate so far tonight. Absolutely.
I might have to give it some thought because I still think I had to pick and choose what to address, and my main goal was to finish saying the main point, which admittedly I didn't do as well because I wanted to make the nuclear family argument, but I thought the last point I made was funny in my defense against Anson.
Yeah. I'm judging on who's the most humorous tonight. So whoever makes me laugh wins.
Mogged.
Oh, and I don't know if I'm just going to say personally, and I know I don't want to sound too bitter because I did appreciate the judging here. I would remove points for Gish galloping because that's also in a sense stepping kind of out of your territory and not focusing. But that's that would be me. I think that there's a lot of different types of judging I've seen on here at this point, which I at least appreciate.
I do. If somebody makes a point and doesn't back it up, I take something off of them.
Yeah.
Well, also, if you're saying that your opponent was gish galloping, that's kind of your prerogative to call out, your responsibility to call out during the debate so that points can be deducted.
I did.
If you don't call it out, then it doesn't count.
I did.
Then points may have been deducted.
I actually think Mel has really good panel etiquette. Not just on Grid, but I think most places. I know you guys think I'm joking, but Mel's always very conscious of the the host show and her role in it. So.
Literally been banned off of Sarah's VK. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that's a interesting assertion, Doug. But hey, man, everybody has their viewpoint. We have another debate. By the way, Mel, thank you for coming back. It was weird when you quit, kind of rage quit last time. I'm just going to assume you had a bad evening.
I misheard. It was kind of a bad day.
Clip?
So
does someone have the clip?
I misheard, and I thought what you were saying is that every single time you're going to decide that who gets to take the affirmative and the negative. And I'm just against that because that really is a debate exercise. It's not a true virtue of debate that you should be able to debate both sides. So that's just that kind of ruined the spirit of debate for me. But then when I realized people have to pay for it, then that kind of made more sense to me.
Yeah. Okay.
So my apology.
And
see you later.
Cool. Have a great rest of your evening and hang out. Maybe somebody will buy you back in. You just never know.
You too. Mel, great debate. You too.
L, take the L. Bye, loser. Bye.
Okay. All right. So Mel has never been a judge, Clovertack, actually.
I wanted to say, but then I didn't get a chance because I just had to go answer the door. Yeah, gish galloping is not a huge thing I'm a fan of either. To go along with Tyler.
So, Grid, for the sake of judging and full disclosure, Patrick is one of my best friends in real life.
Okay.
Thank you for your honesty.
Who said that?
Anson.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll keep that in mind when you're debating. Maybe I'll make you debate him. Maybe that's what I'll do.
That totally one unbiased judge, completely unbiased, not biased at all judge. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's completely unbiased, actually.
I've heard that.
I know I'm being sarcastic here. I'm just playing.
We have Beth is wanting Patrick versus Lethy. Patrick, did I ask you what your positions are?
You did.
I did. Okay, good. All right.
Oh shit! I didn't even see Leafy here. I remember you. I
Right.
debated on your Discord red pill stuff last time.
Okay. Welcome, Avius. I did see you. You're muted right now, I think.
Yeah, I muted myself. I was talking to stream.
Gotcha. Okay. So we're since we already have a debate, and we're going to have Patrick going against Lethy. Anson, are you going to recuse yourself? And do I need to have cleaner judge this one?
I mean, I can be fair, but he is like one of my best friends, so it'll be hard for me to be unbiased.
It'll be Cleaner, Gibbs, and Tyler will be the judges for this one. So it's always good to have the CIA involved when we're judging. So that's good.
Nice recusal, Jeff Sessions.
Hey, I'm related to Jeff.
Anson just keeps winning. All right. Everybody else, you're going to go hang out in the back, watch, and have a good time. I know you don't get to spend just a ton of time on the screen like you do on other shows and panels, but it's just the way. Wait, I put the wrong guy down. Whoops. My bad. What to do with it? There he is. It's just the way this show works. But you get a lot of time to kind of hang out, in the chat, talk shit to people, all that kind of thing. So it's a good time for everyone, especially me. And we'll just get Gibbs out of here. And then there were two. So what shall we debate, gentlemen?
I think we're both capitalists. We could debate intricacies regarding that, or we could debate some positions separate from that, social issues or something else. Whatever. If you have a suggestion, I'm open.
Well, let me see.
Or Lethy. If Lethy has a suggestion, I'm open.
Yeah, Lethy, do you have? You're muted, sir.
I'm cool with intricacies relating to capitalism because it sounds like he's a capitalist Democrat, and so I think that we could find some intricacy there, but it's up to him.
Lethy, can you say something? Okay. I'm not hearing anything from Lethy.
I'm not either.
He was talking earlier. It's not muted on the show's end.
Oh, try putting your mic down, Lethy. So maybe your mic mutes when you put it up. That's what mine does.
Oh, make sure your mic is selected.
Oh, I see. You have a boom mic.
See the little where it says mute and there's like a little arrow beside it. Click that. Make sure you've got the right mic selected.
This one, how about that?
There we go.
Okay. I can hear you now.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah, it's just somehow your mic selected the wrong one. So good to go. All right.
Debate Trump. Why am I muted?
Yeah, I didn't mute you, and you didn't mute you because I can see that your mic is active. So I was like, wow, something's going on here. All right. So where are we at here?
Yeah, I'm good with social issues, the riots, like pretty much anything's up.
Okay. What? So he was kind of leading off into some capitalism stuff there. What do you think about that?
I think we probably have a fair amount of overlap, but if you'd like to get into it, any particular part about capitalism?
Yeah, let me throw some things out. Should we have
Occupational licensing?
Sorry?
Occupational licensing?
Oh, that's some intricate.
I don't know. I'm looking for intricacies on his position because he said he believes in capitalism, and so I don't know like how deep his capitalism goes.
What about lower taxes? Who should have lower taxes?
Poor
Versus
people
the
should have lower taxes.
Yeah, I mean,
you said poor people should have lower taxes
about
Yeah.
taxing the rich. So
I mean, I would definitely take I think everybody should have lower taxes if you wanted to debate on that. But we can argue something different if Grid would prefer something different.
I'm just looking for something you guys disagree on.
Well, we disagree there. We can.
I'm
or we
sure
can
there's a
keep going.
few things we disagree on. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't agree with DEI, I would guess.
Correct.
Yeah, we did DEI earlier. That could be done again. What's
We can talk reparations.
reparations? We've not done a reparations debate on this channel at all.
That would be fine.
What? All right. So give me the prompt. What are we talking about?
Letha, you're the affirmative, I'd assume.
Yeah, so based on the actions of the U.S. government, the black population of America tied to chattel slavery and going forward through the civil rights period deserve some form of reparations for what has happened.
Okay. And Patrick, your position, you can debate against that?
Yeah, I'd be fine with being the negative against that.
Okay. All right. So what we'll do now is we're going to go ahead and I'm going to put 1 minute. I'm going to really have to get the clock on the screen. I haven't put it back up. All right. Since you're the affirmative, Letha, whenever you're ready, just tell me and I'll start the clock.
Start it up.
Go.
All right. Due to the systemic nature of the way things work in America, Black people have been removed from the ability to gain wealth. So through the civil rights period, you had massive amounts of redlining, bank loans being removed, laws put in place against Black people to keep us from being able to be in the same position that most other Americans are.
Okay. All right. Under 30 seconds. Cool. You ready, Patrick?
Sure.
Start.
Yeah, so the United States, actually fought for the freedom of Black people and against chattel slavery. The United States is the side that won the Civil War and against the Confederate States of America and actually abolished that. So the side that he is talking about is the side that he would agree with actually won the Civil War and is the side that is currently in control. So the systemic racism and ability to gain wealth, I believe that happened on a more localized scale. If you want to state it like that, that happened predominantly in the South, but ultimately in the grand scheme, the side that he would agree with is the one that won the Civil War, and so I don't see what there is to argue with.
Okay, both of you guys finishing well early, which is good, and we got 5 minutes on the clock, so let's go.
Okay, so starting with the side that won the Civil War and then reneged on its promise to give people that were deprived freedom a leg up going forward with 40 acres and a mule and gave reparations to the slave owners in juxtapost. Then moving forward, created segregation within the states that was upheld by the states themselves, keeping Black people from being able to own property.
You're saying the federal government created segregation?
The federal government allowed for the states to have segregation. They upheld those laws.
The states had the rights to do those things because everybody has localized things. And so I guess that would be my position, is where I would say, like, for example, the whole thing about discriminized buses and things like that Rosa Parks was going against, for example, was because the state was able to discriminate. Whereas if it was privatized industry, then they wouldn't be able to discriminate in the same way because they would lose the competition. Within competing with other people who didn't discriminate as far as making buses, restaurants, et cetera, and so on, or even education in schools and everything. But go ahead. I'm sorry. for cutting you off.
Yes, exactly. Discrimination in the schools. So one thing about that, where do schools get funding from?
Well, they didn't get funding from the government or anybody else up until the last, I think, 70 years or so. It's the vast
Where does funding
minority
for
of
schools come from?
At current,
now?
it comes from the government, but it didn't for the vast majority of our history.
No, it comes from property taxes. And so you're going to have better schools in areas with higher property values and higher property taxes, which is exactly where Black people were redlined from and are kept out of those communities.
And it came from property taxes because the government funds them, right? And I'm telling you, the Department of Education wasn't founded until very
the Department
recently.
of Education doesn't fund schools.
Okay. The localized schools, publicly funded, weren't happening either up until very recently in the country's history. For the vast majority of the country's history, all education was done privately, actually through churches and things like that actually funded schools, or communities that got together and funded schools. And so, I mean, I agree with you that maybe some of those things happened as far as like redlining and things like that. But and I think it does happen now as far as, oh man, my property taxes don't pay for X number of things as far as like even the schools. But I don't think that's a problem of discrimination. I think that's a problem with the government being involved in the education system. So I think it's a separate issue.
So to remove the need for any sort of programs to allow for other people to be able to get into jobs and things like that, let's level out the playing field and allow for Black people to get low interest loans or no interest loans for housing as well as for education.
I think that's I think that's discriminatory. That's discriminatory on the side of the government to discriminate in favor of people for their skin color, which is exactly what Martin Luther King was against. He didn't want pro-Black or pro any certain color or race or skin. He didn't want people to be discriminated against for anything related to that. He wanted everything to be equal for everybody and have a merit-based system. And I think that actually DEI and everything else that, like what you're talking about, actually goes against the actual spirit of what Martin Luther King and the other civil rights activists talked about throughout the entirety of their movement, because they didn't want it to be based on their skin color at all. They wanted to win based on the merits of their skill. And I think that actually it undercuts Black people's skill level when you just give them a job based on the color of their skin, or a loan based on the color of their skin, rather than them beating out the competition and then getting rewarded based on that.
The whole point of reparations is to repair a harm that was done to a people through discrimination. So to be able to get past that discrimination and right the wrong that was done, the same that was done with the people in Manzanar when the Japanese were put into internment camps, it wasn't that everybody got that. There was literally a discriminatory practice that put that into place, and there had to be a reparation for it. Why shouldn't there be a reparation for this?
How many white boys died trying to free Black slaves? You know, like that's what I'm saying, is the side that fought for slavery to be ended against Black people literally was fought by white dudes from the North. They literally and yeah, you can say they reparated slave owners, but I'm saying literally thousands. It was the bloodiest war in American history as far as white guys going to go die to free Black people, and Black people served on that. In that as well. I mean, literally all kinds of colors of people served on the side of the Union. You had Native Americans, white people, Black people. You had all sorts of groups fighting for that same thing. And so it's like, how do we reparate the Native Americans? How do we reparate the white people that died for that? The side that was doing that lost is the main point.
Yeah, people that fight in wars. Oh, we're good. All right.
All right, gentlemen. That was really good. That was really good. I enjoyed that, actually. That was cool.
Can someone tell me what the exact prompt was again? I missed that part right at the beginning. I didn't want to interrupt.
It was essentially that reparations should be there for Black people due to the discriminatory practices that came from chattel slavery and the civil rights period.
Yep, that's what I heard too. Okay, I'm going to start with Cleaner.
16, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I had Patrick at 16 points and Leith at 12. It was actually really close up until I examined the command of the argument. And when I was looking at who had more command over the debate, it seemed like Patrick was refuting and then adding points during each of Leith's points. So I gave command of the argument to Patrick, which ended up winning him the round, in my opinion.
Okay. Right next to you, Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm going to go Lethe for the exact same reason. I think that every time Patrick brought up something new or whatever, Lethe addressed it very well. And I think what was a really poignant point was the point he made about the reparations made to the Japanese people after World War II. And I didn't find the response, and this was really the one key debate point I think flipped it, was I didn't find Patrick's response about how many white boys died to be really a satisfactory answer due to the fact that, World War II also had a lot of loss of life, and I just didn't, buy that kind of that line of thought. However, overall, it was very close. So yeah, I give it to Lethe on that one.
Okay, and Tyler.
This is a hard one. Two good ones back to back. So, okay, this came down to a lot of nitpicking here. So whoever loses, I don't want to ruin it till the end, but don't take it personally because this was good. Lethe addressed the Civil War point. He addressed it with, but after the Civil War, promises were broken and all this bad shit happened that had to go all the way up to civil rights in order to fix it. The only real rebuttal I heard to that, you went off on Martin Luther King for a bit. I don't think it addressed it properly. You went off on the Department of Education. At one point, you were talking about bad Fed policy, that you could dislike the policy, but what he's arguing is the policy is in place and what we saw are disproportionate results. I don't feel like those points were addressed. And the only time you somewhat addressed it, I feel like all you said was, yeah, you're right about those things, but the Civil War, look at how many people died. It's like you're just saying, well, aren't you appreciative of all this over here? So ignore all this over here. It didn't take down his argument enough for me to say you won. So I have to go with Lethe on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I was hoping, I was going to wish to see if somebody was going to respond to Levy's argument with, well, we have basically given them reparations with all the, grants and schools and programs that are, directed for just that community. That could be in the form of reparation.
Well, I'd say another highlight that Lethe said right there was whenever you drop the Department of Education doesn't pay for the schools thing. That was a pretty good banger line right there. That one stood out to me as well. I think a couple of those were key. You had a few more of those banger standout lines in my opinion.
Let me say, Patrick, the next time you're arguing with somebody who says that black people are owed money because of slavery, just point out the fact that two facts. One, slavery was an economic system, not a race-based system. There were thousands of black slave owners in the South. You can pull up the 1830 census. There were 3,775 black slave owners in the American South during that census. Right. So it wasn't a race-based system. It was an economic-based system. Also point out that there were white indentured servants who were treated in a very similar manner. They weren't race-based systems. They were economic systems, and people whining about it today are just whining.
Anson, I think you listened a little better than I did. I mean, I thought the opening was a little too experimental in that sense. And it's cool to do that on panels like this, but also I felt like I was in outer space, and I felt Lethe was responding to I don't think there was any salvaging that line. I don't know. I wanted to rub on your nipples and talk about debates and stuff like that, dude.
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with Duck. The thing that I was seeing during the to and fro when you were each making points and refuting the others was that when you were doing the turnaround, I think you could have added more to each of the arguments, Lethe. I know you were very concise and to the point. I think you could have given a little bit more so that you could have had more points in there in each of the arguments you were making back when you were refuting his points and giving yours back, and that would have given you a much stronger approach and more command or appearance of command in the argument.
No, and also, I respect Lethe for we had a very good back and forth, both very generous with each other as far as just being willing to let each other respond, kind of stopping and pausing for that. And so I appreciated the debate. It's my first time on a debate panel or anything like that. And so I definitely appreciated the charitable nature that Leith kind of approached it with, because I needed that, and it helped me a lot. So I appreciate that from you, Leith.
Yeah, great talk. Thanks for having that back and forth with me. I think it was pretty enlightening.
Absolutely, man, and I appreciate it from you as well.
Yeah, I guess really the only feedback I have is, honestly, it's the economic system thing was kind of where I normally go. Plus the indentured servants and all of that. I feel like that, Patrick. I actually felt like you had pretty good control for the most part. I don't really have anything else to add. I hope you come back. You did well, and don't be mad. So
thanks for having me, Grid.
Yu-Gi-Oh's not the worst game. There are worse games than Yu-Gi-Oh. You'll be all right.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, Patrick, I keep bringing Grumple back up. I don't know why.
Oh no, yeah, I'm supposed to be backstage.
Yeah.
Beth picked 2 more, Grid.
Did she? I can't. I haven't been watching. I'll check.
Cleaner versus
Somebody can.
Avius.
Someone should buy Grumple back up. Grumple's like the only nice person in the panel verse. We need Grumple on every panel.
Cleaner versus Avius. How do you say that? Avius.
Avius. Yeah, Avius would be correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. I'm good with Grumple. Verse or not Grumple. Hold on. Did she say Grumple? Cleaner. I'm good with Cleaner versus Avius. I'm really sorry to do that to you, Avius. Cleaner is he's a Fed. I mean, let's just be honest. He's a Fed.
Oh shit. All right, fair enough. Well, thank you for letting me know, so like I can go in prepared.
Rumors and hearsay.
It's all rumors and hearsay. So, poor Kel just got back, and we're putting her in the back room again. Sorry about that. That's just the way the show works. You're muted right now.
Sorry, I'm a technological grandpa, but yeah, no, it's a pleasure to be here. Apologies.
Okay, cool. Hey, now are you leftist? Are you Democrat? Because I keep forgetting to ask, and then the chat wants to know. So
Yeah, you know how they say there's like California sober? I'm like a California centrist, so
So
more
you're
left
like
leaning.
you're more left leaning, but you haven't gone full retard yet. You're just halfway.
Right. No, I'm a capitalist at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, a lot of people claim to be capitalist, but then they vote for every single tax that comes down the road. So, anyway, all right, cool.
Debate to solidify where I stand. Okay.
Well, we'll get you a debate in just a few minutes. But I got right now. Everybody's got to go in the back. Everybody get to the back of the bus except for Avius and who did we go? Avius and
I believe it was Cleaner.
Man, that's so bad. Like you got. So the thing is people sleep on Cleaner all the time. Like they think he's so quiet and he's just chill down there, but he's deadly. So I wouldn't. I'm glad it's you, not me. All right. So what are we debating tonight, gentlemen? What's your favorite subject, Avius?
Well, I'm a contentious motherfucker and I'm very opinionated, so I can do anything. I can leave it up to Cleaner.
Awesome.
What would be your general side that you would be leaning towards, that you would have a more proficient side in debating?
Honestly, it really freaking depends. I'm a Swiss Army knife when it comes down to shit. I can disagree with I'm not like fully on the progressive side because there's like a ton of shit that not normal people would criticize on the progressive side, but there's other shit like my housing policy, shit like that, conservatives would probably view like insanely far left to the point where people would view contentious. So yeah, whatever you want.
I mean, what's your
religion?
Argue? What I mean, what's the thing that you like to argue the most? Like personal, social issues.
Honestly, the main thing that I've been arguing recently is housing costs in the United States. Not just housing costs, but housing, transportation, and food costs. That's been the main thing I've been arguing.
Are you religious?
Okay.
I'm agnostic. I don't have like any issues with religious people whatsoever. I actually see like a strong value in things like the Bible and shit like that, where it, number one, very historical. Like, regardless, there people will fight me back and forth saying, "Oh, it's not historical. There's not this. There's not that." Well, the fact of the matter is, when you're talking about 3,000-year-old history involving the Romans, the Bible is just as historical as any other historical archives that we're going to go through from back then, right? So, I like the Bible and shit like that from that point of view. I think you can learn a lot of philosophy from it, but I'm not very religious, quote unquote. Like, I've been to church, but the first time I was at church, I was 18.
So you believe in some type of deity of above or something to that extent, but no selective as far as a religion that puts it in a box.
Oh yeah, you could definitely say that.
Would you say that that deity is the arbiter of morals?
I think the arbiter of morals would be us. The arbiter of morals is the thing that's kept us alive the longest. That would be our arbiter of morals, right?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, what's your position on housing and just the cost of goods?
My position on housing, this is where a lot of people disagree with me. We are at a point when it comes down to housing, the only way going forward to provide homes for low-income Americans is government intervention. There is no other way going past this, right? You can look up, I want to say the website is the National Builders Association, right? If you look at the National Builders Association, they'll talk about right now. So basically, the way to look at it, if you build a property, if you build a new apartment whatsoever, right, you want to make a profit on that land in 20 years, right? So you want to be collecting 5% a year off of that piece of land. At that point, in the United States right now, to build an apartment, you're looking at $1,800 a month is what you're charging to make your profit in 20 years, right? So if the cheapest that you're going to build an apartment to make it economically feasible in the United States is $1,800, the way I look at that is, well, I want people to have kids. I want there to actually be families and all of that good shit that we had in, the 80s, 70s, whatsoever, right? But we cannot get that unless we have apartments that are, $1,200 for a 2-bedroom. We can't build a $1,200 for a 2-bedroom in California. That's just economically infeasible. We have to build it through the government. That's the only way going forward. I'm not a huge HUD guy. I'm not like, oh my God, yeah, we need public housing. What I am saying is building public housing is the only way to move forward if you actually want to provide homes for low-income Americans.
Is that something you can debate, Cleaner? Or
Yeah, I don't think that's the only way. I definitely believe that there are a number of other ways.
all right, let's make something happen, captains. I'm going to give you 1 minute since you're taking the positive position. Avius, you will get. You'll start out. You get 1 minute to make your position, and we'll go from there. You
Okay,
ready?
my position, yeah.
Go.
All right, my position is very, very simple. I am a young father of 2 kids, and honestly, having kids is the thing that gave me purpose in my life. However, having 2 kids, when I had my daughter, before I had my son even, right, I had to move from the city that I was living in. The reason why is because the same price that I get a 2-bedroom in the city I live right now was a studio apartment in the city that I was living in. Now, at that point, I blamed the stupid, evil liberal city and all of the evil capitalists for not building cheap apartments and trying to price gouge us. But once I actually went and I did the research, I realized, no, it's not the evil capitalist's fault. The evil capitalists can only do what's economically feasible. And right now we live in a country where it's no longer economically feasible to provide people like me who are trying to start families. That's why we need to prioritize building low-income housing from the government.
Okay, that was almost exactly a minute. Cleaner, when you're ready.
All right. I believe that there are a number of other ways that we could address this issue of housing being too expensive or in limited supply. The first of which would be to deport the 20 million immigrants that are here illegally, which would necessarily free up housing. To what extent could be debated and conversed, which I hope we'll do. Also, the removal of taxes from low-income families could greatly increase the amount of funds that they have available to be able to purchase houses. Government limitations on annual percentage rates as far as how much you're going to be paying in every year on your home loans or mortgages could also be another way that you could combat this in a very real way.
Okay, so Cleaner.
All right, hold on. I got to get your
Let him
time.
start the timer.
My bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, my bad.
Sure.
That was 5 seconds left, Cleaner. That was a long one for you. All right, you guys get ready and go.
So do you not think that having immigrants removed from the country would necessarily free up some housing for lower income families to be able to afford, or affect the housing market in a way that would lower some of the prices?
I think it would lower the prices. All right. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue against that. That's just a common sense take to say, yes, when you remove people from the market is going to get cheaper because there's more availability. What I will argue is, yes, removing 20 million people from the country would give us more supply, but we need supply nationwide, right? Because the issue isn't immigrants showed up, right? While we were having immigrants showed up, you had 2 generations come of age looking for homes. Now, I say 2 generations. Why would I say 2 generations? Because the millennials, number one, came of age and couldn't buy homes because the 2008 recession hit, which caused home builders to no longer build homes, number one. Number two,
Yeah, so
now you have
hold on.
Generation Z coming of age
You're adding
who also
in
can't
you're
buy
adding
homes.
in too many points at once. Let's go one point at a time
Okay,
here.
yeah, my bad.
So you're talking about the generations of immigration that have been happening, and I'm not denying that there has been some immigration that happened in the 80s and 90s, as well as a little bit in the early 2000s. However, a grand majority of the immigration that we've seen in the United States has happened over about the past 12 years.
No.
So
I'm not even talking immigration. I'm talking the rate of people who are turning 18, looking for homes, looking for apartments, looking to move out of mommy and daddy's home, right?
yeah, that's
Yes,
just
the
something that
immigrants add
happens.
to the problems.
That's
Yeah,
something that happens generationally, no matter what, though. That's going to continue to happen as we move forward into the future. Now,
would
granted,
you
we're
disagree they're
at
not
a
compounding
lower
rate?
birth rate, so that may be a little less later. However,
But that didn't
that's not
affect
going to
Gen Z.
stop.
Gen Z was one of the largest generations globally ever, right? So, like, yes, the birth rates declined, but the birth rates didn't start declining until millennials, right? When it
Gen
came
Z, I
down to the
think,
boomers,
was
the boomers were doing their job.
Gen Z, I think, was 13% per capita, higher than Gen X, or I'm sorry, not Gen X, but these two new generations that are around right
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
Gen X, coming from the baby boomers, was actually one of the largest per capita booms of population that happened, other than right after the war, right after World
So
War II.
that's my point that I'm trying to bring up, though. When it comes down to Generation Z is one of the largest generations, right? So all of these people are coming of age now looking for homes. So even if we remove, all of the immigrants from the country, that doesn't make up for the gap of us not building homes since 2008. It
So
doesn't make up for the gap of the
what
millennials and Gen Z that still need homes. Yes,
what you're
we will
saying
remove
is
these people,
that,
but
like,
it doesn't make up
the
for the
small
gap.
portion percentage of the increase in births that were happening at that time that resulted in adults that are at this time could not be made up for by removing the 20 million plus immigrants. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying if we remove the 20 million immigrants, it doesn't make up for the deficit of the 40 million Americans that we now have to make up for. That's what I'm
And
saying.
I would
But
say that it
yes, that
does
20
because,
million that we've got over the 12 years is a fuck ton, right?
yeah,
That
you
is
would
nothing to scoff at.
necessarily have at least like 20 million families worth of space that you could, or maybe not 20 million families, but 20 million people's worth of space
Yeah, but here's the
that you
issue.
could
12 years
fill
ago was
with the
2013.
generation that's going on right now. Also, you have to take into account, when we're talking about this, you have to take into account the fact that the immigration that is here currently is actually taking up wages and doing all kinds of other things that are changing our economy as well.
Yeah, of course
So
they are. But
if
again, that doesn't
if
address
that
the
area
issue
is
of homes,
removed,
right?
then
Because
we're
again, you
going.
remove the immigrants, you're still at a deficit of
Yeah,
homes.
but you're
That's
still
what we need to address.
you're not really you're not really providing proof here to me that's showing me how if we removed the immigrants, that wouldn't necessarily give more housing to these
It's
younger
simple
generations
math.
and at a lower cost, which I
Simple
actually
math.
think you conceded earlier. So I'd like to move on to my next point, which is removal of
My entire
taxes from
point
low
is,
income.
yes, remove the fucking 20 million.
Yeah,
Get them out
yeah,
of the
that's-
country.
yeah,
Go.
and then
Okay,
you're
yes, that
definitely going to have
helps.
a little more
But we need
space,
60
and you're going to
million
have
homes. What does
cheaper
that do
homes.
with the 60 million, right? Because we're still on a deficit of 40 million.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's
if
the
we
problem.
had national propaganda for our youth to get married and stay married, then we would
That's
have
not going to do
those
shit,
60
man.
million
I'm
lowered to
married. I
30
love
million.
my fucking wife,
So,
okay? But no, this
right,
is
right,
the
I get
issue,
that.
all
What
right?
I'm saying
How
is,
are we going to have
there
kids when you're
would
living in an
be,
apartment
there
you can't
would
even quietly
be,
fuck, right? When
there
you're in
would
an
be more
apartment with
housing
four other
available
roommates,
for
what are you
those
going to do
people.
about that?
I just yeah, and what I'm saying is, like, you would have more housing available for those people that wasn't being taken up right now.
No, their housing is not available. The average person can't even afford to go on a fucking date. So how are you going to tell the average American to go out and
By
go
removing the
find their wife?
immigration,
They
people
can't
will
do
have
that.
more money because there will be more
They
jobs
can't
available
afford a
for our
home. They
people to
can't
be
go out and
working.
find someone to go fuck. They live in a
Look, it's a
fucking studio apartment
multifaceted
with 3 other
argument.
people.
The fact that you can't delve into the multifacet of it, I mean, that's
You
on you.
can't fathom why the fuck we're in such a goddamn huge issue. I wish
Oh, no,
you
I
could. I
can.
wish people could understand what the fuck I'm saying because I want more people like
No,
me
I
to
can't.
have
I think
kids.
I think I
okay?
actually
don't want to
addressed
be
it.
the only
I think I actually
25-year-old
addressed it
father. It
perfectly.
fucking
The three
blows.
main reasons why our economy is all screwed up is immigration, the taxation, and the government limits on interest rates that haven't been enforced.
All right, gentlemen,
All three
That's
of
a small
those
part.
played into it.
I'm
No,
ha-
those three
What does
played
that
into
do
it.
with the fact
Strong
that
correlate.
it is not economically feasible to build for less than $1,800 a month rent? What do you do to address that?
Avius, time's expired, brother. Just
all right.
No, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. This is
I
fun.
wanted to keep going, man. See, this is my favorite topic to argue. All right.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I like this one.
Yeah, this was good.
Dude, there's so much data and so much shit I can dive into. If you give me a chance to look at my charts, oh my fucking god, we could be here for hours.
Yeah, I have a lot of data that that kind of overlaps onto this concept of housing.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
I hope we can talk about it more
yeah,
later.
that's a great long form conversation. But right now we've got to pick a winner. We're going to start with Gibbs if he's ready.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, so that was bad. These have gotten. They started off the night not so good, and then we've gotten some really good ones in the last few. That one was really close. I think that Avius was able to control where the conversation went. And this is kind of like an MMA match. You grapple it, and then I think this is the first one that somebody got really, really passionate. And I think if you get passionate and you back up the facts and actually make like cognizant things while you're passionate, that's a good sell. So I'm gonna go with Avius, even though it pains me to do so as a because it's everything against my beliefs. But he won this one, I think.
Okay. Tyler?
Whew, man, this was another one. This is like, again, the loser, I'm not going to say who yet, but I'm nitpicking because this was pretty damn good. Avius started out with his personal anecdote, which, invokes ethos. Started out with, I blame the capitalists. I had Stu, and then I looked into it and then got into his argument about, so Cleaner was more on the prompt. He's offering multiple alternatives to bring it down. Now, Avius, you were arguing against one of his alternatives. Well, part of one of his alternatives, is that sure, this solves 20 million houses, but there's 40 million more needed. But his point that he kept going back to is wages will go up, supply will go up, and demand will go down. So those prices will all start to come toward the middle. It's not just 20 more million houses. Here's 20 million people. It's going to affect the entire market. And he kept bringing that up, and I thought you were addressing it well, but then at the end there, he started going into his second point, which was taxes and things of that nature, how government is somewhat responsible for the prices being high in the first place. And none of that got addressed. Cleaner, on the other hand, you left a lot on the table. You could have been going at a lot of points more, like your ending point about government being the reason it's this high in the first place. So taking the thing that made it this high and continuing to use it is actually going to exacerbate the problem. I didn't hear anything like that out of you because that would have gone at the throat of his argument. I felt like you could have been a little more attacky here. I hate to say this, man. Cleaner, I'm sorry. I got to give it to Avius. You should have cut him off at the knees, and you didn't. And I think he missed your second point, but you just didn't make it until like right at the end, and it had no backing behind it because of that.
All right, Anson.
Yeah, so Tyler hit on something that I'm going to talk about, which is the ethos connection that he made at the very beginning, the having kids gave me a purpose in life bullshit that you did, right? Like you need to have like diaper changes and tantrums to know that you're not so supposed to binge Netflix your entire life. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. You know, and you know, there's a certain point where it's an ethos connection and it's a, hey, look, I'm pathetic, and so I'm making an argument from being a pathetic human being. Right. And that's basically what you're saying. You have an entitlement to everybody else's shit, so give it to me. So, you know, your argument fell flat. Right. I must say that Cleaner won 14-9, and I don't know what the fuck the other judges were watching.
I actually agree with Anson. So Gibbs, what did you say? I'm sorry, I zoned out.
I went with Avius. It was close, but I think Avius controlled the win more.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Cleaner, looks like you lost out on this one. I'm going to be honest here, Avius. I didn't like any of your argument. It was all asperging. It was nothing connected. To be honest with you, I'm in Anson's camp here, where all I heard was, "I'm a victim. Give me fucking money." And I don't know what the other judges are watching
here. Give me 10 minutes later. Give me 10 minutes and data. All right, I won't use a single
I understand you've got
data,
and I'm in. You know, I buy and sell houses, so I have data too. And
that's why I would love to have the conversation with you. Honestly,
dichotomy when you started out and complained that, well, I had to move out of this city so I could afford a place to live. Well, that's what people do. That's how people get forward in life. I can't believe the two judges didn't key in on that as the biggest portion of the entire argument. Was you just undermined your entire argument. Literally everything you said after that point was bullshit, and I can't believe the judges went along with it. But you got.
I'll tell you what. So you know it's bullshit. Right? Cleaner tried to go to his second argument several times there, and Avius would not let him do it. And Cleaner ended up playing
because he was scared.
Well, but if you play into it,
it's fine. It's fine. Look, hey, I'm just talking. I mean, I like to give feedback on things, and I think that my feedback to Cleaner would be is I think he started out trying to be very welcoming, and not welcoming. That's not the right point. But he wanted to listen. He did, tell him that when Avius started running off, he said, "Hey, come back. Let's just go 1 point at a time." I mean, I honestly, from my point of view, Cleaner had the debate 100% under control the entire time. He even said, "Hey, I'm going to make my second point. We're stopping. We're not talking about this anymore because I'm making my second point." Of course, time was running out at that point, but he was in control. I like, Avius. It's not that you made, I just don't like. I don't like your.
Oh yeah, no. You know what? I'll even grant you that. I shouldn't have used the anecdote. I'll grant you that. However, the anecdote helps a lot of the time, right? Because like I'll watch motherfuckers like Hassan, and their entire audience is based on anecdotes, right? So like. There, occasionally, like I'll use the anecdote involving my family because I do.
A lot of people do, family, right? And look at what happened. You used an anecdote, and two judges just let you roll with it.
That's why I use them
like a skill issue,
right? But I'll grant you that
the one
I should have
question I
fucking
do
stuck
have,
with the data because I have the data.
Okay.
Yeah, Avius, I'm a dad too.
The one
and I would
question
just say,
I do have
sorry,
about
let me say
how this went down was I did make note that within like the first 30 seconds he conceded my first point, and I continually tried to move it on to taxation or another economic form to merge it into our APY issues and our taxation issues. However, at what point when an opponent is not going along with moving it along and they've already conceded the point, are you going to start deducting points from the person who's not moving along because they've already conceded the point, even though the other person is trying to push it in that direction?
So
other than that, though,
no. The thing is, you weren't addressing what I was saying. You weren't.
Cleaner, the other judges.
What I'm saying.
The other judges missed that because it's your job as a debater to tell them, "Hey, you already conceded this."
Pointed it out.
Yeah, you
I
have to
pointed
be
it out
No,
twice.
cleaner,
You
cleaner.
got to be
How
a
does
bigger dick
removing
about it
people
though,
from the
because like
country
someone like
make
Gibbs isn't going
housing
to hear it.
cheaper to build? That's my argument. I'm not arguing anything outside of the cost of building. So how does removing immigrants from the country lower
Well-
cost of building?
Well, that's not what your prompt was. Your prompt was specifically that doing this one other
Why would I have
thing
brought up the
would
National
be the
Builders
only way.
Association if I wasn't referring to
Your
cost of
Right.
building?
Actually,
your prompt was
that's why I think Cleaner won. Cleaner said clearly. You said that this is the only way forward. I don't know why nobody else.
Yeah, I don't think anyone
No,
caught
I say the only way forward because if it costs $1,800 a month to build a fucking apartment and that's to make it economically feasible, yes, that means poor people cannot afford homes in the United States.
Hold on. I just want to say, I just want to say, like, I am like going in, Lena, you had every advantage on my book. Like, it was going to be very hard for Avius to win this debate in my mind, even like just knowing my bias, right? And what the difference is, you asked this question. Yes, you made a point, and unlike what judges say, chairman saying here, it's not that you weren't a dick and then you didn't bring it up. You did bring it up, but then as soon as you brought it up, you went back and engaged with the points that he was making, right? And you went to his points, and you never left your zone, right? Like, you said, "Oh, this is a problem," and then he made a different point, and you went to fight that battle instead of coming back to fighting your battle. Like, after you made this, you didn't like double down. You like double down with saying it, but you didn't double up with an action afterwards. I think that like control is a big aspect here. Like, despite chairman's disagreements with that.
I think he just didn't attack enough too, because there was one point where he was citing the aggregate statistics.
I think
1,800.
I'm just gonna say this, and then I'll let Cleaner jump out. But so again, Cleaner is the only one that actually addressed the topic itself, and that was that the prompt was that this is the only way forward. The only way forward is for the government to come in and build the houses. Cleaner gave the alternative. No, if we actually deport people who are here in our country legally, and by the way, he should have followed that up with who moved in and took over all of the inexpensive housing or a large chunk of it. If those people moved out, then that inexpensive housing would now be available again.
Grid.
Or
if we remove these people, you're going to remove 1 million people from LA, and the apartments in LA aren't going to go below $2,500 a month.
Well,
okay. You're going to remove 1 million from LA, 1 million from New York, 1 million from fucking this place, 1 million from that place. It's not going to do anything when it comes down to the housing costs. That's the problem.
Live there. I mean, that's a simple point. So
and that was the thing. Like, okay, so listen, all right. When the debate started, the prompt was, "This is the only way to X." I made him concede there was another way. At that point, I no longer felt it was necessary to continue arguing any of my other points unless I just got bored. Because he conceded that I won.
Yeah, I conceded.
So I moved on. I was like, okay, I don't really care. Whatever you want to talk about now that you've conceded, I just won. But I had a fun.
I conceded that would
I would
help,
like to
but
do
that's
this
not
one a
going
little
to
bit
relieve
longer.
the situation. That's not going to relieve anything.
Well,
right?
the
That's
prompt
gonna help,
wasn't.
but it's not
the
going
prompt,
to relieve the situation.
The prompt was that it was the only way, and so I attacked it. And this is why the grid space is so important right now. That people learn the format, the framing, and the understanding of prompts, arguments, fallacies, and how to conduct yourself in an argument in order to gain favoritism from the judges or the viewership.
This is what I meant.
So
when
you're
that, right?
no, hold on.
Right?
This is the
Let's
thing.
say
Okay, you have to say what you mean.
If we were doing one big beautiful bill, right? I would love for the fact to deport the 20 million, right? And our one big beautiful bill, but a part of that we also have to build public homes. Right?
Say
if we
what
put
you
both
mean
of those in
next
the big,
time.
beautiful
I'll
bill,
know what the
fucking
argument
love
is
it.
about.
However,
I won't be
if
arguing
we don't
something
include
different.
both of those, we both fail.
Guys, I've got to move the
Have a good
show.
one. Yeah,
we should. My bad, Grid. Yeah, I'm not trying to stall. All right, I'm just having a good time.
I think there's a lot here, but Cleaner, I think you did excellent. And look, Avies,
he did do great.
I'm really not saying you did horribly. I'm not saying that you're a bad guy or anything like that. Don't take it too
Oh
personally.
no, I'm not taking it like that. I'm defending my position because I'm very passionate about this topic.
Yeah, and I just I didn't see what the other judges saw at all. I honestly didn't. So at any rate, we have a request for Glenn versus Kel, but Glenn is not no longer with us. He has dropped off. He's probably got some stuff going on, and he'll be back.
Oh, that would have been a fun one.
Yeah. Let me and
He was
Patrick.
killed prematurely.
I actually need to drop Patrick down because I keep forgetting to drop these guys down because I keep bringing them back. So I gotta hide him.
Glenn, come back, Glenn. Where you at, Glenn? Hey, Beth gave me the credit to pick who the 1v1 is. She gave it back to me.
Okay,
Chairman of the board donated $30. Super chat.
Sweet.
Revive
Who hasn't
Patrick
gone?
with my 20
So-
credit plus this.
What a class act. He's reviving his friend. All right, so he's back. Where's the other guy? Where's my other deadbeat?
Let's go.
Where's my other deadbeat? Where is he? There he is, Grumple. Go back to the back. Come on, man. All right, so we've revived Patrick. Patrick's back in. Glenn may or may not be back. We'll see. Check the Cash App. I don't get notices from Cash App like I should. So give me a second here. Stupid Cash App.
Robbery. Fuck Cash App.
You know, like
Grid for that 1v1 credit that she gave me back. I'm gonna do Clover Tech versus Kel.
Mel's choice. So Mel
Mine?
can. I guess Kissy Cat is allowing Mel to pick the debates. Is that what
My
I'm
name's
understanding there, Kissy Cat? So you want
The
Avius?
debate or the opponent?
Well, Grumple's not here. Grumple lost, and he's in the back. He's just waiting to be brought back. That's what he's waiting for.
Hey Glenn, I'm just swinging by, or Glenn, Grid, I'm just swinging by to say hi. If you want me to fuck off to make room,
Man, I want actually, I really want because I have heard guys. You guys don't know who Tim Hale is. Tim Hale's first of all, he's a comedian. He's fucking hilarious. Second, Tim Hale
Allegedly.
is allegedly a legend of a debater, but I've never heard him debate, and I really would like to. And Tim Hale is awesome. So Melanie wants Avius versus Leith. Wow, some left on left crime. I like it. I like it a lot. Tim Hale, we're going to continue this. Don't run away. Be cool. I like that. By the way, Tim Hale is he is a stellar human being who went to prison for no damn reason whatsoever.
they all say that.
None.
Boy, Tim.
The biggest thing that he did, the thing that he did, his crime of passion, folks, was using the congressional restroom that was open to the public.
I made sure to wash my hands.
I'm sure there's nothing more to the story. God, justice for Tim.
The video proves that as much as it would be a way cooler story if there was that if he did do something cool like dance on the desk or something, no, he wandered the halls and he took a leak.
Well, I did dance in the visitor center. I did not dance on a desk though.
So Tim Hale could have been cool, but he wasn't.
I did not see that coming.
I'm kidding. I like Tim Hale a lot. He's a hell of a guy. All right, so who are we got here? We got Leith versus Avius. That's gonna be a good one. I like this one already.
Solid.
Clover Tack, you're being awfully quiet for Clover Tack. Of course, I keep putting him in the back too, so that's probably it. All right. Bye, Tim Hale. I gotta put Patrick in the back. All right. And then there were you. What are we going to debate, gentlemen?
I can debate anything.
Leith,
wondering what our points of contention would be.
How? Well, he seems to have some economic issues going on. So what about where are you at on economics?
Tend to focus more on social, religious, and other nonsense. But yeah, we could get into that too.
Okay.
Avius?
What are the topics you like to argue regarding like social topics?
Well, we just got into reparations. I talk about DEI. I talk about pretty much religion is still a social topic in my opinion.
See, the problem is, like, I honestly don't really have an opinion on religion. Like, the only thing that I'll fight on are people that are, like, super anti-religious. I'll fight those kind of people, but other than that, I don't really have an opinion on religion.
So
Yeah, I'm definitely not anti-religious.
Paternity testing.
What was that?
Where do you stand on mandatory paternity testing?
Yeah, I'm entirely against that.
Yeah, I'm against that.
That's invasive.
Yeah, are you against it, Avius?
Yeah, I would say I'm against that. Like,
are you really? Okay.
I don't know. Like, anytime like the state is compelling you to do something, right? Because like the issue is in the cases where compelling a paternity test leads to catching the scumfuck father. Yeah, very good. But then there's also cases where a guy gets stuck in court for 6 fucking months where he has to pay a fuck ton of fees that he shouldn't have had to pay.
I don't draw that connection, but okay. Is the school system failing today's students?
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
Ha ha! All right. We got it. Education.
Where would you define all right, yeah, my bad. I'm still learning, or I'm learning the format.
No, it's okay. You guys can define the prompt. I want you guys to get a I want something you guys understand and can be contentious about. And the reason the prompt is so important is so that we know what's being argued, so we can determine a winner. So you think, Lethe, that the education system in this country is okay, is fine, is good?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Okay. All right. And you do not, Avius. So where would you say the education system is lacking?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Or are you asking Levy? I am actually pulling it up real quick. The funny thing is about the U.S. education, there is quite literal websites that are linked to government organizations that their entire job is to pull the numbers of the U.S. education system. On paper, the U.S. education system is dog shit. On paper, we're ranked like 34th when it comes to literacy. On paper, when it comes down to high school literacy in 2019, we are worse than we were in 1992 on paper, right? This is no bullshit. This is not communist literature that is brainwashing the masses. No, this is from the United States government.
Okay, so how about the prompt being that literally that the U.S. education system is failing students? How about that as the prompt?
Sounds good.
All right, and you are taking the affirmative that it is in fact failing, correct, Avius? So you will start off.
Yes.
Okay, great. And just give me 1 second. I will get this reset. There we go. Perfect. And just let me know when you're ready, and I'll hit the button.
Give me 1 second. All right. Yep. Ready.
Go.
Okay, so the U.S. education system, as I just said, when it comes down to high school literacy, we are lower than we were in 1992. 1992, for perspective, was the height of the crime epidemic, right? So that means when it comes down to the average high schooler in the United States, they are reading worse than the average gangbanger in the 1990s. When it comes down to math, we are worse than we were. If I remember correctly, high school math, we are dead on equal with 1992. That means when it comes down to the average high schooler in the United States, we are damn near equal with the average gangbanger in 1992. Now, I'm not saying this in a negative sense of, evil gangbangers. No, I'm saying we are obviously failing our fucking kids if this is what's happening. If every kid has a fucking iPad, if every kid has access to all of this technology, Wikipedia pages, and everything else you could fucking think of, how can we still be failing?
That's time. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Ready, Lethe?
So this is absolutely not about iPads, technology, necessarily even money. It's the fact that parents aren't able to put as much time into their children. By the time they get to high school, they've already failed because they haven't been able to get the rudiments. It's K through 6 teachers that tend to do the most work for making sure that a child is set up to be able to learn properly by the time they get to high school. If you haven't taught them how to read properly by then, they're probably already going to be lost in the wash. And it's up to parents to be able to be available to reinforce these things. So if they're stuck in a job, working 2 jobs, the kids come home, they're not having their education reinforced, you're going to have failing kids by the time they get to high school. So we need to reinforce that K through 6 is important and allow for parents to be able to have a hand in getting those rudiments in order.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news when I say this, but the one thing that you can count on is other people are shitty when it comes to raising their kids, right? I feel like I speak for most parents when I say this, but when you look at the other parent next door, they're always worse than you.
We're not in the argument yet. Hang on.
Oh yeah, my bad.
You're anxious. That's good.
No, I'm learning the format. I'm just going back and forth. That's my bad.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready? You got 5 minutes. Ready? And go.
Okay. As I was saying, the parent next door to you, you can always count on is worse than you, right? So you can say that, oh yeah, this is a byproduct of bad parents and they're not readying their kids and the kids aren't ready for reading. Well, to that I say, the reason why we started sending our kids to school in the 1800s was because back then they couldn't teach their kids how to read. So they sent their kids to a building so the building could teach their kids how to read. So if you're telling me right now that, oh yeah, of course our literacy rates are slipping because parents can't spend time with their kids and they can't teach them, well, that tells me the system is failing because the system was literally designed for overworked parents that can't teach their kids. Now, I understand you need to dedicate some time to your kids, and it's very clear to see what parents dedicated their time to their kids versus the kids that didn't have time with their parents, right? That's very clear at the end of the day. However, we still need to address this because at the end of the day, you can't just say, bad parents and raise your hands, because we're the ones that have to deal with it. My tax dollars have to deal with that at the end of the day. Every person that's sitting on the street addicted to drugs is a byproduct of, it's up to the parenting. That's why I'm not satisfied with that answer.
Oh, so it's the drugs that were brought in by outside influences that are the problem? I'm not saying these people are bad parents, and I think you're misrepresenting my argument. I'm saying that the parents aren't allowed to have the time to reinforce the education that these teachers are putting forward. I think our teachers are doing a great job getting all of the rudiments out to these kids and setting up a good foundation for them to go on to high school. If they're not having that education being reinforced because they aren't babysitters, because they can't be in the home.
High school literacy rates is worse than they were in 1992. They're clearly not set up for success. I hate to see my generation fail at such a rapid rate like this. This is fucking sad. And I have people telling me, oh, it's because their parents were bad. Yeah, I grew up with these motherfuckers. I know their parents were bad. I know their parents were dedicating time to them. But the fact of the fucking matter is we have to fix the education system because it's not getting better, right? You can say, oh, well, it's because the parents don't have time to dedicate to their kids. Well, do you think a parent in 2025 has more time to dedicate to their kids than a parent in 2010?
I'm saying they absolutely don't. And this is part of the problem because predominantly parents are going to spend more time with their kids.
So how could you argue the U.S. education system is good and or getting better if, as you just admitted, people are spending more time away from their kids? So how could it get better?
Exactly. That's the problem. They're spending more time away from their kids. So if they only get a few hours with their kids per day,
progressively worse.
So let's get some programs together to where parents are able to spend more time with their kids. Let's get
That's
more
not going to
time
work
off
because
of work.
the thing that I need to spend more time with my kids is 60 more fucking hours at my job. That's the thing that I need. I need an extra $20 an hour to spend more time with my kids.
So
That's
absent
just a
parents
fact
are
of the
going to
matter.
fix the problem is your argument.
How am I
What
arguing
can
that?
what has the school system done that's worse at this point
I don't
than
know.
what was
I would
done
say
before?
headcount is probably a fucking issue, right? The fact that
So-
the average teacher used to have like, I don't know, maybe 60 students and now they're sitting at 300, that probably adds to the problem.
I can definitely
Like
agree
if,
with you that
if
more kids in
having
the classroom
parents
gives the teacher
one-on-one,
less time.
having more kids in the classroom would absolutely add to the problem, right? If you're saying they need one-on-one time from their parents, they probably need, more than fucking one teacher for 100 students, right? That would just be common sense. And that's why kids are
So
failing right now.
You're just saying kids aren't getting enough one-on-one time, especially with teachers, which could be augmented
No,
by
they're
more
not getting
tutoring
any time,
programs.
period.
That's not a fault of the
Nobody's
education
even
system.
addressing this. Only thing I'm trying to point out is that the U.S.
1
education
minute.
system is failing. And when we talk about things like abolishing the Department of Education, that's why I support it. Because obviously right now we're failing when it comes down to education. And we need major reform throughout the entire system to even begin to address these issues.
So
It's
you're
not
saying-
just, we need to spend more time with our kids. I wish it was that simple.
So you're saying destroy the Department of Education, don't reform
Yes.
it because you can't reform something you destroyed. So
No,
you're already just going to
destroy
tear
it,
down any
destroy it,
rudiments
and
that
then
we have
rebuild.
already
Yes,
that
okay.
have been working.
Like a phoenix
Rebuild
from
from
the
what?
ashes. It'll be amazing.
Rebuild from what?
From the
The
ashes.
nothing you're going to get. So it's going to be
Yes.
whoever's in office that's going to set up whatever it is that's already not working. So you're saying that
I would take a gamble with the next guy in office versus the current system we have right now that has given us a education system worse than the one we had in 1992.
I mean, for the most part, all you're saying is that the teachers don't get enough time per student and that the parents working 60 hours also are bad.
Yeah, and the
aren't
fact
able
of the
to
matter is
accomplish
that parents
anything.
are going to have to work 70 and 80 when it comes down to the next decade, right? So that's not changing.
So you're
at
expecting
the
the
end of the
teachers
day,
to
we
be
need some-
babysitters.
We need some, yes. Honestly, yes. That's what we need. We need teachers to be babysitters. We need teachers to be the parents that you
All
can't
right.
be because you're working 70 hours a week.
Gonna need you to pay them teachers more.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
That was interesting. I'm going to Tyler first.
Oh man, I'm on the spot here. Okay. Whew, man, that was good. These are getting progressively better here. I feel I'm gonna keep this kind of short and sweet here. The point Avius made about the literacy rates of parents during the 1800s who were working more time, which he tried to remake again about 2010 and 2025. Parents are actually working less now than they were at these previous times and more literate now than they were at previous times, yet we're seeing worse results, I think was the winner argument. And you rephrased it 3 different times, 3 different ways. And every time he hit you with a new argument, you found a new way to just keep throwing that in that, like, we're seeing more of what you're asking and we're still seeing declining results. And I feel like that argument for you just kept it real simple and kept hammering that home, and that was your win right there.
Who did you say won, Tyler?
Avius. Surprise! I've never even heard this dude. Killing it.
Yeah, are you new, Avius? Are you like at the circle? You've been doing this a while? Or?
I've been around for a while. I've been like in the primordial ooze of the debate spaces.
I hear that. Okay, yeah, the ooze, bro. I'm from the ooze. I'll go ahead and go next, I guess. I gotta say I was very impressed with Avius. However, Lethe, I think I was gonna wager that he was the more experienced. He acted like a more experienced bidder. He was more calm, and I do like the passion that Avius displays. But the one thing that really stuck out to me here was you didn't really offer any solutions. Your solution was burn it all down, and the next guy will do another thing. And Lethe offered.
Yeah, I
consistently
realized that at
different-
the end.
Yeah,
I
Lethe
fucked up.
consistently throughout the panel offered several different solutions, and he offered like things that would back it up. I think that was your weakest area, and I think that
That's
think
why I
that's a little
tried to
stronger
throw in the
argument.
Department of Education. At the
Yeah,
end.
and I mean you did a really good job, and I think that I like your argument style. I think it was very good. I just think Lethe maybe slightly pulled out ahead, and I think that like one big thing right there with not hitting him enough with a plan, I think is why I'm going to give it to Lethe on this one. But you did outstanding. You definitely, if you aren't new to this, you're really good. You're gonna be moving up soon on this. I think you're very good at this. And you represent everything I hate too. So like you know that I'm not just lying to you. You know when I say this or gassing you up. So
Yeah, same. This is the second time I disagree with you and voted for you. I disagree with both. I agree with both the arguments you went against.
But yeah, Lethe on that one for me. I don't know who I guess, Chairman, what you got, Paul?
Yeah. So both of y'all are commie adjacent, so I don't respect either one of you. But in terms of logic, Lethe, you made a much more reasonable argument, and I respect you a lot more than I do Atheist. And Avius, man, the whole buildings teach our kids how to read thing that you said, dude, that I laughed. That was hilarious. And it just goes to show that you learned logic in a condemned library with no books, right? So I'm super excited about that. And you definitely won. I scored you at 10 points, Avius, and Lethe at 8, even though you're obviously a moron. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Avius, I actually thought you did really good. I'm not going to ding you for the talking about buildings and shit. You made solid, cogent points about how poor the education system is that can be measured. I didn't actually hear anything on the other side about how the education system is adequate. That's what I was waiting for. I don't know what anybody else heard, but Lethe never said anything about, well, yeah, okay. So our reading, graduating seniors are reading at a third grade level, but, the people who do, but there's this other group of people who do way better and have good grades. Got bogged down in a bunch of weirdness. I don't know. Avius, I think you made actually the only measurable argument. I couldn't measure anything that as a win that Lethe said, although he actually was very rational. He is actually, Lethe, man, you have a really good way of speaking. It's very it's very like it's
personable,
intelligent, strong without being overbearing. It's very, and that I think it pulls away from other people's arguments because Avius has this voice that's just like, sounds like he's on like Jolt Cola maxed out or something, like he's wound the fuck up. And so when you compare those,
taking my Ritalin for today, that's the issue.
Where things kind of went, but whatever, it doesn't matter. So Avius, man, it was good having you. Come back. Hopefully somebody will raise you from the dead.
Good show, bro. You should come back. Grid. I think you do really well in these blood sport formats on grids. I love how on Sarah's panel you're able to stay in a dialogue and stay in like the track that someone brings you into it for like 10 minutes at a time. And so I think this is a great place for you too. I love listening to you. I know I was kind of ribbing you in the chat, but yeah, it's always awesome to see you on panels, bro.
Yeah.
Lethe, can I give you some feedback that might help you in the future?
Right after I say thank you, Avius, you are an amazing contender, and I was feeling like you were putting me on the ropes, and I had to like keep my composure as much as possible to try to address things and not like end up all over the place. So thank you.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate you as well. You put me on the back foot when you brought up parents, so like I had to strategize around that and not sound like a fucking monstrous asshole. So yeah, I would have to say the same.
So Lethe, when your opponent makes up some number like a teacher teaches 300 students today compared to less in the past, just say, hey, dude, you're full of shit. You're just making that up because you ain't got nothing in your argument, right? Because he was just pulling that out of his ass, dude. He didn't have nothing.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes down to classroom head count, it has increased substantially over the last decade. The 300 number, yeah, I pulled out my ass, but if I pulled up the actual number, it's probably worse than what I said.
No, it's not. At any rate, I want to move on into
It
the
is
next.
worse if
debate.
I look at states like New York, California,
the
Washington.
commie
States where
Yeah.
no, the states where everybody actually fucking lives. The states
Yeah,
where
the
if you pulled the
commie states.
population, it equals over fucking 50% of the United States. Where the people actually live. I'm sorry, people don't live in the middle of fucking nowhere. They live in the actual places like California, right? I don't like it just like you, but we have to accept the facts.
Yeah, you hate normal people, huh? That's cool.
Yeah, they do. All right, they fucking do. Okay,
Yeah,
have
they
you
do.
ever seen a pride parade in fucking San Francisco? They do hate normal people. All right,
No,
I'll
so-
say that right now.
Yeah. All right. So, at any rate, have a great rest of your night, man. Come back, sharpen up your tools. We have a debate request for Clover versus Kel, but I am preempting that because I want to see Tim Hale versus the Duckman, and the topic is going to be insurrection. So, all you guys get to the back. This is my ship. I am the commander and you are not. So this is what's going to happen, captains. So let me, I gotta kick somebody, not kick, but just gotta put you guys in the back. All right. Tim Hale, the man himself. How are you, sir?
Yeah. All right. How's it going? Good evening, right?
Good. Duckman, how are you? Feeling good?
Good. Yeah. Tim, this is going to be obviously our first time talking. Your name sounds super familiar, and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully we can have a good conversation. All this.
Yeah. So to refine the topic, since I'm dictating the topic, because I know you're going to both are both going to agree and disagree on this, so I think it's going to be an excellent debate. Duck, you have expressed massive amounts of support for the rioting and insurrection in California and other states. Tim Hale was unjustly imprisoned by our government for what you have multiple termed an insurrection. So the prompt is, why is one an insurrection and the other is not? So let's get into it. And and Duck, I believe that you will be the affirmative position here because I believe that you think that California, New York, and et cetera are not in fact insurrections, that they are peaceful protest, where I'm absolutely positive that Tim's going to disagree with you on that. So you will.
I'm going to take a nuanced position, but I'm happy to hear what Duck says.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get into it. I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait because Duck has made these arguments all week and is very practiced, and Tim lived it. So this will be awesome. I think, maybe not. Maybe I just fucked up, but we'll find out soon. Duck, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, start now.
Yeah, so in California and in cities across the United States, and not just right now, but really since Trump's inauguration on Jan 20, there's been protests. Now, the most recent protests are because there's already challenges in court to the constitutionality of many of the decisions that Trump has made, and these are coming alongside heard, felt, seen injustices like high schoolers being taken from classes and put in internment. And so there's a big difference between people displaying civil disobedience, even be it criminal, and Jan 6th, which was a fake news, hateful attempt to overthrow the U.S. government. You cannot separate hatred. You cannot separate the intention. It was meant to disrupt. And I think when we talk about disruption, which we should,
right,
LA
Duck.
is a good thing.
Sorry, Duck, that was your minute. I apologize. I know you had a lot to say there. Tim, whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Yeah, so actually, I think we would find common ground on one thing. We're obviously not going to find common ground on the other. So I'll just say flat out, January 6th was not an attempt to overthrow the government. But I would also say that I'm not convinced that what is happening in LA is also an insurrection either. I actually think riots are a particular thing, and I think insurrections. I mean, there are ways we could, parry about this legally. But as a history major, I would just go with the colloquial, which is that a insurrection is an armed rebellion, like you would have seen in the Philippine insurrection after the Spanish-American War. I think riots have happened fairly frequently throughout the United States and throughout its history. And I know people, again, you could take this or not. I know people who live out in the area. And while the stuff that we see on TV is definitely happening, I don't think the scale of it qualifies as insurrection. I do think that there are people who are getting in the way of law enforcement, federal law enforcement. You could argue, like some people did with the Proud Boy conspiracy thing or the Oath Keepers, that it was sedition. But good.
That's your minute opening. All right, you guys ready to get into this?
Sure.
Excellent.
Would you like me to continue from where I left off, or do you want me to pass it to Doug?
Duck?
Can you hear me?
Duck?
Did he freeze?
He looks frozen. Dang it, Duck.
I can wait.
Duck. Wake up, Duck.
DuckTales. Woo!
Oh, come on, Duck. Don't, not like this, Duck.
Well, anyway,
right.
The reason I came by is I heard that gun control thing earlier, the argument about guns. I just wanted to say I recommend people read Carol Quigley's Weapons Systems and Political Stability.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an infallible work, but I think that for the left, if you are on the left of the spectrum, I actually think it's an interesting argument to look at the right to bear arms, really. And this might seem obvious to more constitutional conservative types, but if you're on the left, it's worth noting that the right to bear arms and the whole citizen soldier thing is really a byproduct of the Enlightenment. So when you look at how weapons specialization was used to keep certain people, I guess you could say, a more authoritarian state in power, because not everybody had access to certain kind of training or weapons that allowed the system to hold power. When you move forward to the citizen soldier type of thing, as weapons became cheaper and more easily accessible, this really, I mean, you could argue about causation versus correlation, but I think it's worth noting that, the post-Enlightenment era, the Industrial Revolution era, that allowed pretty much everybody to own a gun. And so, the left fears handguns, they fear AR-15s, but they don't fear them because they're dangerous. They fear them because they're accessible. And that, I mean, if you do believe in liberal democracy, I actually think it's actually worth considering. The federal government has become more specialized. So we're actually going back to the Middle Ages. We're going in the other direction. So weapons have become more specialized. Obviously, not everybody can own a Predator drone. I'm not saying they should, but modern weaponry can keep some level of parity. So I think it's worth people who are on the left to consider that. If they want to make real appeals.
You should come by on Wednesday night, and we'll have like a whole long conversation, because I'm in the same boat. I haven't read that book. I'll see if I can't find it, but I have a kind of an interesting take on all of that, and I've lived all over the country, so I've really I feel like that I have some insight, that maybe other people wouldn't have. I don't know what's going on with Duck, so I'm going to bring everybody back up, and we'll just move into the next debate. And because I got to keep it rolling, guys. Got to, the machine doesn't stop. Kel, who are you yelling
We have
at?
a show to run here, people.
That's right. That's right. Got a show to run. That's what's up. All right. So, who is Duck's back? Duck, your PC dropped. Are you good to go now? All right, well just come back up, but calm down a minute. I keep forgetting to drop Grumple. He's It's like every single time I'm like, I just, it's the stash, man.
But I really like Grumple. Can we just leave him here?
No, I mean, I can, but
Wait, aren't you supposed to be gone, Leslie, too?
Nah, I won.
he won.
I stay winning.
It was the other guy. I keep forgetting the right.
Hey,
I keep bringing people back because they're just hanging out. I don't.
Well,
mind
how'd you win, Leslie? I thought there were 2 votes against you. I know I voted against you.
I voted Leafy.
Oh wait, in the school debate, you and Gibbs voted for Aquavius?
Yeah,
I voted for Leafy.
Oh,
it was.
I voted for Avius.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I voted for ABS.
Oh, you voted for Avius? I thought you voted for Leafy.
No, I said I'd never heard of him before. He did a really good job, and he invalidated the central argument with his point about the 1800s.
Well, now I feel like an asshole. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Because now I've got to tell Lethe he's got to go, and I like.
Oh, good. I'm free.
Yeah, great. You're moderately low priced.
Free at last. Free at last.
Free.
Grid,
Okay.
you might try a different prompt on the education thing too if you bring those guys back. Maybe instead of because I noticed, I mean, granted, there were solutions offered to this and that, but I noticed that a lot of the points really were consequential, or really they were based off of descriptive. It is like this, whatever, but maybe a prescriptive debate. What should the education system actually be about? Should it be about mechanical skills and preparing someone for the job market? Which the education system really started focusing on in the early 1900s, or should it go back to the trivium and quadrivium, where the liberal arts are really the main focus? That might be an interesting debate.
Didn't you just like that? Give me 1 second, guys. Lethe, tell everybody where they can find you, why you're cool, and then go hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring, and why they should bring you back, why they should let you continue forward and to fight again.
Lethe Water Kai on all platforms because, I just am who I am. You've seen this.
Right. Perfect.
There we go.
I guess I'll drop you down. And hey, thanks for dropping by, man. It's been awesome. Everybody's been awesome tonight. Everybody's been really cool. I really having a good time tonight. Duck is back. Duck, are you jumping up? Are you ready to go, or what? Duck, sign of life.
So Tim's a comedian. I hear he's a real riot.
Funny.
A real protest. Don't use that fascist language, pig.
Oh no.
Oh,
very good, very good.
Okay, because his computer.
I'm working on my dad jokes.
There you
Proud of you.
I thought you were just working on your dad bod, honestly.
Woo! Damn! Shots
Well, they
fired.
both come together.
That's pretty cool. All right.
Thank you. This makes me feel funny.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
Tim was gone for a while. So, Tim, while we're waiting for Duck to figure out how to get back in, you want to tell people what 3 years of your life? Oh no, Duck's back. Never mind. I was going to say what 3 years of your life was like, but Duck's back.
oh, thank God. Thank God we didn't have to get put through that.
I know, right?
Toast is clear.
Saved by the Duck. All
Thank
right.
God.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Kind of, I guess.
Allegedly is good enough.
Yeah. Don't freeze this time, Duck. I wondered, you started roboting, and I thought it was just like a lag on my end, but it was you. So don't do that again. It makes me look bad. All right.
Does the duck say? Quack, 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 quack.
Yeah. What does the duck say?
What does the duck say?
The duck says he's back. All right. So we kind of had we had the prompt, we had the 2 intros, which I kind of don't remember now, but and now we're ready to start the debate. You guys ready to go, or Do we need
Well,
to?
I believe we left off with me talking, but then I think Duck froze there. So I don't know if Duck wants
Tim was
to.
talking, and Duck ran for the hill. I mean, Duck froze. So all right, Tim, let me give you your minute, and then we'll go. We'll let you go. All right, you ready? Go.
Suppose so.
Go ahead. No.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so I guess I'll just I guess I should start from the beginning then. Yeah, so I would disagree with I would disagree with the classification of January 6th as an insurrection, but I would also disagree with what's happening in LA currently as an insurrection. I do believe that riots throughout American history can be identified as simply riots. When you look at the how much time do I have actually?
26 seconds.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think that what's happening in LA is wrong, and there might be people who are interfering with law enforcement, even federal agents. But I don't necessarily think that makes it an insurrection. I think insurrection has a historical, but also a colloquial understanding, which is an armed rebellion. January 6th was not that. There are different crimes people committed on January 6th, but it was not an insurrection. That does not, however, mean that what's happening in LA is insurrection either. So I'm open to it being simply a riot.
All right, good.
Yeah.
That was you were like 2 seconds over, but that's fine. I'm gonna allow it. All right, you ready, Duck?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Tim, you're ready. So let's go.
So this is where, before I dropped off, this is where I wanted to jump in and say one statistic everyone should be familiar with is that on day one of the protests, 167 people were arrested for failure to remove themselves. So, when we ask how this can be classified as a riot, not even an insurrection yet, I would still need clarification. And secondly, identifying why this could potentially, why some people might call this an insurrection, and why others would need to insist politically that this is a riot. I would still need clarification on that, because I see 200 people willing to go away in handcuffs for the reasons I mentioned earlier, which were that there's vagueness in the law leading to severe injustices, and that's something that citizens have no obligation to let pass by without exercising their rights.
Okay, keep going. It's a debate.
Yep. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not even going, I'll actually concede all that. I'll actually grant all that for the argument. I don't see, though, how this is really a disagreement between us at this point, though. I'll say that in terms of it being a riot, I would say that, I'm using this in the colloquial sense, that there was riotous behavior. People are throwing things at cops, and there are people who are burning things, yada, yada. But again, I'm not even suggesting that this is the vast majority of people. I'll say this with January 6th, you had a statute you had a statute derived from the Civil Obedience Act of the 1960s, which was a way to basically crush people who engaged in civil rights protests. It was during the race riot era, and they actually used this for January 6th defendants to say that if you were in an assemblage of 3 or more people engaged in violence, that was civil disorder. So again, we have a federal system. I'm not going to suggest that all laws in California reflect that of the DC code. But if you're going to, if the standards say could be that there is a small handful of people engaged in riotous behavior, that could still be classified as a riot if there's enough of a collection of people. So I'll say in regard to justice, go ahead.
Maybe you can clarify this for me. So as someone who on January 6th, as maybe an onlooker, I saw this and my immediate reaction was that this is infuriating, and that we needed a securitized response to stop what was happening. The main difference that I see is that I don't see disinformation at the heart of LA. I do see disinformation, conspiracy theories, perhaps the runaway of this nascent new right media, all being at the center of January 6th, where I interpret that to be people that intended or would have gone along with and were hoping to be sort of an accelerant towards the overthrow of the US government and the overthrow of the democratic process. So to me, I don't totally see how these situations aren't even miles apart.
Okay, so well, a lot of this seems like this is about a subjective feeling about what the justness is of a riot. People riot over sports stadiums or in sports stadiums because of someone losing, even someone winning. People riot over televisions. Now, I'm not equating all of these, but I mean, I think to call a spade is perfectly fine here. So I mean, like one of the things you had brought up is that this protest or riot was it originated from a feeling of injustice. Well, that may very well be true, and I can grant that. But there are a lot of people on January 6th who felt that the election was stolen. You don't have to agree to that, and we can kind of squash that to the side. I know it's YouTube, but if you're the kind of person who went there to protest, you also felt that there was injustice. I don't think that is really I think that's kind of an arbitrary thing to base the definition of a crime on. Again, the justice system has to be blind. Now, with regards to misinformation, that may very well be
but
true.
the justice system, no, wait, let's stop there, because the justice system doesn't have to be that blind. And this is true when we're seeing, you can actually study and track the rise of disinformation and whatever fake news was, which was just lies. And you see this, and it's really difficult to separate an event like Jan 6th, where with like I mentioned, we've had protests against Trump since January 20th, and I'm not seeing on the left, I'm not seeing disinformation. I'm seeing the same causes Democrats have been beating the drum on, and so I didn't mean to bogart the end of the argument, but I still see a 30-mile gap and a 20-mile bridge. It's difficult for me on the left to not be sympathetic, but it's also difficult for me to be sympathetic towards what I see as a nondescript version of reality.
Okay, but at this point, sorry, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, that was far more civil than I expected, which is good, I guess. All right, we're just going to go right into the judging. Tyler, where you at on this?
All right. Well, I'm just going to go with the invalidating point. I think won it, just because to sum it up quick here. Your only distinction between the two that you highly elaborated was disinformation. I think his argument that these people still felt like they were in the right, they weren't aware that they were consuming disinformation. So your argument about the intent for one side being the reason why it's not bad, blah, 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 but the intent for the other side, despite the fact that they didn't know because they were being lied to, somehow invalidates their intent, even if they felt like they were in the right. I think he kind of took down your argument in that exchange right there. Otherwise, you guys were having a good back and forth. It was really hard otherwise to pick a winner. These are getting real good.
Who did you pick?
Oh, Tim, sorry. I keep fucking doing that, my bad.
And I'd be happy to continue this too. I don't want to interrupt the the thing you got going though, Red.
Yeah, we'll do it on Wednesday. We'll revisit it, because this is now much more interesting now that now we have everything going on in all of these different places. But go ahead, Gibbs. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Wait, sorry, I lost Tyler. So that was Tim, right? I just want to check because I'm on mobile.
Invalidated one
I
of your
heard that right.
arguments. That was the core to your argument. I didn't hear a good response to it.
Yep. All right, thank you.
I'm gonna also go with Tim. I think he was a little more articulate. He kind of had more substantive points, in my opinion. He went down the line pretty simply. I think he refuted most of your points. I didn't, especially when he talked about specific case law and then comparison to the local level, the national level, and the historical aspect of that. I think it was a very good synergy, and I think that won it for me in my opinion. But overall, very close. Yeah.
Anson.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I feel like I'm the odd man out on these judging stuff, but my favorite line of this was when Tim said, this is about a subjective feeling of justness, right? I mean, from my perspective, that was like a fortune cookie line he was reading off, or he was trying to, present an image of somebody hugging a therapy llama or something stupid like that, right? Right. So, and y'all said he was more articulate. I just felt like he was more full of word salad bullshit. Like from his opening, like he made one solid point, but the rest of it was just meandering. And Duck made 3 solid points in his opening, and I kind of felt like he didn't really meander. He was on point the entire time. I scored Duck at 12 points and Tim at 7, so I think Duck won that.
Okay, so Duck, you gotta say goodnight. But honestly, before you do, I want to say I thought that was really good, and it was a better back and forth than I expected. You guys were, and I honestly thought that Duck, I thought you were going to go off the rails, and I was really concerned because I wanted it to be a really good back and forth.
When have I gone off the rails, Grid?
The other night when our discussion, you kind of went off, but it's fine. It's fine. So,
but
you have
Duck is on the rails.
Give you
Duck
that.
is always on the rails.
Yeah.
Wait. Someone pull up the clip, please. I think I have the clip. Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
No clip.
I think it was pretty fun, and if we had more time, I would be glad to go into more case law and historical press.
I'm gonna, and I normally kind of agree with Anson, but I'm gonna disagree with him. Duck, I thought that you just rambled a bunch, and Tim was like, Tim, my criticism to you would be that you were just like, you would let him talk until he quit, and then you would pause, and then you would start talking instead of you weren't like really mixing it up. But that's okay. I understand this is a unique format, and it's a little interesting to get used to when you're trying to do 5-minute rounds. So,
do you mind if I sign off, Grid, and then I'll drop down?
Go ahead, Duck. Have a great rest of your night, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Try and eat some meat.
Yeah, if you guys are in chat, check the XP leaderboard. I'm at Ducks Y. Progressive takes on politics. If you guys want to follow, I do geopolitical stuff. I do politics. I do philosophy. I do some science commentary. So all that stuff there. And so yeah, check it out and have a great night. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
Vertical streams, and he's got some tinfoil hats to make. Okay. Signing
You have a good night, man.
He does have
Grid. I'm also
keep in touch with yourself.
He's not even joking about the tinfoil hats. Okay, so what I heard was that Patrick, you've got to sign off. Anson, you had paid for him to be back. I don't know how you want to handle that. We could just like put that in the pot for a 1v1 at some point. I don't know, whatever you want to do, just let me know. And but now we have Clovertac versus Kel. Not really sure why we have that debate. That would have been a matchup that I would have picked, but okay, it'll go there. I would have picked Abe versus Kel, honestly.
What? Because you have mercy on Clover? What? Come on, please. Come on. You're messing with the wrong one. You're messing with the wrong one.
He has a weak heart, so.
Cool. Yeah, I can tell by him not camming up, pussy.
Grid, I'm heading off. It was a pleasure being on here. I really appreciate you having me on.
All right, man. Hey, yeah.
Very good show, by the way.
Stay to the end.
Thank you
did
very
really
much.
good today, by the way.
Yeah, good debates.
All right,
Good debates.
Appreciate you. I'll come around again later. Thank you very much for having me. I'll be around.
All right.
If you're lucky, bro.
Check out that housing document I sent you on Discord. It might be right.
I very much will. I was actually looking at that a second ago. I'm looking forward to reading that. I appreciate you, man. But until next time, guys, see you later.
We'll see
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for debating. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna hide Tim Hale, criminally funny. I think that's hilarious. I mean, who has that
Garfield.
tagline?
The cutie pie.
Patrick, we'll say goodnight to you, Patrick. Patrick,
I'll stay if he doesn't get his credit or anything back.
No, I'll get a credit.
Yeah. Well, I'll credit him. I have no problem for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rob.
Well, I'll excuse myself then. But I appreciate you having me on, Grid.
Hey, man,
And I
no
appreciate
problem.
you.
He already excused
Well.
you, motherfucker. You can excuse yourself after you got excused, bro. Come on.
Kel is like into this. Like, I think Kel's auditioning for my non-existent co-host.
No, what if I'm always like this, Gibbs? And this is why Gibbs was like, "Hey, I have an idea."
Right?
Yeah. You know, I like to bring people together. It's
Yeah, he tried to bring me on the women's panel first, and he's like, "Don't be so like that. Just chill."
Don't be you. Can you just do like everything but just not be you? Okay.
Of course, of course.
All right.
it
So
up.
what are we going to debate here, lady and gentlemen?
Ladies first.
I got a fucking clue. Whatever.
Ladies first. How do you feel? I was thinking maybe like.
Well,
You know,
he
you
lives
don't-
in Texas and you live in California.
Right.
There's going to be some contention.
Pretty different.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe like healthcare. How do you feel about healthcare? Or like, I don't know. You know what? Let me let you spitball. I'm new to the debate space, and everyone's picked all the fucking low hanging fruit already. So we kind of have an uphill battle. Let's pick
Oh
something
no, I got lots
interesting.
of stuff. Hang on. I got prompts, baby. I got prompts.
Let's
All right,
go.
so let's go with it. Let's see where we at. And actually, I have prompts from all over. Should the drinking age be lowered?
Fuck yeah. I'm down with that one.
Yeah.
But no, keep going, keep spitballing.
All right.
Now this guy seems like he wants to debate the wrong or the age of
Every
consent on the wrong side of
citizen
history.
should be mandated to perform national public service.
Should what?
Basically, you would have to serve in a form of government service, either military, whatever other. I mean,
Civil service.
Some other civil service. You'd have to go work for a year as radar tech, or go work at an airport or something like whatever. Civil service for some period.
Civil
of time.
service. I'm down for civil service. I'm down for healthcare. I would imagine we have different health care stances. If you want to spitball like one more, or sorry, I'm yapping. I'm nervous.
Yeah, it's okay. So it's kind of like the Swiss, Israeli, not French. The French don't do it anymore. But all of the Middle European countries where you have to serve.
I actually agree with that. I mean, healthcare sucks. So that's my stance on healthcare. So
yeah,
I don't think we're that far apart on that shit. We might be, but
okay.
I doubt it.
What about nationalism versus globalism?
Yeah, that's way outside my wheelhouse. I would make it bullshit.
Yeah, I would smoke you on that.
Yeah.
Is our election process fair?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right.
I don't know where do you stand? Is it fair?
No, we should probably redo the electoral college, but I'm like, I wouldn't say that I'm 100% totally, amped and educated to talk about it. I could probably, I mean, I could, any of these arguments I could, make a good argument on, but.
Is pornography the same as prostitution?
I mean, I don't think it is. Do you? So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It is the same as.
I mean, you're selling sex, so yeah.
Okay.
God damn it! Here we go. Women on to talk about women's issues. Here we go. Let's go. This is a good one though.
We don't have to. We can keep rolling. Let's see.
Wait, no. I like that one because that's a pretty vague enough prompt that I'm like, I could smoke you in that. Easy dub. Easy dubs in chat.
I don't know. That's a pretty degen topic. So.
No, I say we do that one.
You want to do that one? All right. Pornography is the same as prostitution. Let's go.
Okay, ladies first.
So,
you want to give your opening statement?
Clover Tack is going to take the affirmative because he thinks it is. You're going to take the negative because you don't think it is. And Clover, you get 1 minute to make your to do your opening and position, and then we'll let Kel go, and then we'll go. All right. So 1 minute starting now.
So I'm going to take the position here that yes, that pretty much any work involving a sexual nature, especially that leads to gratification, that being in person, hands-on, or otherwise, can be considered prostitution, because sex in and of itself is a very personal touchy-feely thing that invokes emotion, involves attachment. It can be to absolute mental detriment to people if it's done in a, let's just say, a degen way, right? Outside the bonds of marriage, outside the committed relationship, and outside of even monogamy for that matter. I'll yield the rest of my time and just say that if it's dealing with the selling of sex, prostitution.
All right. Good call. All right. Ready, Kel?
Yeah.
Go.
Okay, I would argue that if you first think of it in the order of consumption, right, you wouldn't say that watching porn is the same as getting a hooker, right? So you say that any work relating to sexual gratification implies that you're prostituting yourself. I would disagree. I would say there's many avenues for people to do that independently, especially in today's age. There's more and more avenues for people to do that in a safe and independent way without a porn producer calling them to the casting couch. You say that it's because sex equals emotional attachment. I would say there's plenty of people who can differentiate sex and relationships and separate themselves from that act. And for some people, it's just, at the end of the day, a way of making ends meet. If they're staying safe, work is work. Same way that some people, okay, I don't agree, but the U.S. military, some people might say that you're a terrorist or whatever the hell, crazy stuff has been said on Twitch. I would disagree with that, but work is work at the end of the day, and plenty of people can separate themselves from a vocational path like that.
All right. Both of you guys did very well. All right. 5 minutes on the clock and have at it.
So it sounds like you might be going down some type of a road to where you're pointing out the morality of prostitution and or sex work, or that it should or should not be legal. You're not making any type of arguments along those lines, correct? Because my understanding, that wasn't really the prompt.
No, I was just countering you said, oh yeah, well, sex is very emotional. So when you say that, oh yeah, it creates an emotional attachment. So any kind of work that relates to gratification inherently means prostitution. That inherently pertains to morality. So I was just inherently going back to debunk your argument. You were trying to relate to morality. But if we go back to the original prompt, right? Porn does not equal prostitution. You're saying that it does because it's the work of sexual gratification, which inherently brings it back to morality. So I'm saying that's retarded. Sorry, that's silly.
Okay. So then, you talk about the sex work in the area of, let's say, the OF, right? The cam girl type situation. So the difference being there that essentially there's a camera. I mean, there's no other issue. You could essentially hire a prostitute. You could put a camera in the room and have the prostitute do the things with your friend and film it. How is that any different? What's the difference in between those two?
Do you think that women have a higher probability of being exploited if they're in a position to have sex with random
people?
Now
you're talking about but no, you're changing the prompt here. You're moving now to which is more dangerous.
No, you said what's the difference? What's the difference? I said one's more inherently dangerous than the other. That's the difference. I'm answering your questions. You're you're pivoting. I'm no, I'm answering your question, you retard.
Are we gonna keep using that word? I mean,
no, sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. Point stopped.
Yeah. So I don't. That's my stance. Is I don't see the difference in you talk about the danger, and I mean that's irrelevant when whether it is or it is not prostitution has nothing to do with the dangers of said thing. So I don't get the delineation that you're making between I'm not making a delineation. I'm taking the affirmative and saying, hey, this is the same thing.
Right, and I'm telling you that
so far I haven't gotten a delineation.
I'm telling you what it is. You're just not listening it. I'm sorry, your smooth wet brain is too old to process what I'm saying. One, you are inherently you have to put yourself in a position to be around a group of other men and have sex with them. One, you can suck a dildo in your room and make money off it. Maybe your kids will see it and it has the same later implications, but that has nothing to do with your inherent. It's about agency at the end of the day.
But you just said it has the implication later, so I don't understand.
Right, but that's not the argument. It's about does porn equal prostitution? Because it's not about will your field of
Are you not selling your body in some way?
Is that what prostitution is defined as? Prostitution is defined as selling sex.
we
Defined
never
as
really come down to that. But in a
Okay, yeah, we
sexual
could start
manner,
there.
you're
We
selling
should
your
start
body
there.
in a sexual manner, correct?
Okay, so I would define prostitution as the act of selling a sexual act.
Okay, and with OF, you're selling a sexual act through a camera.
An image, a digital image is different than
It's
putting
still
yourself in a
you're
position to
still
be
selling. Okay, so the medium.
You're not
So
on the
if it was a
casting couch,
fucking
though.
cave painting, it would not be. It's not prostitution because it's a cave painting. Like what the fuck?
I'm not
What
saying
difference
that
does it make?
people don't won't use the stuff in the same way, but I'm saying you're in the production of it, you're in a way less severe position. That's crazy.
So
that's you don't understand the hole in your
yeah, I do
argument, is what I'm
understand.
saying.
What you're saying is the way that it's used by the consumer dictates
No,
what
I'm not
it
saying
is.
the consumer. I'm saying in the production. I started with the consumer edge because I said if you got caught by your girlfriend and you got caught watching porn versus buying a hooker, would the argument be the same? So that's where I started. But then I pivoted to the production side and I said on the production side, as a woman, you're in a way less dangerous position
argument
sucking a
in
dildo
that-
in your bedroom
In
than you
that
are
instance,
fucking
the
being on the
argument could
casting couch.
absolutely be the same if it was, if it was in the confines of a relationship. I mean, that's one could be just as bad
I'm
as
not
the
asking
other.
what your future boyfriend thinks about it. I'm saying, are the ramifications the same for being a hooker versus being a cam girl? Those are not the same level of danger of that you don't have the chance of the same chance of getting paid where you on OnlyFans you can do you can literally manage yourself and have your own income. You're not counting on okay, after I suck your dick, I'm gonna get my $500. Hopefully, if I don't fucking get my ass beat or end up in a ditch or some shit, you're you're so silly. You're oh, the danger has nothing to do with it. I'm
Well, so
yes,
it's
it fucking
it's
does.
just a different way of
You
doing
asked me the
it. So
difference.
what
I
if
told
you
you
have-
the difference. Boom.
so
Argument
if you have a-
debunked. Boom.
If you have a
I think I made my
sex
case,
robot
ladies and
that you
gentlemen.
control remotely, and somebody pays to have sex with that robot remotely, that's not prostitution. Is that what you're saying? Just because of the way?
No, I don't think fucking a robot is prostitution because the robot doesn't make any money from it, and the robot doesn't fucking what are you talking about? A person buys a robot to have sex with. That's it. And you say I'm moving the goalpost or pivoting, bro, motherfucker. I think I just wiped the floor on my first debate, motherfucker.
Okay, all right.
But I did use the R word too much. Sorry.
And I got my ass
Okay.
kicked on my first debate, so whatever. All
right.
what it is.
So Gibbs.
Hey, that was something.
That was something.
It was definitely something.
I was something. Well, I gotta say, that was pretty solid. I was very impressed at the beginning. How
Hey, I need before the judges
Go ahead.
give me. That seriously was my first real actual debate. Had conversations a lot, so specificity would be appreciated. Just so.
Yeah, no, we
just so
should have started with terms. It's my first real
I
debate
got-
too, and I think both of us should have started with terms, 100%.
Yeah, no, y'all did good. So watching this, right? Okay, y'all's openings were both solid, right? I think that really separated in the middle, right at the beginning. Cal kind of went off on this tangent, and I was like, "What is she talking about?" And then she brought it back to the military argument, anything that's terms of gratification. But by your definition, that's what it is. Then all of this is prostitution, and you didn't really debunk that, and you kind of let that one slide a little bit, in my opinion. You did fight against the some, but I wasn't really satisfied. The thing that really bones you, though, Clover, was very specific for me. I thought it was even until you went with the cave painting being prostitution route. That one, nobody thought a cave painting was prostitution, and nobody thinks fucking a robot prostitution. That one lost it for me. You used that as an antidote, and that backfired, I think, pretty significantly. And all she had to do at that point was not lose, because when I just that was the one that really turned it for me. But those two things are good. But overall, very good from both of y'all, especially if it's y'all's first times.
Cool.
Yeah, good job, Clover.
Tyler.
Kel, you're very mean, Kel. Very mean, Kel.
Yeah, Kel, I like the energy that you brought to the Bloodsport debate.
I
can
told
tell
this
you.
Bloodsport.
Yeah, you guys both kind of floundered around there like two fish out of water a little bit. I wrote here for a bit of the debate. Lots of circling the drain. I will say the best argument you're making, I kind of want to sum up as you were essentially arguing is the swimsuit catalog porn by saying these are images, these are videos. I'm not actually selling the actual act of sex. I'm selling a video of it. How the consumer chooses to use that video, is up to them. And I think that separation was only met. I haven't met a couple times with just no, it's not, and it's still the same, and it's still selling your body in some way. But And like so is the definition Clover was using also encapsulated entertainment, sexual entertainment, and I feel like you pointed that out in a roundabout way. I would have liked to hear some more on the nose critiques, but you guys are both new to it, you'll learn those buzzwords and things. I think you had the best argument.
So what would be an example of being more on the nose with that?
Being more on the nose with that was more for her saying like you needed to hammer down on this point a little bit harder that one's an image. You were doing the right argument. You just I don't know. I just feel like you were kind of losing. You made a lot of assertions. You kept coming back with her, but it is still selling. It is still this. Even though she was making counterpoints, you just kind of said nuh-uh. And I just don't feel like you backed that argument up enough when she was addressing it directly. That whole point that you went on calling her out for the safety argument, fantastic job there. Like you did great on that end. That was a really weak point that I don't think fit that well. Even though she did bring it around, I don't think it was that specific point was brought around at all enough to a win. I think you really gutted her there, but the big turner was her invalidating your central point.
Mm-hmm.
And Anson.
Yeah, Kel, you're an ad hom factory. You constantly ad hommed, and Clover actually called you out on it after you did it a few times. And it's really pathetic to have to rely on that for your argumentation. It makes you look weak and stupid. And I guess the part that really sold it for me is when you tried to go off the rails and argue off prompt. Clover brought you back on prompt, and you tried to pretend like he didn't, but he did. And also, the whole he was arguing about ethics thing. You argued about ethics and brought new ethical ideas into the argument also, and you were basically accusing him of what you were doing, which was really sly. And Clover, you don't need to just take her word for it when she says shit. All right. So when you were saying if your girlfriend caught you watching porn, would that be any different than getting caught with a hooker? Right. So that's a moral argument, right? And and it's a moral argument from degeneracy because you're a degenerate bimbo, right? And so that's the level that you were arguing from. And so what I saw was Clover owning you. He got 12 points. You got 8. Clover, you won that. Don't listen to these other two judges. You did really fucking good, dude.
Word.
Well, it was a mess from my standpoint, but
Clover,
all the way around.
You could have really done better. Obviously, the cave painting thing, you got excited, which I'm not going to ding you for. I would not have dinged you for that. However, what I think that you missed a couple of really golden opportunities. Anson's right. You had her on the ropes pretty much the entire time. All she could do is come back with, but it's not a big deal because it's safer. It's not a big deal because of this. But the problem is it didn't address the prompt of it is in pornography is prostitution. And she actually opened the door by saying, well, if you get caught, what's the result? And why are men doing this? Well, and all you really needed to say to have slam dunked this is it's the same end result. These men are watching pornography for sexual gratification, just like they go to a hooker for sexual gratification.
Yeah,
no difference. And
watching your boyfriend.
Great. Let me ask you a question. Great.
Yeah, I was probably thinking that in my mind. I just didn't say that.
Great. Can I ask
But
you a
I would
question?
not break up with my boyfriend.
If I jack off to a cave painting, that's the same as a hooker, bro.
I understand that you wouldn't, Kel, but my wife would be super pissed if I was watching porn.
If you pay, we're talking about
what about if it was
in this context? So hold on. In this context, we're talking about you paying somebody to draw a cave painting for you, then you to do your business too.
What if you are a cave painting?
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of deep.
What about the swimsuit magazine from Sports Illustrated? Is that fucking prostitution?
It's just a bad analogy.
It's the same thing. It's women scantily clad selling their body for sexual
Is there an annual subscription for your swimsuit catalog?
Sports Illustrated, there is. Yeah, I mean, Maxim.
My page is
Playboy.
But look, Sports Illustrated for the last 10 years has been straight up porn, dude. Like,
Oh, well.
like that's a bad example. You should pick another
I
example.
mean, I don't know about that one, man. I mean, when's the last time you saw someone getting fucked in fucking Sports Illustrated? I ain't never seen that. Like, you know, I think
That's
I've
what
never
bad
seen
is.
more. I
Patriots
mean,
in the
like,
Super
you
Bowl.
have somebody. I ain't seen somebody in Sports Illustrated spreading it hustler style. Have you seen that?
I don't know. Looked at a Sports Illustrated in a while, but the last one I saw, it was basically straight up porn. So, but I would also make the same
Did your wife tell you that?
determination.
On the prompt or on the topic. At the end of the day,
No
like
Sports
I
Illustrated
don't
feed,
really
man.
fucking care about it either. I don't know if that made a difference or not, but
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
don't
want to
either.
go. But I didn't. You notice I didn't push a 2A thing. Like I really didn't want to go down that road because this was like my first time to do this, and that just seemed like the low hanging fruit she was talking about earlier. Like I didn't really want to go down that road.
Yeah.
Sure. Sounds like a whole lot of cope.
I
and
just,
feed.
well, hold
I
on,
could have
Grant.
done
I want
better.
you to explain to me though, Grant, because you're kind of technician. I'm just curious, Grant. I want you to tell me how a cave painting is prostitution.
Well, no, I told him I wouldn't have done that. That's bad because
Right.
the prompt though was pornography versus
Right.
prostitution,
So if I
and
draw a
my
sexy cave
assumption,
painting,
and she could have clarified this, and she didn't. But my assumption is, as well as Clover's assertion, was that you're paying for it. So if you're
Right.
paying for it, it's the
I don't
same.
think we.
it's the
I don't
same
think we
exact-
defined that.
I'll give you one
The
plan
prompt was
for the cave
pornography
painting. Done.
equals pornography equals prostitution, and
Yep.
that like pornography you don't pay for like all the
Yeah, you
time.
do.
Like, what?
Yeah, you
You
do.
don't have to.
It
You don't
gets
have
somebody
to.
gets paid
That's not
somewhere.
implied inherently.
Well,
I don't.
Well, there's
I-
more
I
to
don't-
it too than just if you're paying for the porn. There's also is someone being paid to make the porn. So I
Right.
No,
mean,
I totally made my point because porn is
Yeah, yeah.
free.
For
I
free.
totally like, bro. Yeah, you guys are tripping. Not the average consumer does not pay for porn. Pornography does not equal. So that's why I started by making my point on the the consumer versus on the consumer side.
Hell,
And
I
then
real
pivoted.
I realize that you're new to the world compared to Clover. So I'll explain this to you. When you get on the internet and you don't pay for things, you're still paying for things with your information, and someone's
No
paying
shit.
for the internet. So
Yeah, I know,
it's still being paid for,
But if
even
we're
though the
talking about, like,
transaction
ethical
isn't apparent.
consumption, but if we're talking like down to the roots of the ethical consumption side of things,
Hmm.
but we're like that's not what we're talking about. We're saying does porn equal prostitution? So we're not saying if we're not getting down to the meta of like does like the end or like the base
should've.
like initial
You-
result.
You
We could have,
should've.
but we didn't. Like we were very much at the
Yeah,
surface
you
level.
you,
I think
you
I
did
Well, I'm more
everything you
interested. I'm more interested in look again because I don't really care one way or the other about the prompt. I'm more interested in like where things went good, where things went bad.
I
Like
think
the
the
debate
biggest
strategy
problem
side
we
of
had
things.
was
That's
where
my thing more than arguing. I'm done with arguing the prompt, right? Like I don't.
yeah. You laid the Clover. You laid the groundwork, drawing the comparison of pornography and prostitution being, women are getting paid for sex. And you laid that groundwork. She did not really refute you on that. At the end, when she did come back and say, well, it's whatever, it's harmless, it's safer, and all this other stuff, and you really missed the opportunity of just looping it right back to yes, but and also the would your boyfriend or whatever get mad, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it is, would they get mad if you're watching porn versus if you're having sex with a prostitute? Well, we don't know, but it's all paying for sex, and the end result is the
But that's my point. It's paying for sex. You're not paying for
factor. I think that would have made the argument a lot stronger. I don't know how anybody else feels about it. I just I think that you had I think you did well. So that's my critique.
That's fine.
I think a lot of this boils down to it really is just a system of ethics, as I can find colloquial definitions that can say either it is the engagement in sex acts for money, or it specifically requires another person engaged in it. So you really have to hone in on the definitions.
Yeah, it's always beneficial to take a moment and say, let's agree that this is this, right? And just lock those definitions in, because then later,
valid.
you later on in the discussion, in the argument, when someone tries to weasel around it because you've got them pinned, you can say, no, we agreed back in the beginning, and
Yeah, and I feel like there was a lot definitionally and that's not a fucking word, but either way, that there was no clarification necessarily on it.
Yeah.
We were like almost through our
Probably
conversation, and
finally
we were
made
both
it,
like
thankfully.
definitions. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Clover, you gotta go.
Cool. Yeah, that's all good.
Love you, man, but you
Later.
gotta get out of here. Go away. Leave me alone. And we'll talk later. And then there are three. Who shall it be?
Grid, I am actually going to take this meritorious occasion to fuck off. It's
Okay,
2:30
fuck off.
here. I literally just showed up to say hi, and here I am.
Just fuck right off then. Just fuck right off, Tim.
I guess I'm going to go fuck off. Later, Grid.
Hey,
Keep in
Tim,
touch with yourself.
come by Wednesday night, man. I want to have a conversation with you.
All right, man. Take it deep.
All right, man. See you. So then there were two.
So I want to take this opportunity to use that $50 credit that I have left over and pick the prompt.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the prompt is a woman's place is in the home, and if she belongs in the home, she might as well be in the kitchen.
Damn.
It's warmer in there.
How much do you make a year? Let's start
Abe,
there.
I make 130,000.
That's not enough.
Going after
No.
the judges, interesting strategy. Interesting strategy. We'll see how it works out for you.
It's not enough for a fucking full household, bro.
Well, it's not enough in California, that's for sure. Other places probably
$1,000 a
way more
year
than enough.
is really nice.
I gotta keep up all my Twitch subscriptions. It's gonna be like at least $200,000 a year, bro. Just kidding.
I don't know what that means.
It's a joke.
You wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. Abe, you where you at on this one?
Tired. I'm tired mostly.
Yeah. Hey man, I appreciate you.
I'll
hanging
argue
out
the affirmative. I'll
being a
argue the
trooper,
affirmative.
dude.
Why not?
You've been a trooper. All right, so
Dude, I streamed all night last night and then into today. Did
Why-
VK this morning and then
I
came
used
here.
to- yeah, you know when I started, I did that same shit, and I was like, you know what, 3-hour shows. That's
So
it.
just to clarify the prompt is a woman's place is in the home. And if she's in the home, she might as well be in the kitchen. So it's not an argument of whether or not she belongs there in the home.
Wait, say it
So
again.
you can't dispute that part of it?
No, the presumption is
That's a dumb argument.
A woman's
That's a dumb
place is it?
debate.
No, it's not. It's straight from
I'm
leave
not
it.
gonna make a debate with an assumption already made. That is
It's straight from Leave It to Beaver. Okay, a woman's place is in the home, and if she's in the home, she might as well be in the kitchen.
I can't engage in this debate because I don't agree with the first part of the premise. A woman's place is in the home. Okay, so we agree, right? So blah blah blah. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
no, we can't have that debate because I don't agree on the first part.
Well, where else do you think a woman belongs in a home?
Well, okay, if she might as well be in the kitchen, bro, you better be like making enough to get DoorDash, bro. I had a strong, independent mom and a stay-at-home dad. It's not looking good.
I
Look,
mean,
I have a
you
septum
just
piercing.
Lean on your last argument and say she needs to be in the bedroom in front of a camera. Then I don't care.
For sure, dude. That'll help. What's it?
What
The freaking aliens are coming and shit.
Were you playing with the soundboard, Abe?
I don't have a
No.
soundboard.
No, that was
Oh,
my
you don't?
alarm. My
Oh,
bad.
you gotta get one of those.
I set it for 11:30 a.m., not p.m. Very helpful.
Okay. All right. Okay. So help me understand this prompt because Anson.
Okay, a woman's place is in the home.
Uh-huh.
And if she is in the home, she might as well be in the kitchen.
Well, what would be the negative? That she doesn't belong in the kitchen? That
Yeah.
Well,
Well, you know, if you think a woman's place in the home isn't in the kitchen, where is the woman's place at in the home?
I thought this was a serious debate show.
This is a serious debate show.
So, well, you better come up with a serious topic then, buddy boy. Come on, ready?
That is totally 100% serious.
Counter argument: a woman does not belong in the home.
Oh no, that's okay. You can debate off prompt. That's fine. That's up to you.
We can engage in the first part of your prompt.
Yeah.
That's an argument. Do I have to do your prompt? Is that like part of the show?
It was paid
Alright.
for.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
he
sorry.
paid for the prompt.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand. Okay, all right.
Paid for the
Okay,
prompt.
do you want to start? Or do
All
do you
right.
want me to start?
All right. So, well, who's got this positive position here, Anson? You got.
Well,
me
Abe
on-
already said he'd take the affirmative.
Okay. All right. Abe's holding it down for patriarchy. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
All right. So,
I'll start. Can I start? May I?
well, Abe has to start. He has
Okay.
the affirmative. So
Yes.
just
He was
calm
the
down.
first president
Calm down. Yeah.
or something.
All right. This is this is something. All right, Abe, you ready?
Oh man, I guess.
All right, man. Let's roll with it. 1 minute.
Okay. It is man's responsibility to care for his woman. If she is in the home, she should be in the kitchen so that she can make him food, since he's going to be out earning the money and taking care of the needs of the family. So she should be in the kitchen making the food for the family.
You have a minute. Keep going.
I'm good.
All right,
gotta
that was
keep
a
going.
15-minute opener or 15-second opener. Wow, I'm tired too. All right, are you ready, Kel?
Mhm.
Okay, Kel. All right,
Okay.
do your best.
If we are under the assumption that a woman ought to be home, then we are under the assumption that a man ought to be making a lot of fucking money. So I'm under the assumption that I ought to be wherever the hell I want in the home and ordering DoorDash if I so fucking please. Opening statement.
Okay. All right, 5 minutes on the clock, and go.
If the man is bringing in all the money to take care of you as the woman, then why would you not be in the kitchen?
I'm definitely for sure going to be in the kitchen sometimes. I'm about to cook for them as much as I cook for myself. Like, expect some Kraft mac and cheese. Expect.
Well, then you're going to
you
be in
know-
the kitchen.
Right, but by saying she ought to be in the kitchen, by saying when a woman ought to be, if a woman ought to be home, then she ought to be in the kitchen. Let's start by definitions, right? Let me learn from my past mistakes. If she ought to be in the kitchen, that means that is the place that you presume she should be. I'm saying that's going to be a minority of my time.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be a majority of the time. You have 3 meals a day to make, whether it be for your husband or for the children. That means you're going to be spending multiple hours at several times a day, every day in that kitchen.
No, if we're under the first part of the assumption of the prompt, if a woman ought to be home, like I said, a man ought to be making a lot of fucking money. So
Barefoot, pregnant.
I'm sorry,
in the
I'm gonna
kitchen.
make food like twice a week. I'm gonna make food like twice a
Nope.
week.
Nope.
Yep.
No, because he's
Yep.
making all that money. He ain't going to give you jack shit if you ain't making food.
Well, that's why I'm gonna be streaming. I'm not gonna have time to cook all the time.
Well,
if a
he's
woman
not gonna
ought to
have
be
internet in the
home,
home.
then she ought to be on her fucking computer.
There ain't gonna be
streaming,
internet
fighting
then.
with random.
If he's
Huh?
bringing home
Get
all
rid
that
of the
money,
internet?
he's not going to. Yeah, he's not going to
I'm
supply
gonna
you with
cook.
whatever
I'm
you
just gonna
want.
cook as much as I cook for myself. Okay, wait. I have a solution to all of this. Stouffer's mac and cheese in the
Nope.
oven 3
No
times
way.
a day.
No way.
Yes.
Steak and eggs. Nope.
Mm-mm. No, I'm a vegetarian. I'm not cooking meat.
Too bad.
Mm-mm.
He wants meat.
Too bad.
He wants steak. He wants roast. He wants all the good things. He wants bacon.
Bro, I'm like
bacon.
5'11". I'm like literally
Bacon.
5'11". I don't know who you think you're fucking with, but like he
I'm
ain't got a
6'4".
chance, bro, he ain't got a chance.
So
I'm
what?
like, I'm not making steak and eggs. I'd crack an egg on his head before I'd cook
Well,
eggs.
you'll be in the kitchen. Either way,
I
you got to be in the
might be
kitchen to
for
crack the
sometime.
egg on his head.
By saying ought to be, no.
You
I'm
just
gonna
keep
fucking-
saying you're going to be in the kitchen. You just keep saying it.
I'm saying I will sometimes. Yes, I've already conceded on that point. But by saying ought to
What?
be, let's define ought.
It's too late.
Hey Siri, define ought to be.
The phrase ought to can be defined as something that is morally right to do.
So you're
that
saying
it
that
is
it is morally imperative for me to be in the kitchen?
If he's making the money for you to have a house, yes.
When is that said in the prompt?
If your place is in the house, which the prompt said, it's your place in the house.
So
The
that
kitchen-
you're making a lot of assumptions, and I'm not comfortable with that.
No, he made the
So you're
assumption
saying,
with the prompt, not me.
No, so maybe it's because if a woman ought to be home, a woman because I'm bringing in all the money streaming. Counter argument. Yes. Uh-huh.
Nope.
Yeah, so maybe
No,
if a
because
woman
a good
ought to be
husband's
home,
not having
it's
his wife
because
stream
she's
for a
fucking
living.
bringing in the big bucks as a big famous
Nope.
Twitch streamer. Yeah. So she
No,
ought
because
to
she
be
won't be
home
married.
because yeah, she's on yeah, she's on stream all the time, bro. Yeah, and she is married and he got to go out of the house so she can have like the house to herself for
Sure.
stream.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes. Yes, I
Nope.
just debunked your entire argument.
No.
Argument 1.
You didn't.
Yes,
No, I just
I
cut
did.
the internet.
Cut the internet.
You're not going to
Crazy.
be there.
Divorce papers. No,
In the
you would
kitchen or
actually get hit
gone.
with a prenup. You would get hit with a prenup
In the kitchen
because,
or
like
gone.
I said, if a woman ought to be home, it's because I have a big work from home job that I have a contractual obligation to be at, and you just got served.
And that's going to last so long.
You just got served.
10 years from now, you'll be in the kitchen either way.
Bro, how many times do you not cook for yourself at all? Ever?
I have, yeah.
Same. I'm about as competent in the kitchen as you are. I'm like, I think we both are so skinny enough that I'm like, it won't be an issue for a while.
But you didn't disprove the point.
Here, I did. Ready? Look, you just got served. Divorce papers. Because if a woman ought to be home, then she ought to serve her divorce papers because her streaming career is taking off. If I had fucking all the hours at home, bro, it's over. It's fucking over.
No, you would be taking care of children as a wife.
No,
and a homemaker.
no.
Yes,
no.
yes. That's why the kitchen. Yes.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
No. Stop. I'm getting like.
It's how civilization continues to exist. So it's that or
You want
civilization
my
dies
gene
because
pool?
women
You
are
want
all on
my
the
gene
streams.
pool out there? Yeah, you think our civilization is going to be good because of my gene pool? My gene pool is going to take out of school.
Then maybe you need to be like in a padded jacket in the kitchen.
No, I just wouldn't pass it on. I wouldn't take the risk. It's like in the bloodline, like in the fam bam.
We're extending this 2 minutes.
Oh dear God!
No.
So what purpose does this have at this point?
Okay. I think your hat's stupid and you wear it to try and.
2 whole minutes.
You think what?
I think your hat is very stupid, and I think you use it to try and hype up your own credibility. Counter argument.
Actually, it's a running joke that you missed
Tell me-
because you weren't here because you were in the kitchen.
Right. Okay. Is the beard fake too, or? Oh, I knew it was real, bro. It's just an actual Reddit mod. You just use the hat to like hide the fact how disgusting your beard and your mutton chops are. You're like, it's fine.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, bro?
I
Why
don't
do you
have any
mutton
reason to hide
chops
anything.
In today's Lord of an age of 2025, you look like the Amish, bro.
Good.
Yeah. Is the hat
Because my
compensating for
wife's in the
something else?
kitchen.
Yeah. Bro, cat.
Yeah.
I'm like, get her on stream right now or I don't believe it.
You could not believe it all you want. She's sitting in the kitchen right now.
This man is not married.
I promise you I am.
Free Amy. Free Amy. Okay, so can you concede that you
I don't
lost
make
the argument?
I don't have to make her be in the kitchen. She chooses to be in the kitchen because she's a good wife.
That's great. That's great. Are you flexing your
'Cause that's-
relationship?
No, I'm just telling you. Like that's where she chooses to be.
Can you flex like your body? Can you show us like the good diet she's supplying you with? Because I
No.
guarantee, bro, you do not look like she's been feeding you well. She looks like she's been feeding you to poison you, to fatten you up and fucking embarrass you.
Wait, you just said I'm skinny and then you said I'm fat. Like what? Which one is it? Like because it can't be both. Like
Problem?
disanalogous. Like doesn't fit. Nice schisms you got.
You lost. Here, kinetic L.
I think I won in the beginning. So
No, you didn't, bro. You haven't countered my point. That we haven't.
you
even
didn't have a
established that-
point.
If a woman ought to be home, we haven't established what that means. That doesn't imply like it could
You
mean that
already
she's home.
conceded that you would be in the kitchen.
I literally said that it could be that she's either streaming or
No, you
he's making
said
all the
you
money.
literally said I concede that point.
That is not true. Are you fucking? You're literally just bullshitting, dude.
It was weird that neither of you wanted to go the 2 more minutes, and now you won't quit going back and forth on this. This is pretty fucking funny, honestly.
Dude, this is like this is brain rot content. I'm like, Gibbs, they're supposed to take me seriously on here. Fuck.
Well, I
But
gotta
it's
be
funny.
honest. I wasn't expecting this as the topic. This is a surprise to me too. So, we all learned something today. I don't know what if we learned anything good today, but we learned something. I'll tell you that.
Oh, I thought it was super interesting, Gibbs.
What did you discern from that? Let me hear what you've discerned. I'm ready. Maybe you can teach me a lesson I missed. I'm excited. Please.
Abe was making a duty-based argument based on traditional cooperative models of healthy, functional relationships in society. And Kel was making a materialist argument based on money because modern people in the postmodern paradigm are very me centric. That's why she was from the start. He better be making a lot of money for me because all she really cares about is the transactional nature of a relationship, and it's disgusting.
So true.
Well, skinny fat's a thing, I want to say, for record. So, I mean, they don't want to be being fed looking like skinny. I think Kel makes a good example just with talking that this is the prime example of why you don't want somebody in the kitchen. If you think I'm going to eat Kraft mac and cheese the rest of my life, fuck all that. That sounds fucking terrible. And I probably make enough money to fucking have some stay-at-home wife, and I'd rather cook anyway. That sounds... I ain't met a woman that cooked better than me in the first place. And listen, this is a vegan person. That sounds terrible. And if there's one of her, there's 1,000. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad because I know Abe didn't really want to do this topic. I feel like, but he, took over the team.
I didn't want to either.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
Sure, yeah, but he took the ass. I think earlier he was arguing a left position, so I'm sure he just did this for the meme. So props to you on that. Yeah, I think we all lost in the end on this, but I did laugh a lot. I guess I'm gonna go Kel just because fuck it, why not? It's 1-1 now.
Now you need a deciding vote here. Okay, so
I didn't say who I was voting for.
Oh shit! I thought you did.
Well, go ahead,
I guess I'm going Kel. So it's 1-0.
Yeah, I'm giving I was actually giving the win to Kel because I thought that she made a better argument, and Abe didn't really back up any of the details related to the cooperative nature of the duty bound portion of why the woman belongs in the kitchen. And Kel did a very good job of her materialist nonsense where she was all like me. And then she brought in the whole, she could be the boss babe in the home thing, which is the modern feminist paradigm that they all cling to, the lie that you can have everything. So it's like she tied it all together, right?
I got nothing. This has been a very good show. I don't know what's happening anymore. He got me.
So you know how like when gold sifters in the 1940s went out to California and picked up big sheets of like shit out of the river and tried to sift a couple nuggets? I feel like I did that with this debate, but instead of it being in the river, I was literally shit. I was sifting through for 1 or 2 nuggets of gold.
The Tijuana River.
I think your strongest point that you had there that Abe kept doubling down on, which was a loss to him, was you're still in the kitchen, but you said, I'm not going to be in there any more than I would normally be for myself. It's not my duty. It's not my ought. There's no moral imperative for me to do this. And if I'm earning more money, that motherfucker can go cook for me. So like that argument, I feel like was... out of the 9 minutes or whatever this debate, that 30-second, 20-second argument was pretty okay.
So wait, so you guys are taking it as she's in the kitchen for me rather than women belong in the kitchen?
So you don't
I said the woman. I said the woman.
You did, but you were arguing that point a lot with her. It's like you're still in the kitchen making mac and cheese. It's like, yeah, I'm in there for like 30 minutes a week, bro. Like I'm not. My duty is not. My moral duty is not that. And if I'm going to turn around and make more money, that motherfucker can piss off. I'll get divorced. I'm not. This isn't good for me. So no, thank you. And I think that was okay as the materialistic argument, but put in a way that was rather entertaining, I guess.
I've never seen more simps.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Hey.
Oh, give me a break. Oh, my God.
I expect this from Anson because Anson's king simp, and we all know it.
I'm going to brush my teeth after watching that. Oh.
I got to be honest.
Give me a break.
I thought it was funny, honestly, but I can't really. I actually think Abe made great arguments. I think that he said, "Hey, this is the way that
The prompt is you're going to be in the kitchen. Why wouldn't you be in the kitchen? And he made good arguments for that. You're going to be cooking. You're going to be cleaning. You take care of the kids. We've got a lot of things to be done that need to be done. I think that worked out pretty well for Abe. I didn't really hear anything from Kel, and I thought Kel was very funny. I didn't hear anything except, yeah, I'm just not going to do it. Which is an L in and of itself, because the prompt was that you would be doing it. But at any rate, I don't know. The whole thing was a fucking L. Anson, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Anson, but that's okay.
You're welcome.
He did Anson shit tonight, which is weird.
Coom Emperor.
Yeah. Actually,
it was entertaining. I had fun watching it.
I had fun watching some of it.
Kel, I just wanted to say that I'm sure that you're going to make your ex-husband very happy one day.
Thank you. I don't plan on getting married. I'm an infertile monster. Workaholic.
Even more frightening. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Catch you at TwitchCon. Ding ding.
Interesting.
I'm kidding. Lol.
Which part are you kidding about? Sorry.
None of it.
All of it?
None of it.
None
All
of it. Yeah, all right. Anyway, Abe, good to have you here, man. I'm sorry you had to endure that.
For fun. It's all about the fun, man.
I think this is Anson's way of saying that the last show was too serious, and he didn't have any fun, and so he wanted to, he needed to keep himself entertained. And
no, I had to finagle it so the broad would win.
Yeah, what is it with you and look,
a lot of woke judges here apparently. A lot of woke judges. That's what we're known
Look, Grid. I have
being real woke over here.
I saw
I didn't say woke. I said simp.
Simp judges. That's what they're known for at the Grid Show. Simp judging.
So
yeah, apparently simps. We're gonna have to do some investigation. There'll be investigations around here into the simping.
Yeah.
Not fun. Thanks for having me.
Grid, I use a scoring rubric. Kel got 15 points and Abe got 14. It was really close.
Neck and neck. We had a
Well,
topic.
It was though.
Right.
Well, according, I feel bad for Abe, but according to Grid, our criteria are both of these nuts. That's how we decided. I guess that's what's happening. We're simping. No, Abe, I definitely gave you a lot of points for stepping in there on there. I didn't feel like you wanted to do that, but you're like, fuck it, YOLO, I'll do this because
why not?
And so I definitely gave you points there. I just this was a meme debate, and I guess you maybe laughed slightly more. I don't know. It was funny overall. So
It was funny.
I don't know what
I'm
to
going
do.
to give you funny. Funny is
fun.
exactly what it was.
Good. We gave people comic relief.
That's all I care about.
Yeah.
That's all we care about. Please.
Entertaining interactions for sure.
Yeah. I'm going to
All
bring
right,
the
ladies
two
and gents.
kids in the back out just because they've been sitting there just peacefully minding their own business, hanging out.
I gotta head to bed. I'm falling asleep over here.
I am too, man. I'm going to bed too. I got to get up and I'm going to get up and go probably.
He joins, they leave.
I'll probably get up at like 5. And what time is it?
All right. Well, I have to leave the show. I'm going to do some other things here. So this is very fun. Thank you for having me. Let me judge today, Grid. I appreciate it. I enjoyed it a lot.
No way. Leave me
It was
alone.
nice to be able to judge.
Good evening again, Gibbs. Thanks for Gibbs. You want to do something after?
Yeah, possibly. Let me get organized here in the next 5 minutes,
yeah, cool.
and I'll let Grid close out his thing. But
Yeah,
thank you for having me, Grid.
You Texas guys go do stuff.
Hey, Grid, you want me to set up a stream real quick, and then you can raid me, and we can do an after party?
Yeah, do that.
All right. Yeah, I'll pop one up right now.
All right.
I'm live on YouTube also, by the way.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I need to
peace
figure
out.
out how to dual stream.
They
I just
didn't
started on-
ban you yet?
I appreciate you hanging out, man. Send me your info. I'll send you the whatever few dollars that we made tonight.
Oh yeah.
Your percentage of it. Same with you, Kel.
All
You
good.
And
chat, get your donos up. I'm like, and I don't know, you're good. I'm like, support the stream. I'm like, support small creators, okay? Support your local artists. Support the AK-47 decor, okay? Hey,
Wait, if we can ditch the YouTube, yeah, we can get all 100% on AK-47 stream.
proud to be an American.
You gotta know if you're gonna salute you. No, hold Cal. Just it's gonna irritate the piss on me. You got to keep everything straight in line. If you're gonna salute, no, not like this.
Right
Like
to
this.
me, gladly stand
Not like this. Like this. Just straight in line. Don't like kank your wrist on it. There you go. Yeah, that's. I mean,
Kank a word?
It's still horrible, but it's better.
I'm gonna go on a beer run. Nice to meet you guys.
Deuces.
Have a great night.
All right, Grid. I'm up.
Thanks
If you want to
again,
rate.
Grid.
all right, see you guys.
I'm up out of here.
See ya, everybody. All right,
That was wild.
it was weird. It's all Anson's fucking fault, by the way.
I blame Anson.
I couldn't help it, Grid. I mean, you make it all these chat moves. I mean, somebody's got to use them, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
are you the
but-
same Anson that like has been the same Anson for weeks and months and
Anson, Anson's he went full simp tonight. I don't know.
It was super weird.
What are you talking about? I didn't simp nothing. I was giving her a hell of a time, man.
Yeah.
You voted for chicks and duck and you know.
Over Abe, which was just weird. Abe was the only one that actually made an argument. Like,
Yeah, no hate at all because it was content. But I mean, dude, some of the things you said, really, nobody, no hate, Anson, no hate at all.
Well, I mean, when I'm judging debates, it's not my job to put my own bias in there. I mean, every one of these people are left of me, right? So, like, I don't agree with any. Even Grid's a lefty, so I mean, I don't agree with any of you people.
Wait, hang on. Oh, wait, hang on. You
He's
think
a
I'm left of you?
What?
You think I'm left of you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do you believe in voting?
That's interesting. Not for people who don't own property.
Okay, but you believe in voting?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
We could have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
Josh is back.
Fucking this thing.
Yeah, are we doing after show?
Grid, this was terrible.
I agree.
No, Grid's gonna raid somebody and like make it happen somewhere else because he's tired and not like.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm going to get up.
Grid.
I'm going to get up at like 5 o'clock and go to the lake and go fishing again.
Rate these nuts. This was terrible. Like this, I am mad. This was
Mad on behalf.
I'm like not leaving here satisfied.
So you guys are honestly mad that someone won for arguing that a woman's place is not in the kitchen.
Look,
I don't
stop it.
understand how.
I would have.
Do you really think that's why I'm mad?
Hold on.
I'm a professional. I have a doctorate degree. I'm not mad that that argument didn't win. This was just weird and not good argument, and the judging was simplified at the end.
Cat, you have a farm.
Maybe
You
because
don't
of
have a
somebody
doctorate,
who's
you have a
still
farm
here with us.
I do. I have a doctorate.
Doctorate.
I doctorate. I have 5 degrees, duck. So suck it.
She's a boss babe.
Okay. Well, now
So-
you're showing off.
The interesting thing is that Abe was the only one that made an argument. I mean, I could have. Look, I could have.
And the last one,
You
yeah.
know, if Kel had made an actual argument about that women don't that don't belong in the kitchen and or whatever and like I would have been like, yeah, okay, that's cool, but
She made an argument from a framework that you don't use, which is why you don't think she made an argument. She made an argument from the materialist point of view where she doesn't value things like duty and responsibility. She values things like being the table.
Okay, but Anson, she made arguments against the premise of the debate, which is what she agreed to when she said, "Okay, yeah, I'll do that."
No. She
She
made
was arguing
arguments.
against the premise the entire time. Or were you not listening to the same thing as me?
I was. She made arguments about how, like she would be in the home, but it'd be her job to be the breadwinner in the home because in her paradigm, like that's how she can make it work in her mind.
And that's directly contrary to the premise.
Well, that's just
the
cope.
argument.
That's cope.
No, it's not just cope.
It's
Okay.
cope.
It's a different
I mean,
worldview.
it is cope because it's arguing against the premise
No.
that was like she agreed upon
Right.
the premise of the argument.
Yeah, and the construction that she
It
made was
part
that
of
she
it was the woman is in the home. That was
Right,
that
and-
was the beginning of the premise.
She can
And the way
concede
you
that
agreed
she's
to
going
it.
to be in the home,
wasn't
but
even-
under her terms are she's going to be the breadwinner streaming. So it's kind of coping on the premise, is what I mean.
Well, it was still like it was Abe's duty. It was Abe's duty to construct why the art was the way that it was, and he didn't do a good job of doing that because he didn't explain why cooperative relationships, cooperative marriages work traditionally. He didn't do any of the groundwork building up why traditional families functioned, and he should have done that. And he did a piss poor job of it, and I scored him a piss poor way because of that.
Even if he did do that,
because
she was arguing against the
wait,
premise
Abe
the
went
entire
into the
time.
conversation.
Anson, are
Abe
you
went
drunk
into the
right now?
conversation just saying that he could say a woman belongs in the kitchen and he can win the audience. And when he didn't actually win any of the judges over, well, how if he didn't make an
Abe's
argument
point
at
was
all?
that the wife's duty is to take care of the husband and family, which is the wife's duty.
And he could have gone into explaining what duty was, why her paradigm was false because it was material based and it's not based in reality because people aren't transactions and you can't use someone else as a means to an end because it's unethical. And therefore, the art of her being in the kitchen is directly related to the art of treating people with dignity.
So Kel was entirely making a transactional argument. How,
Yes, she was, because in her worldview, that's appropriate. That's the art in her worldview.
I mean, she did concede that she would be in the kitchen if a man was making over 200,000.
Right, because it's about transaction, right? And so in their mindset, getting money is the same thing as morality.
Sorry, Abe, I got your stance wrong, bud. And Nate, you're not funny.
Who's not funny?
Nate, he said I had a doctorate in making sandwiches and his wife's a home chef, so fuck him.
So Abe actually
can you get a degree in home sandwich, like making sandwiches? Because
I mean, I guess his wife did. I mean, it was really cool that he sent her to school for that.
yeah, I mean, I'm interested in like how do you gotta be really good at making sandwiches. Everything better be toasted.
So
before I went vegan, I
did
can make the best.
say that it's a man's duty to bring home the income, and he said it multiple times.
Yeah.
If he's bringing home the income, if he's making the money, then this is the expectation that he has, and so and obviously, Kel really didn't address any of that other than to say, well, she would be in there making.
I just feel like she didn't actually take I mean, and I kind of can't blame her for that, to like not take that prompt seriously. It was kind of like whack. So I feel like she didn't take it seriously and didn't actually debate it. But then
Right,
on the other
Kat,
hand, I can't really blame her for that.
Pat, you mean it was quack, like something Duck would say, like quack?
Yeah. Okay. So here's a duck saying for Kat. If you're so upset about this, so even I've got Jean-Jacques Rousseau here who says his life is no longer the bounty of nature, but a gift he has received conditionally. So I want to hear from you. How if you receive some form of autonomy from nature, how is it the case that in a society man's law somehow supersedes this? I'm honestly curious now.
Duck, are you just to clarify? Are you asking about God's law versus man's law, or something of that nature?
Yes, I'm asking specifically about what Jean-Jacques
nature's
Rousseau
law
says about this.
You said Jacques Rousseau. I'm sorry.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau. That's all I was saying.
Zach, to be honest with you, I don't really understand your question, bud.
I don't either. That's why I was
I'm
trying to
sorry.
clarify it. I'm sorry, Kissy.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're asking me. Like, I know you just read that passage, but I don't understand what you're asking me. And maybe that's just me, like, not having that mindset, the same mindset as you. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Well, yeah, because I
Was it
felt
Jacques
what
Rousseau?
Kel was saying. I felt my feeling was that what Kel was saying was that a person has some form of determining like what a self is, or sort of like where a person finds success in life, what success means, based on some characteristic that isn't from man's law, or like why would I go to a like gender dictionary to
So you're talking
figure
about her
that stuff out?
autonomy, how she can do her own thing, basically, like her autonomy.
That's sort of what I'm trying to get. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm trying to say. You said it much much more beautifully than I did, Kat.
You're just a little bit muffly.
Let me pose a question, right? Let's say that, for example, Kissy Cat makes. I mean, she's got a couple of doctorates. She works in a hospital. She does cool stuff. I'm going to say
they were laughing at me, not you, bud.
Let's say that Kissy Cat makes, I don't know, $500,000 a year. Say that she's married and her husband says, "Hey, when you're home, like I understand you got a job, you got things to do, but when you're home, I really need you in that kitchen, taking care of, making sure that the family gets fed, that the kids get fed, whatever." Would that be a fair ask, Duck?
A fair ask about kids.
That when even though Kissy Cat makes $500,000 a year because she's got a doctor, apparently she has more than one doctorate. She works in a hospital. 5 degrees. Runs.
No, I only have one doctorate. I have one doctorate, one master's, 2 bachelors, and an associate's.
Okay, she's got a lot of degrees.
So Grid, I would say that there's both public and private persons, and so I would say that privately, of course, parents and family units should consider sort of the nutrition choices they make, but that's just one of many considerations. And I don't see why like getting fed. Wait, let me finish real quick. I don't see why getting fed automatically means that a private person living in a household somehow has any relation to this public person. And so, by saying a woman's place is in the kitchen, you're saying this entire half of a person is severed. How? I don't totally understand.
That's accurate, Doug. I think that you're trying to.
Doug?
I think his question is just: is it still my responsibility to take care of my family in that way? And like, I think it is.
Yeah, I'm saying that is it if her husband says, "Hey, I know you're busy. I know you work. I work too. When you're home, I need you in that kitchen taking care of the kids, helping them with their homework, making food, making sure that I have lunch packed for the rest of the week, or whatever." And is that not a correct and valid viewpoint that her husband would have?
Yeah, we wouldn't have to, and so he's fine to do that, but what is his contribution to that?
Keeping the roof on the house, keeping the absolute roof on the house, and
he's a plumber and he only makes $100,000 a year, and she makes $500,000.
Only $100,000.
But he's taking care of the duties that he's taking care of duties that only he can.
Kat, don't talk over me, please. So I'm saying that the man can do 2 things. I'm saying that the 2 things he can do is he can keep the roof on the he can keep the roof on the house. But what he can also do is
that's the first time he's ever
is man the fuck up and do his job as a father. He doesn't just have to be a breadwinner.
What I'm saying is the man will take care of the duties that only he can take care of, and I will take care of the duties that I should take care of.
Well, isn't it more that you take care of the duties that he directs you to, since you're under him as your
Well,
husband?
I mean, yeah, he would direct me, of course, but as a woman, I wouldn't really need the direction because I feel that is my duty.
Yeah.
Right?
So you'd be difficult.
Difficult in submitting without being asked. That's difficult.
Well, no, like I don't know.
Elaborate.
I think Anson's in rare form tonight. I think he's got a little bit of something going on.
No, I'm really lucid. I'm really lucid,
No,
bro.
Anson just wants to push back on me, and I get it. It's fun.
Well, I mean, you can't have a doctorate degree and be a woman and not be a difficult person. I'm just trying to figure out where that is.
Good luck.
I mean, maybe, but okay.
Well, I am a little difficult. I did get all riled up about this show tonight. I was like spurging in chat.
Yeah, you were spurging in chat. But however, Anson, all it takes to get a degree is just persistence. Like just being in school for 8 years, then you got a doctorate.
Yeah,
not a medical one necessarily, but
yeah. Well,
you can get a doctorate all day
Kate,
long.
Keep on trucking.
A lot of
Oxycat NC to I got.
He wants you to change my name to I've got the milk. I don't have the milk.
Yeah,
I don't.
We don't. Unfortunately, I don't really do name changes very much. So,
but yeah.
And I'm about to shut down as soon as.
Yeah, great. I didn't mean to derail your post show notes here. Sorry about that. I was just like spurging.
No, it's cool. It's cool. The I think this is an interesting observation. I really want I really actually want some feedback from you, Kissy Cat. What do you think about Melanie's comment here? Exist to please men. What else are you good for?
Is that maybe the comment of a penis haver or what? Oh, I'm sorry. We're live on how many platforms? Oh, my bad.
At the risk of sounding like a pick-me, like it would please me to know that I please the person that I loved. So
I'm actually really serious about this. Like, I don't have any female friends. I don't go do things with females other than my wife, because my wife touches my pee-pee in ways I like and other women don't, right? So I don't care about other women. I don't have female friends, right? Like, this is not, if you start thinking like, so as far as I'm concerned, yes, absolutely. Women exist really only to care for little.
Good. Like, not to be too personal, you don't have to answer. Like, how do you think your wife would answer that question or that comment? Like, do you feel like she gets some happiness from knowing that she makes you happy?
Yeah, I think that's her entire everything that she does, everything that she's driven to do is to make me happy and provide or to not provide, that's not the right word, to ensure the happiness of the family.
Yeah.
Literally
That's the correct position for a marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Or a relationship.
Literally everything she does. Like if she could stay home and do nothing, but the family was going to suffer because of it, she would never do that.
Yeah, for sure.
And so,
hey, Mel.
That would never,
You're muted, Mel.
Yeah, hey, can I offer a take? I just want to say that, something I've heard on panels recently is like, a good red-pilled man should look for a bitch who holds it down. And like, as much as I'm sympathetic to that, wait, let me finish. I wasn't done talking. But as much as I'm sympathetic to that, I don't think a lot of red pill people, and no offense, this panel included, know what it means for a bitch to hold down, right? If you're not doing Jean-Jacques Rousseau, your public and private selves, then what are you doing? What are we doing with our social and natural selves in this case? It doesn't make any sense.
Why are your public and private selves like separate? Like, you should be yourself all the
Kat,
time.
I
Like,
said natural and social selves first of all. So second of all,
earlier
it's
you were
because
talking about
people have
public
that
and
choice.
private self.
No, I wasn't.
Earlier
Don't
you were
gaslight
talking.
me, please. Kat,
You
please don't
said it
gaslight me.
earlier.
Please
You said
don't
it earlier.
gaslight me, dude. Dude, I'm sorry.
I'm a
Please
little
don't
lost
gaslight me.
here, Doug. Help me out with that. So let me just give me like a little bit more clarified version of what you just said, because
Yeah.
it was
So okay. So
my
I'll do
Discord
this.
in the back chat.
So if a bitch is
Please
holding
join.
it down, it's conceivable she's holding it down publicly and privately. It's also conceivable that the bitch is holding it down based on how she interacts in a society and just how
all right,
God
all
or
right,
nature made
that-
her with
that's
her
good. Let
biology.
me respond. Let me respond here. So first of
I
all,
still disrespectful.
first of all, I'm not red pill, and I don't. I think most people's understanding of red pill comes from someone who is not even red pill, which is Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's not red pill. He has literally said that he's not red pill. He doesn't prescribe to any of the really any of the tenets of it, and yet he is without a doubt the number one person that people cite when they talk about red pill. Well, Andrew Tate does this and Andrew Tate does that, and who gives a fuck what Andrew Tate does? I don't know anything about him, and I don't really give a shit. I'm personally not red pill, although I do admit that if you wanted to improve young men, the tenets of red pill are not a bad way to do it, right?
Okay, so I'm trying to
Yeah,
be
but there's
patient,
a
but I
distinction
also
between
wait.
common.
Can I?
There's a
I've
distinction
been
between
patient.
using
Duck,
intuition to approach
dude,
a question like
this
households
thing's been sitting at
versus
the bottom, and you
jurisprudence.
totally did not understand what I was talking
Mel,
about
if you
with
want to
that.
be a woman, like, come on.
Yeah, no, I'm
Men
not
are talking
catering.
right
I'm
there.
not catering to your misogynist desires. So
No, I
what
just
that
said
thing
men
at
are
the
talking
bottom
right there. What
means,
do you want to do?
what
If
that
you
thing
want to
at
be
the
a woman?
bottom means refers to what Immanuel Kant, and I'm not even a Kantian in terms of ethics, but what Immanuel Kant talked about with people not just being a means to an end, but being a means in and of themselves. So the question is supposed to ask, and I understand the confusion, don't get me wrong, but the question supposed to ask is, do you exist solely to please men, or do you have your own drives and ambitions first? And
Wait, is your
then
question
that?
about pleasing men or pleasing the one person?
So Kat, let me ask you, when you got your degrees, and I'm not going,
Mel,
did
you
you
can
do
ignore
that?
my question.
Yes, because I'm not talking to you.
Ignoring
When
men.
you got your
yeah,
degrees,
typical woman behavior.
when you got your degrees, did you do that out of your own ambitions, or
Same.
did you do that for someone else?
I did it for someone else.
Would you have done that if you wanted, like, if you didn't have somebody you were doing it for?
No, I didn't want to do it.
Do you ever regret doing that?
Yeah, every day. I really
Do you
do. Like, I really do.
Do you know yourself enough to know like what you would do if you could have gotten that back?
Yeah, I do. I do now. I didn't know myself enough when I was that age to not do it. But yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. Like yeah, I know myself enough now to know what I would have done differently. But
Then my only problem is really like I don't think it's up to women to fix men. I'm being told like men are like these super strong guys, right? They're better than women in every way, yet they can't figure out a way to fix themselves without
Nobody's
needing
said
women
better,
to cater
just
to them and grovel to them. So
Nobody's
here's
said
an
better.
idea. Here's an idea. Stop blaming women for your problem. Stop blaming feminism for your problem. That's what Red Pill has to figure out.
Who's
well,
blaming women
red
for anybody's problem?
pill is just as harmful as they say feminism is. To be honest with you,
Red Pill can't
Oh,
exist.
shut up, Glenn Lawrence. Jesus Christ.
it is. It really is.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, Grid, my stream is up
Mel
and
was
running.
just kidding, but not.
Yeah, throw me a
restreaming
link.
this.
Man. Throw me a link in the private.
It's in the back chat, in the side chat.
Oh,
In the
Grumple
private
is
chat.
still on also, but no biggie.
Aw,
Yeah,
poor Grumple. Can we all just like cry for Grumple for a second? He's really sad.
What? Why, Mel? Why do you think that?
I don't know. You just sound really mopey.
Well, he
What?
always he has that voice.
I'm
It's very
grumpy.
thick.
I mean, maybe you think maybe you describe that as mopey, but
He reminds me of Oscar the Grouch.
I mean, thank you. That's the aesthetic I'm going for.
All right, I'm gonna drop off and get on my stream, Grid. I'll see you later, man.
All right, thanks for having me up, Grid. Nice to speak to all of you. It's my first time talking to Mel. Nice to speak to you too.
Oh yeah, and I reached out to you in JS's Discord because I couldn't DM you directly, but I did come at you kind of angrily after our last interaction through Anson, so I felt bad.
It's fine. No worries.
Anyways, have a good night, everybody.
Bye, y'all.
No. No, you.
Yeah, I'm getting it all set up to send everyone over to there. And there it is. It's
All right,
all
have a
set
good
up.
night. Thanks for having me on. Good to see you, Grumple, and Grid. Thanks again for the whole panel debate show.
Doc,
It was
it's
fun.
been a great,
We'll
it's
do it
been a
again
great
next
week of
week.
debate stuff, man.
Next week, guys, before I send everybody off, next week I won't be here on Friday, so I'm going to end up having a substitute host. I don't know who it's going to be yet, but we'll figure it out. It'll be awesome, and it'll be interesting. And until then, as always, be cool, wear glasses if you need them, and get off my